Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Katniss. Katniss. Greaves drove straight into a watercolor painting. The mist curled low over the winding mountain road like it had a purpose, intentional and watching. Trees rose tall and moss-bearded on either side of the cracked pavement, their leaves shimmering faintly as if kissed by moonlight even in the middle of the day. The forest felt alive in a way that pricked at her spine. Not haunted exactly, but aware. Her dusty Jeep chugged as she crested the final hill, the suspension groaning like it had an opinion. "Don't start with me," she muttered, patting the dashboard. "We're almost there." The town blinked into view between the trees like it had been waiting for her to find it. Hollow Oak wasn't on any official maps, not the ones most people used. She'd found it by accident. Or maybe it found her. One cryptic email, no sender, no traceable IP, just a subject line. "You missed one." And attached? A scan of a yellowed newspaper clipping about a local girl who'd gone missing in the 1990s. Unsolved. The sort of cold case that made her blood run hot. Now her leather satchel rattled on the passenger seat with every bump, packed with a battered manila folder, 2 field notebooks, and her mic. A half-drunk bottle of cold brew rolled under her thigh. "Let's see what you're hiding, Hollow Oak," she murmured. The town center was small, storybook quaint if the story came with side notes scribbled in red ink. Brick buildings, ivy climbing up their sides, a tiny post office, a diner with a hand-painted sign, the griddle and grind, an inn with lace-curtained windows and flower boxes that practically burst with color. Everything looked normal. Too normal. She parked in front of the inn and stepped out, stretching her legs and taking in the scene. The air was thick with pine and wood smoke and something else, something metallic that bit faintly at the back of her nose like old magic and iron. That made 0 sense. She chalked it up to the altitude. "Katniss Greaves," a voice called from behind a wooden swing on the inn's wide porch. The woman who stepped down the stairs wore half-moon spectacles and a smile that managed to be both kind and knowing. Her silver hair was swept into a loose bun, and a floral apron was tied around her waist, already dusted with flour. "That's me," Katniss said, tugging her leather satchel over her shoulder. "Miriam Caldwell. I run the Hearth and Hollow." She wiped her hands on her apron. "You've got the Lakeview room. Top of the stairs, 3rd door on the left." "Thanks." Katniss tried not to sound winded from the welcome committee vibe, but the way Miriam looked at her, like she knew something Katniss didn't, set her nerves buzzing. As she hoisted her bag onto her shoulder, she caught movement from across the street. A man stood on the edge of a path that disappeared into the woods behind the tavern. Not standing exactly, looming, watching. He was tall, all harsh angles and broad shoulders under a black utility jacket that had definitely seen better days. His arms were crossed, boots planted like he owned the earth beneath him. Dark, tousled hair fell just over his brow, and even from here she could make out the glint of storm-colored eyes narrowed in her direction. The kind of man whose scowl didn't say hello, it said, "Turn around and walk back to wherever the hell you came from." "Ignore Emmett," Miriam said, voice dipped low. "He's more bark than bite." "Mostly." Katniss blinked. That a warning? Miriam chuckled. Only if you plan on poking wild things with a stick. I might, she said, then smiled sweetly and stepped inside. The room smelled like lavender and old wood and had a quilt that looked handmade. Katniss dropped her bag on the bed and pulled her mic from the side pouch. She twisted the end, watching the tiny red light flicker on. New entry. Hollow Oak, Blue Ridge Mountains. Population? Unclear. Mystery level? High. She walked toward the window and peeked through the sheer curtain. The mist had started creeping in again, rolling between buildings like it had business of its own. There's something off about this place, she said quietly. Too clean, too charming, like a set built for a show nobody's watching anymore. But somebody is, always, watching. Her phone buzzed. A reminder, upload tomorrow's episode draft by midnight. She swiped it away and glanced at the folder on the nightstand. The girl in the article had vanished without a trace. No suspects, no leads. Last seen walking toward the woods. Katniss glanced at the window again. She hated coincidences. Later, she wandered into town on foot, mic in her bag and curiosity on a leash that pulled hard. People smiled as she passed, but there was a caution to their eyes, like they were measuring her in quiet, silent ways. At the griddle and grind, a woman with wheat-colored hair and eyes like polished secrets handed her a tea she hadn't asked for. "On the house," she said. "You've got the look of someone who digs too deep." "Excuse me?" Katniss frowned. The woman winked. "Welcome to Hollow Oak. I'm Twyla." Katniss took the cup warily. "Katniss! How'd you know? Names have weight here." Twyla sipped her own mug. "You came for bones and stories, right? Just be sure you know what you're digging up." There it was again, that eerie undercurrent, like the whole town was in on a joke she hadn't heard the punchline to. "I believe in ghosts," Katniss said, almost defensive. Twyla didn't blink. Ghosts are easy. It's the living you've got to watch. The door chimed as someone walked in, and Katniss turned to leave, cup in hand, heart thudding harder than the tea warranted. Outside, the shadows stretched longer. She caught the scent of rain that hadn't started falling yet. And him. Emmett. He was leaning against a tree now, arms still crossed, expression still carved from granite. Up close he looked even taller, broader, built like a man who didn't flinch when the world tried to break him. His voice rumbled low, like thunder before a storm. "You don't belong here." Katniss tilted her head. "Thanks for the warm welcome, Bigfoot." His jaw twitched. "These woods aren't safe for strangers." "Lucky for me, I'm not scared of the dark." "You should be." She stepped closer. "What is it with you people? Is there a town rule I missed about hazing newcomers?" "There's rules," he said, gaze flicking to the forest behind her. "And you'd be smart to follow them." Katniss met his stare, the hair at the back of her neck standing up, but not from fear. No, this was something else. Heat. Warning. That strange pull she got when her gut screamed something here matters. "I don't take kindly to being warned off," she said, "especially by guys who think glowering counts as a conversation." He didn't smile, didn't move. "I'm serious," he said quietly. "Stay out of the woods." She took a slow sip of her tea, watching him over the rim. "Yeah, we'll see." He didn't reply, just pushed off the tree and turned, disappearing down the trail like the shadows opened for him. Katniss stood there long after he was gone, the cup cooling in her hand, her heart beating faster than it should. Something was wrong here, and she'd be damned if she left without finding out what.
Chapter 2. Emmett. Emmett Hollowell didn't like being watched. He sure as hell didn't like doing the watching either. But here he was, standing at the moss-ringed edge of the council glade, arms crossed, jaw tight, eyes locked on the woman striding down Hollow Oak's main street like she already owned a piece of it. She was all legs and attitude, that one. Backpack slung casual over her shoulder, black waves of hair bouncing with every step, a worn leather satchel bumping against her hip. She moved like someone who didn't care she was being observed, like someone used to poking sleeping things just to see what they'd do. He'd seen that type before. City kind, fast-talking, fast-thinking, always with too many questions and not enough instinct to leave well enough alone. She wasn't dressed for the mountains either. Ripped jeans, old boots, a jacket full of buttons and snark. The kind of clothes that said I've seen things, but her eyes, hazel and sharp as broken glass. Those said I'm still looking. Maeve's voice hummed low beside him. She's already been to the cafe and the inn. Talked to Twyla. Smelled like oranges and curiosity. Emmett didn't answer right away. His focus stayed on the woman. Katniss, Miriam had said. Even her name grated, pointed, like something you might bleed from. She's not just visiting, he muttered. Nope, Maeve replied, popping the P. Miriam confirmed it. Said she's got gear, recording stuff, spoken to a mic when she thought no one was watching. Emmett's brow twitched. Podcast. Maeve tilted her head. You know what that is? I don't live under a rock. Could have fooled me. He cut her a look. She grinned. The glade rustled behind them, a low whisper of leaves and old magic. Varric and the others had already gone back to council business. Sent Emmett and Maeve with one clear task. Keep the newcomer out of trouble. Keep her out of the woods. And for the God's sake, don't let her stir up old ghosts. What made it harder was that this was a simple human, one who may believe in ghosts, but unaware of what type of town she had actually walked into. Emmett didn't care much for orders, but he cared even less for strangers, sniffing around things better left buried. I'll handle it, he said. Maeve lifted a brow. Thought you might say that. What's that supposed to mean? Means you've got to look, she said, nodding toward the woman across the square. Like a wolf who just caught scent of something he doesn't know what to do with. Emmett rolled his shoulders. She's nosy. She's pretty. Don't start. Maeve held up her hands, amused. Hey, if you want to pretend she doesn't make your hackles rise, be my guest. Just don't let her walk into the damn woods. Emmett didn't reply. She was already halfway to the edge of the trail. He intercepted her just past the Silver Fang. The trees loomed tall here, thick with shadow and the hum of distant power. Most folks didn't notice. Most folks didn't make it this far, but she wasn't most folks. You lost, he asked, stepping into her path. Katniss didn't flinch. She just stopped and looked him up and down like she was appraising a brick wall she was half considering punching through. Nope, just walking. This isn't a good place to wander, says the guy lurking in the trees like a serial killer. He huffed. You don't belong out here. Funny. That's the second time you said that. And you're still not listening. She crossed her arms. Is this town always this friendly, or am I just special? You're stirring things. Like what? Tea? Don't be cute. I'm not. I'm difficult. That earned her a sliver of his mouth twitching. Not quite a smile. More like his face forgot it didn't do those anymore. Katniss leaned a little closer, like she was trying to read between the lines he hadn't spoken yet. He didn't like the way his pulse answered her nearness. Didn't like the way her scent curled under his skin, bright citrus and something older, quieter. Something threaded with the woods already. That wasn't normal. You always this charming, she asked. Only for special guests. Well, congrats. You're killing it. Emmett stepped back before he did something stupid, like smile again. You shouldn't be poking around here. This place runs different. The folks here don't take kindly to strangers digging up what's meant to stay put. Her expression flickered just for a second, then snapped right back to cocky. Good thing I'm not here for anyone's kindness, she said. He should have walked away, should have let Maeve take this one, but he stood there instead, watching her disappear into the cafe again, watching the way the door swung shut like it didn't want to close behind her. That night, he sat on the porch of his cabin with a beer sweating in his hand and the weight of the council's words still heavy on his shoulders. Keep her close. Keep her quiet. The beer did nothing to quiet his thoughts. The woods whispered. They always did this time of year. Veil ran thinner when the moon turned waning, Trees leaned in, trails shifted underfoot. It wasn't dangerous unless something called it forward. Problem was, people like her, they called things, without even knowing. His wolf paced inside him, restless, hadn't stirred this much in months. "She's not for you," he said out loud, as if that might settle it. The wolf didn't agree. It didn't make sense. She was human, mortal, fragile in the way humans always were. Her skin too soft, bones too breakable. Except she hadn't looked fragile. Not really. She looked like trouble with a flashlight and a notebook. She looked like a question with no easy answer. And her scent, it still clung to his memory, just beneath the sharpness of pine and firewood. Emmett stared into the trees. If she kept pushing, she'd find things no one wanted to talk about. Things that hadn't healed right, not for the town, not for him. Things that were better to stay buried, not for convenience, but for safety. The wind shifted, cold, carrying the faintest echo of something old. He set the beer down and stood. The trail toward the inn cut through a thicket that only locals used. The veil usually didn't let outsiders find it. But if she had seer blood, he shook the thought loose. No point in chasing shadows. Not yet. Still, he'd be at the glade in the morning. He'd tell Varric about the interaction. He'd make sure someone stayed ahead of whatever storm she was about to bring with her. Because if Katniss Greaves kept nosing around Hollow Oak's secrets, it wasn't just her that'd end up broken. It might be all of them.
Chapter 3. Katniss. The griddle and grind smelled like cinnamon sugar and secrets. Katniss sank into a corner booth with her mic clipped to the neckline of her faded Zeppelin tee, her satchel open beside her, and her notebook already filled with half-legible scrawl. She'd interviewed 3 townsfolk this morning, each more charmingly evasive than the last. The butcher had smiled like she was a puppy asking about taxes. The woman at the quilting shop claimed to have moved here after the 90s and wasn't one for gossip, and the local librarian had mysteriously stepped out for a spell the moment Katniss mentioned the name Mabel Dorsey, the missing girl from the old article. Hollow Oak was tight-lipped, polite too, which made it harder. Folks here didn't slam doors or raise voices, they just shifted the subject, smiled around corners, changed directions like wind over water. And unfortunately, Katniss hadn't had to work this hard in a while due to everyone wanting their piece to be heard or 5 minutes of fame. But Katniss had been digging into cold cases for years. And if this town thought it could out-charm her, it didn't know who it was dealing with. A delicate clink of porcelain snapped her from her thoughts. A teacup, blue and gold-rimmed with steam curling like ribbon, appeared in front of her. "I call this one Moon Shadow Blend," the woman said, sliding into the booth opposite Katniss. "Good for clarity. And making people just talk a little more than they meant to." Twyla. Up close, the woman looked like a storybook come to life. Her wheat blonde hair was braided over one shoulder, wild bits tucked with sprigs of dried lavender. Her eyes, soft brown with flecks of something brighter, twinkled like they knew the punchline to a joke the rest of the world hadn't caught up to. Katniss raised a brow. "You drugged this?" Twyla grinned. "Only with intention. Nothing illegal, just persuasion in plant form." Katniss narrowed her eyes but took a sip. It tasted like honeyed smoke and something vaguely citrus. A warmth bloomed behind her eyes. "What kind of plants are we talking about?" "The kind that grow wild and whisper if you listen close." Katniss opened her notebook slowly, pen tapping against the paper. "You always this cryptic?" "Only with people who pretend they're not magical." "I'm not." "Yet." Katniss leaned in. "What do you know about Mabel Dorsey?" Twyla didn't flinch, just lifted her tea, eyes not leaving Katniss's. "She was too curious for her own good, like someone else I know." "That a compliment?" "That's a warning, sugar." Katniss blinked. "Based on what little there is to go off of, I assume maybe a wild animal? Like a wolf?" The word hung between them like static. Twyla didn't answer. Instead, she reached into the apron tied around her waist and pulled out a small cloth bundle. She unwrapped it slowly, revealing a pale sprig of dried thistle bound with silver thread. "Keep this on you," she said, sliding it across the table. "If you keep sniffing where no one wants you, you're gonna need it." Katniss picked it up. "I'm not scared of fairy tales." "You should be." The best ones are warnings wrapped in pretty language. A bell jingled near the counter, and Twyla rose like fog dissolving into sunlight. "Walk the trail past the lake," she said softly, turning away. "Some things want to be found." Katniss followed the winding trail out of town, past Moonmirror Lake, which shimmered like it had swallowed the sky. The water was unnervingly still, framed by weeping willows and moss-covered rocks. The kind of place you could swear was watching you back. The farther she walked, the more the world around her seemed to shift. The path narrowed, wildflowers thickened, and her phone lost signal 3 steps past a bent wooden sign marked only with a hand-carved crescent moon. Her boots crunched against fallen leaves, her breath growing shallower as the trees closed in. The light here was different, dimmer but golden, like sunlight filtering through something old. She pushed through a veil of hanging vines and stepped into a clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 15 feet across, ringed with ancient stones, their surfaces etched with unfamiliar symbols that seemed to be half-faded, half-glowing. The air smelled strange, not rotten or sweet, alive. She crouched near one of the stones, fingers brushing the carved groove. It pulsed faintly beneath her touch. Not possible. Katniss reached for her mic. Then a low growl stopped her cold. "What the hell are you doing out here?" She spun, heart hammering. Emmett Hollowell stood at the far edge of the clearing, arms crossed, flannel sleeves rolled up to the elbow. He looked like he'd been carved out of the mountain itself, solid, weathered, and severely displeased. Katniss straightened, chin high. "Walking," he stalked closer. "This isn't a damn park trail." "You don't own the woods." "Here?" His jaw ticked. "It sure as hell feels like I do." She turned back toward the stone, mic forgotten. "What is this place?" "Nothing you need to be messing with." "Wow, I must really just bring out the fun in you, huh?" He stopped beside her, too close. His presence was all heat and tension, and the scent of cedar and something storm-wild clung to him. "You shouldn't be here." "Is that because you think I'll trip and scrape my knee, or because you're hiding something?" He bent slightly, voice low. "Because this place remembers blood." She flinched before she could stop it. His gaze dropped to the charm in her pocket, Twyla's bundle of silver and thistle. "You went to see Twyla." "She does run the cafe." "Plus," she offered, Katniss said coolly. "And you just took it?" "Most people offer coffee." "This town hands out curses and riddles." He didn't smile. "You think this is a joke?" "No," she said, quieter now. "I think I finally found the reason everyone keeps dodging my questions." He stared at her like he was weighing something invisible. "The clearing," she said. "Mabel Dorsey, she came out here, didn't she?" Emmett's hands clenched at his sides. "I don't have answers for you," he said. "Not the ones you want." Katniss stepped closer, her voice softer. "Then what kind of answers do you have?" He didn't move. Didn't blink. But something in the air shifted between them, like the space narrowed without them meaning it to. Her shoulder brushed his arm, and the contact sparked heat down her spine. She should have stepped away. She didn't. Emmett looked down at her. His eyes weren't just gray-blue. They were storm clouds full of regret and warning. Of, "Don't come closer and I'll catch you if you do." His expression didn't flicker. "This isn't a game. I never said it was. But I've got a missing girl from the 1990s, a half-dozen evasive locals, and a clearing that feels like it remembers something ugly. You want to explain why this place hums like a live wire?" "Turn around," she blinked. "Excuse me? You don't belong here." "And I'm done repeating myself. I asked a question, and you won't like the answers." His voice dropped, a low growl beneath the words. "So stop digging where you don't understand the dirt." Katniss bristled. "You don't get to tell me where I can stand." His eyes darkened, storm gray and set, his hair falling slightly into his eye, giving him a more deadly look than it should have. "I do, when where you're standing soaked in old blood, and worse things that haven't had names in years." They locked eyes for a beat too long, and then, without touching her, without raising his voice, he took a step forward. That was all. Something in the air snapped tight. "You're leaving," he said. "Now." She opened her mouth to argue, but the look on his face wasn't up for debate. The command in it thrummed through her bones, ancient and wild and impossible to ignore. Heart pounding, she backed away. Not because she was afraid of him, because whatever lived behind his eyes, whatever was stirring now wasn't just him. Katniss turned and pushed through the trees, branches slapping her arms, the clearing disappearing faster than it should have. Her boots hit the path again only after she broke through a curtain of vines she didn't remember walking past on her way in. She looked back once. He was still there, standing like stone in the clearing, watching, not moving, not following. Her breath came fast, her hands shook. She didn't get answers. She got chased out. And she'd be damned if that didn't make her want them even more. Whatever he was guarding out here, it wasn't just a place. It was himself. And now Katniss wasn't sure which mystery she wanted to solve more, the missing girl, or the man walking 2 steps ahead with the weight of the woods on his shoulders.
Chapter 4. Emmett. Emmett didn't move until the sound of her boots disappeared. Even then, he stayed where he was, rooted to the edge of the clearing, like the old stones might come alive and drag him back to the past he'd buried here. The wind whispered through the trees, stirring the moss in slow waves. The air still carried her scent, tangled in the underbrush, citrus, ink, and heat. Too damn sharp for her own good. He hadn't meant to snap at her like that. Hell, he didn't even raise his voice. But the second she'd stepped past the veil of trees and into this place, she stopped being just a problem. She became a danger, not just to herself, to the whole damn town. Emmett's hands curled into fists at his sides. The old markings on the stones still shimmered faintly. He didn't need to touch them to know they pulsed with memory. Pack blood soaked into the roots, bones long since turned to earth. He hadn't been back here in years, not since the night he made the choice that got him exiled. Not since he walked away from the only family he'd ever known. His chest tightened, the weight of that night pressing against old ribs like it hadn't in a while. The screaming, the blood, the silence that followed, and the judgment that came after. They called it betrayal. He called it mercy. But Hollow Oak had given him a second chance, a place on the outer circle of trust where he was strong enough to defend the town, but never welcome enough to lead again. He'd taken the work the council offered, guard, enforcer, muscle when they needed it. The kind of job where no one asked you to smile, just show up and bleed if it came to that, and handyman during all other hours. And he'd made peace with it, mostly, until she rolled into town with her tangled hair and combat boots and sharp damn tongue. She asked questions like they were weapons, and she wasn't scared off by silence, which was usually how he kept people away. She looked at him like he was a puzzle she could solve if she just stared long enough. But this clearing, it wasn't for her. It wasn't for anyone. He finally turned and walked the perimeter, boots crunching soft on old pine needles. The sigils on the stones were worn, but not dead. Faint symbols of the old pack. Ashwin's mark carved in the largest stone, half erased from weather and time. A jagged triangle inside a circle. Blood symbol. Pack-bound. He spit into the dirt. Ashwin had claimed this land as sacred before twisting everything it stood for. Turned brotherhood into brutality. Turned obedience into chains. And Emmett had followed for too long, ignored too much, until that one night made it all impossible. He hadn't thought about that night in a long time. Not in detail. Not with the scent of burnt bones still caught behind his teeth. The fact that she, of all people, had stumbled into this place felt like a warning. or a joke from the veil itself. You buried it, but not deep enough. He exhaled through his nose, slow and steady, then brushed the nearest stone with his fingers. Cold, still pulsing. He didn't know how she found it. Humans weren't supposed to, not unless they were touched by the veil somehow, but she had walked right in. And more than that, she'd felt something. He saw it in the way she paused, hand hovering over the runes. Noticed the tension in her shoulders, like the clearing was whispering things to her it had no business sharing. She shouldn't have been able to sense any of that. Not unless... His jaw ticked. Seer blood. It was rare, usually dormant. Most who carried it didn't even know. But the veil did. It saw through things, pulled them in, chose who could stay and who got lost in the woods until they turned around or broke. He'd have to report it to Varric. The council would want to know. But not yet. Not until he made sure she didn't come back here on her own. Emmett turned from the stones and started walking. The path reformed behind him, faint and familiar. His wolf stirred low in his chest, pacing the way it always did after a threat passed but not far enough. She looked at him with fire in her eyes, and not fear, not confusion, challenge. It scraped something raw inside him. Back at the cabin, the shadows clung long after the sun had set. He dropped his jacket on the hook by the door and pulled a clean thermal over his head. His shoulder ached from where the old scar still pulled tight on cold days. The rogue attack that earned it had happened during the worst of the unrest, after Ashwin's pack shattered, before Emmett came to Hollow Oak. Maeve always told him the town saved him. He wasn't so sure. Sometimes it just felt like a cage made of pine and smoke and second chances with limits. The kettle on the stove whistled. He poured the water over loose chamomile in a chipped mug and leaned against the counter, eyes unfocused. He didn't let people in. Not really. He didn't let people close. But Katniss Greaves didn't ask permission. She crashed in like a storm and left everything louder than it was before. Too sharp, too curious, too damn pretty. She smelled like oranges and stubbornness, and something about that scent had his instincts bristling for reasons he didn't want to name. It didn't mean anything. Probably. He brought the mug to his lips and stared through the kitchen window at the edge of the woods. "Stay out," he muttered to the dark. He wasn't sure who he meant, but he knew that tea wasn't what was going to cut it. Not tonight. Maeve's tavern sounds like it has what he may need, so he grabbed his flannel and headed back out the door.
Chapter 5. Katniss. Katniss waited until the inn was quiet. No footsteps, no creaky floorboards overhead, no Miriam humming through the walls or clinking dishes in the kitchen below. Just the low whir of cicadas beyond the open window and the whisper of night air curling through the lace curtains. She tied her boots slow, quiet, slid her recorder into her satchel. No mic tonight, no notebooks, just instincts. Her jacket was still damp from this afternoon's run-in with Emmett Hollowell, and part of her wondered if she was actually losing it, creeping out after sundown with a man like that stomping through her thoughts. But something had been tugging at her gut ever since she left the clearing. A pull, like a thread wound around her ribs, drawing her back. It wasn't logic, it was need. She slipped out the back door and cut through the inn's garden, the moonlight soft and silver on her skin. Hollow Oak looked different at night, less quaint, more alive. Fireflies winked along the trail edges. Trees leaned closer, as if listening. Every breath of wind felt like it had a destination. She followed a narrow footpath past Moon Mirror Lake, where the water reflected not the stars above, but other things like glimmering lights that blinked in odd rhythm. She paused, watching the surface ripple once, twice, then still again like it had been startled into motion. "You're seeing things," she muttered, and kept walking. The trail thinned into underbrush, the roots thickening beneath her boots. A flicker of movement caught her eye near the base of a gnarled juniper, something metallic buried in the moss. She knelt. A rusted chain curled around itself like it had been there a long time. At the end of it, a locket. Oval, dingy bronze, worn smooth in places like someone used to rub it for comfort. She brushed the dirt away with her fingers. There was a symbol etched into the front. Rough, jagged, a triangle circled in flame-like lines. It wasn't any language she recognized. Her thumb ghosted over it, and the world began to spin. Hard. Like the ground dropped out from under her. She gasped and dropped the locket, but it was too late. Her eyes flooded with light. No, images. Flash after flash, bleeding through her vision like heat waves on asphalt. A girl in a red jacket running between trees, a voice calling her name, the taste of blood, a clawed hand reaching, a howl cut short. Katniss stumbled back, breath hitched, throat dry. The trees blurred. The moss shimmered gold. Her legs gave out, and the forest swallowed her whole as darkness overtook her, and screams fading into the background. She came to with her face pressed into damp moss, and her limbs twisted under her like a poorly assembled mannequin. Everything hurt, even her eyelashes. Someone said her name. Low, rough, familiar. Katniss! She cracked one eye open. Emmett was crouched beside her, one knee in the dirt, his flannel sleeves rolled up again, that deep scowl back in place. Moonlight turned the edges of his dark hair silver, and his eyes, stormy, sharp, moved over her like he was checking for damage. She groaned. "You really need to stop finding me. You really need to stop wandering into places you don't understand." I wasn't... She winced, trying to sit up. His hand caught her elbow before she could fall sideways again. "Easy." His palm was warm, steady. "You blacked out." "I found... something." She looked around. The locket was gone, or hidden. Or maybe she'd imagined the whole thing. There was a symbol on a locket, and then... Her throat tightened. She didn't want to say it. "You saw something." It wasn't a question. She stared at him. "How do you know that?" His jaw tensed. "Because this isn't the first time this place has done that." Done what? Make people collapse? Make them see. Katniss shivered. Not from cold, from the way his voice dropped on that word. Like it meant something more. Something dangerous. "You think I'm hallucinating?" "I think you need to stop poking things that don't belong to you." "Helpful." She tried to shake his hand off. He didn't let go. "I found you unconscious, pale as snow, with your pulse thready and your eyes fluttering like you were caught between worlds." His voice was low and edged. "You think that's nothing?" Katniss snapped. "I think I'd like my arm back." He released her, slowly. She didn't miss the way his fingers lingered half a beat too long. Katniss pushed herself upright and leaned back against a tree. Her head throbbed like she'd been drop-kicked by a mule. Her hands still trembled. "You said this place shows people things," she said. "What does that mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like." "Visions?" He didn't answer, just looked off toward the trees like the branches might come down and end the conversation for him. She pressed her palms to her eyes. "It was a girl!" Red coat. She was running. Silence. When she peeked, Emmett's face was unreadable. "Mabel," she said quietly. "Was she wearing a red coat when she disappeared?" His expression didn't change, but the shift in his body was immediate. Shoulders locked, hands fisted, like a switch flipped deep inside him. "I don't know what you think you're chasing," he said, "but you need to stop." Katniss stared at him. "I'm not making this up." "I didn't say you were." "Then why are you looking at me like I'm the problem?" "Because you are." Her breath caught. She blinked. "Wow, that's blunt, even for you. You walk into sacred ground like it's your playground. You poke at wounds that haven't scabbed over. You don't ask, you take. That gets people hurt." "I didn't take anything." He pointed toward the tree behind her. "That's the edge." "The edge of what?" He didn't answer. "You all keep talking like these woods have rules I can't see." "They do." "Then tell me what they are." "I can't." She stood, swaying a little but upright. "You won't," she corrected. Their eyes met, and for a second the tension snapped into something else. Something hotter. Closer. His gaze dropped to her mouth. Hers lingered on the scar under his jaw, the one that disappeared into the collar of his shirt. Katniss took a slow step forward. "You're not just trying to scare me off," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "No? You're trying to protect something." He didn't move. She reached out and touched the front of his shirt just above where his heart beat slow and strong beneath the fabric. Maybe someone. He caught her wrist, not hard, but firm. "This town doesn't play fair," he said. "I never liked fair." They stood like that for a breath too long, close enough to trade heat, closer still to something unspoken. And then everything shifted. Katniss jerked like she'd been yanked backward by a hook lodged behind her eyes. Her body stiffened, her knees buckled. Emmett reached for her, but she was already falling. The clearing, the trees, the night, they all blinked out. She was standing somewhere else. The inn, but broken. Glass glittered across the floor like ice. The walls were scorched. Emmett lay crumpled in the hallway, blood smeared across his chest, eyes shut. No. The air crackled, a shadow moved at the edge of her vision. A low growl that wasn't quite human rippled through the dark. "Katniss," someone said, distant and muffled. "No, no, no. Katniss." Her name again, louder. The vision cracked apart. She gasped and came to in the dirt, Emmett's arms around her, one hand steadying her head, the other gripping her shoulder like he was anchoring her to the present. Her lips trembled. It happened again. He didn't ask what, didn't scold. Just lifted her in one smooth motion like she weighed nothing, like carrying startled, half-conscious women through the woods was something he'd done 1,000 times. She tried to sit up. "I can walk." "You're not walking," he said, voice rougher than before. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and she let herself listen to the steady thump of his heart trying to process what was happening to her. They moved through the woods, Emmett silent, purposeful. The air around them rippled once like they passed through something she couldn't see, and then the town's lights broke through the branches. She spotted the inn, its porch light casting a soft glow across the steps. "I saw," she whispered, but the words broke apart. "Don't say it yet," Emmett muttered. "Wait till we get to Miriam." Katniss didn't argue. She just closed her eyes and let him carry her.
Chapter 6. Emmett. Emmett pushed through the inn's back door without knocking. Miriam looked up from her chair by the fireplace, half-moon spectacles slipping down her nose, knitting needles clutched mid-stitch. Her gaze fell on the woman in his arms, limp but breathing, and the worry in her face didn't spike. It settled, like she'd been expecting something like this to happen. "You better not be bleeding on my floors," she said calmly, rising. "She passed out," Emmett said, "second time today in less than an hour." "Set her down there," Miriam gestured toward the long couch by the bookshelves, head elevated. "Don't drop her, Wolf." He didn't. Katniss stirred, lashes twitching. Her cheeks were pale, but there was warmth in her skin. Alive. Whatever it was that yanked her down hadn't taken her too far. Emmett crouched beside the couch, one hand hovering near her elbow, unsure if he meant to steady her again or just needed to stay close. Miriam knelt on the other side and laid 2 fingers against Katniss's temple. Her touch was gentle, but her expression turned sharp. "She's not fevered," Miriam said quietly, "but her pulse is off. It's not shock. It's something else." Emmett's jaw flexed. "I found her past the lake, near the old ridge trail." Miriam's eyes snapped to him. "The Vale's Edge?" He nodded once. "She shouldn't have been able to reach that on her own," the innkeeper muttered. "She shouldn't be able to see what she's seeing either." Miriam didn't respond right away. Her gaze dropped back to the girl curled on her floral cushions. Her hazel eyes fluttered, but didn't open. Her fingers twitched like they were searching for something invisible. "She's waking up," Miriam whispered. Emmett knew what she meant, and it wasn't about Katniss simply waking from a fainting spell. And the town's not going to like it. Emmett stood, pacing once to the window and back. She said she saw a girl, a red coat. Then she saw me, hurt, bleeding. Or at least that was what it sounded like through her mumbles as she drifted in and out. Miriam looked up. You believe her? I don't know what else to believe. He rubbed a hand through his hair. She's not lying. I'd smell it. Miriam made a low, thoughtful noise. He should have left it there. Should have gone straight to Maeve's tavern like he'd planned. But something in his gut had told him to double back. A flicker of unease like the trees whispered wrong. And sure enough, he'd found Katniss crumpled in the moss like she'd been dropped by something too big to see. I thought she was just another outsider chasing a dead story, he said. She still might be, Miriam replied, folding her hands in her lap. No, he said, voice tightening. There's something pulling her. You know it. She's not here by accident. Miriam nodded slowly, then stood. Wait here. She disappeared into a back room, the one that smelled faintly of cedar and old parchment. When she returned, she held a small glass vial in one hand, a strip of fabric in the other. She dipped the cloth, then gently pressed it to Katniss's forehead. The girl groaned, shifted, then blinked groggily. Welcome back, sweetheart, Miriam said softly. You gave him quite the scare. Emmett crossed his arms, grunting. I wasn't scared. Katniss looked up at him, dazed. Still the charmer, I see. Miriam smiled. Good, her sass is intact. That's a sign. Katniss sat up slowly, eyes scanning the room. What happened? You tell me, Miriam said, handing her a glass of water. You blacked out. Again, according to Emmett. What did you see this time? Katniss hesitated. Her fingers curled around the glass like it anchored her. The inn, she whispered. Broken windows. Blood on the floor. Emmett, he was hurt. Bad. She looked up at him, guilt flickering behind her eyes. I saw you dying. His stomach twisted, but he didn't let it show. Miriam pulled a stool closer and leaned in. Do you know what a seer is, Katniss? She blinked. Like fortune tellers? Not exactly. Seers don't guess. They witness. Past, present, sometimes futures. Glimpses through the veil, uninvited. Katniss went still. You're saying I'm what? Magic? Not magic, Miriam said gently. Gifted. And probably born with it. Katniss laughed once. No humor. My mom couldn't predict a thunderstorm with her knees. My dad thought tarot was a scam. Doesn't mean it wasn't there, Miriam said. Most gifts stay dormant unless they're woken up. Katniss ran a hand over her face. Say I do have this gift. What woke mine up? Miriam answered. This town alone could have done it. You looking for things. As she went on, Emmett's eyes narrowed with realization. Twyla. He remembered the little cloth bundle Katniss had tucked into her jacket pocket, the sprig of silver thistle bound in fey thread. He clenched his fists. That tea-slinging troublemaker knew exactly what Katniss was, and still sent her poking around the ridge like it was a Sunday stroll. Miriam turned to him. You need to go. The council's meeting. They'll want to hear this directly. I'm not leaving her alone. She's safe here. Emmett hesitated. He looked at Katniss, who met his stare, shaken but steady. I'll be fine, she said softly. Go. He nodded once and left. The council glade sat hushed beneath moon-soaked branches, the air humming with magic too old to explain. The 5 members stood in a loose arc around the stone circle. Varric the Elder, with his moonlight hair and storm cloud eyes, watched them all as Maeve, arms crossed, expression unreadable, stood guard, and the rest watched Emmett like he was still the exiled kid too stubborn to fall in line. He gave his report short and sharp, where he found her, what she saw, the symbol on the locket, her collapse. When he finished, the glade went quiet. She's a risk, muttered Elder Bram. The Veil hasn't reacted like this in years. And she's human. She's not just human, Emmett said. She's got seer blood. Miriam confirmed it. Which makes her more dangerous, Varric said calmly. If the wrong force gets a hold of her, she could be weaponized, used to tear open parts of the veil we've sealed for centuries. She didn't ask for this, Emmett snapped. Maeve arched a brow. And now you care? He looked away. I don't think she's the threat here. Then what do you suggest? Varric asked. Emmett stared at the trees for a long beat before answering. Let me watch her. Keep her close as you told me to do. If something's waking in her, I'll be the first to know. And if she becomes a danger with what she is looking for or what is happening to her. He didn't finish the sentence. Varric's eyes searched his face. You're sure you can handle that? No, Emmett said, but I'll do it anyway. Silence again. Varric nodded. She stays. Under guard. Do you remember what happened the last time we had to keep watch on someone? Maeve asked. Varric only said, My judgment stands. If Emmett thinks it's worth it, then the council will trust him to keep watch. For now, Maeve muttered under her breath as they dispersed. You're getting soft, Hollowell. He didn't answer, because somewhere deep in his chest, something old stirred, and he wasn't sure if it was the past Katniss was digging up or something else that he thought he had buried.
Chapter 7. Katniss. Katniss tossed her duffel onto the bed and flopped down with a huff. The mattress was firmer than she liked, the headboard had a suspicious wobble, and the lace curtains gave off a vibe that screamed, Your grandmother's doilies are watching. She'd been moved, upgraded according to Miriam, to a larger room at the back of the inn. Quieter, private. Which, Katniss suspected, really meant within earshot of Emmett Hollowell's patrol route. The window faced the woods. Not the picturesque part near Moonmirror Lake, but the old trails that sloped into mist and shadow. She could hear the trees groaning softly in the breeze. Sometimes they sounded like they were whispering to each other, or maybe she just needed more sleep. She dropped onto the bed and exhaled, letting the floral quilt puff up around her. She wasn't stupid. She knew what this was. A soft kind of surveillance. The room happened to be along the path Emmett walked every day during patrols. The same Emmett who hadn't spoken more than 5 words to her since carrying her through the woods last night. Or really since she had gotten there. And those 5 words had been, Don't make me regret this. Charming. She rolled onto her side and looked toward the window. Just past the garden, the woods waited. And somewhere in that blur of green and gold, Emmett Hollowell was probably scowling at a squirrel and pretending he didn't care she existed. A knock pulled her out of her thoughts. She sat up. Come in. Miriam peeked in, holding a plate and a half-lifted brow. I figured you didn't eat anything yesterday that didn't come with emotional trauma, so I made cheese biscuits. Katniss blinked. You're a saint. Careful, Miriam said, setting the plate on the dresser. I'm only sweet on days that end in biscuits. Which, around here, is most days. Katniss smiled and reached for one, then hesitated. It's just butter and love. Eat. She did. Warm, flaky, a hint of thyme. She closed her eyes for a second longer than necessary. I put you back here because you'll have more privacy, Miriam said, watching her carefully. But also because the back porch is on Emmett's path. You'll see him most mornings and evenings. Katniss nodded slowly. How convenient. Careful with him, Miriam said softly. He's still learning to come back to people. I'm not trying to unravel him. No, but you've already started. Then the woman left, door clicking shut behind her. Katniss stared at it for a beat, then looked back down at the half-eaten biscuit in her hand. Great, she muttered. I'm a walking existential crisis magnet. She pulled her boots back on, shrugged into her jacket, and headed downstairs. No point in pretending she wasn't going to follow Emmett. She needed a guide, and he was insisting on being that to her. Whether he wanted to or not, she couldn't tell. But if she was going to get any answers for her podcast and this case, then she needed a guide. She found him kneeling near the garden, stacking chunks of broken stone into a neat pile. You digging a grave or fixing something? He didn't look up. Marker stone fell in the wind. I'm resetting it. Can't have crooked markers, she said dryly. What would the squirrels think? Emmett stood and wiped his hands on his jeans. You planning to follow me all day or just heckle from the sidelines? That depends. You planning to ignore every warning sign I point out along the way? His eyes flicked toward her, sharp and a little tired. You mean your vibes? Yes, my vibes. It's called intuition. It's called seer magic, he muttered, turning toward the woods. She frowned and fell into step beside him. I'm not magic. Never said you were. You just did. You said seer magic. He didn't slow. I said what you're doing has a name. Doesn't mean you're throwing fireballs or glowing under the moon. Well, thank God for that, she exhaled. I've never even held a crystal, Emmett. I don't meditate. I believe in ghosts because I've seen them. But all this talk about visions and ancient walls whispering to me? It sounds like the start of a mental breakdown. It's not that simple. Then explain it to me like I didn't just walk out of a fantasy novel. He paused, eyes scanning the tree line before speaking again. Some people are born with one foot on either side of a wall. They can't see it, not at first, but they feel it. That tug. That gut-deep knowing something's wrong before it happens. It's the veil, trying to get through. She squinted at him. The wall is called the veil? He nodded. Separates what you know from what you don't. Most folks never get close to it. But you brushed up against it hard enough that it cracked something open. I don't even know what that means. You don't have to, he said, but stop pretending everything's either fake or explainable. I'm not pretending. I'm just not ready to believe I'm the ghost whisperer prophet of Hollow Oak. Emmett stopped walking and turned to her, jaw set. You collapsed. Twice. You saw things before they happened and things that already had. And you still think this is just a coincidence? She hesitated. I think trauma does weird things to people. Stress, neurological spikes. I've been digging through cold cases since I was 20. This town's creeping under my skin, that's all. His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. You don't have to believe it for it to be real. She looked away, pulse tapping on her throat. I just don't want to lose control of my own head. He was quiet for a long beat, then softer. Neither did I. She glanced back. He didn't offer more, and she didn't push, but something in his voice left a quiet echo in her ribs. They started walking again. He led her down the northern trail, one she hadn't seen before. The trees were younger here, thinner, with honeysuckle climbing their trunks, and sunlight breaking through the canopy in long gold slants. The air smelled like damp cedar and something sweet she couldn't place. A red fox darted across the path up ahead. Instinctively, Emmett threw an arm out, catching her just shy of the shoulder. She blinked, heart racing. Fox, not a dragon. You weren't looking. You were staring at a tree. He didn't move his arm. She didn't duck out from under it. Eventually, they fell into rhythm. The path wove gently downhill, and she slowed once, pulled off course by a lopsided cluster of mushrooms. Feel that? She asked, crouching. The air's colder here. Emmett looked annoyed. You're going off course again. There's a shift in the soil. There's always a shift. She stood. You know, for a guy who's worried I might trigger a town-wide haunting, you're not exactly curious about what I'm picking up. I am curious, he said flatly. I'm just not reckless. They bickered the rest of the trail. About methods, about logic, about whether vibe science was a real field. But she noticed the way he stayed close. The way his hand brushed hers when he handed her a water bottle. The way he waited when she paused to scribble something down in her field journal, even if he pretended not to care. That night, the sky turned pale lilac with dusk as they returned to the inn. Katniss leaned on the porch railing and stretched her arms overhead with a groan. I think I have splinters in muscles I didn't know existed. Emmett leaned beside her, arms crossed, one eyebrow lifting. You whine a lot for someone who insisted on coming. I'm not whining. I'm narrating. And how else was I going to get the lay of the land to get a grasp on this cold case? No one is talking, and you kept stopping me every time I went out on my own. His mouth twitched. The first hint of a smirk she'd seen. I'll be back before dawn, he said after a pause. Miriam wants fresh warding laid by the east field. Cool, she said, trying not to smile. I'll bring the vibes. He started down the steps but hesitated halfway, turned. Katniss! She looked up. If something doesn't feel right, you tell me. You don't chase it. You don't go it alone. You tell me. The words hit soft and firm, like the hand he'd held to her elbow back in the clearing, like a tether. Something in her chest tugged at that. Okay, she said quietly. He nodded and walked into the dark, swallowed by trees and silence. She stayed where she was, arms folded against the railing, watching the mist curl along the garden path like it was listening too. She didn't believe in fate. She still wasn't sure she believed in magic. But the pull toward him? That felt real. And she wasn't sure if that scared her more than any ghost ever could.
Chapter 8. Emmett. The woods were too quiet, not peaceful, hollow. Emmett kept to the narrow trail just north of the ridge, the soles of his boots whispering over damp needles and fallen leaves. The air carried the scent of distant rain, pine bark, and something faintly bitter underneath it, like steel left to rust in the dirt. Maeve walked a few paces behind, boots lighter, movement smoother. She was sipping from a travel mug shaped like a bullet casing, her short black hair pulled into a tight braid that barely brushed her collar. Her dark eyes scanned the trees like they were waiting to misbehave. This is the most boring patrol I've had all week, she muttered. Even the raccoons are behaving. Keep walking, Emmett said without looking at her. You're grumpier than usual. What, did Katniss tell you her vibes were acting up again and you didn't listen fast enough? He shot her a look over his shoulder. Don't start. Maeve grinned and sipped her tea. You know I'm going to. You're practically radiating it. Radiating what? The she's under my skin and I don't know what to do about it energy. It's loud. Emmett huffed. She's stubborn. That's all. Mm-hmm, Maeve said noncommittal. And totally not your type. I don't have a type, she scoffed. That's adorable. If brooding wolves had a dating profile, you'd be top tier for emotionally unavailable. He ignored her. They kept moving, the trail narrowing into a thicker patch of spruce and oak. Moonlight barely made it through the canopy here, and the trees pressed in close, limbs creaking with old weight. She doing okay? Maeve asked more gently this time. Emmett nodded once. Miriam says she's stable. No more collapses. And the visions? He didn't answer, so Maeve let it go. They stopped near the council's western marker tree, one of the old birches woven with protective spells, carved generations ago to anchor the veil in place. Callum had flagged this spot during his rounds 2 days ago. Something had felt off, he said, tense, like the tree was watching him back and not in its usual way. Emmett stepped forward and scanned the bark. He sucked in a breath when he saw it. There, carved near the base, was a symbol he hadn't seen in 10 years. A jagged triangle inside a circle, marked through the center with 3 sharp lines. His throat dried. Maeve moved in beside him. That's not new magic. No, Emmett said quietly. It's a warning. You recognize it. He nodded, slow and stiff. It's his, isn't it? Emmett didn't answer right away. The world around them seemed to still, the trees waiting, breath held. 10 years ago, that same mark had been carved into the heartwood of every tree surrounding their old camp. Ashwin had branded everything they touched, claimed land, people, fear, said it was the only way to keep order. They were just wolves once, then they became weapons. Emmett remembered the day he walked away. The boy they'd cornered had been maybe 16, half-starved, covered in old bruises. Ashwin said he was a threat, said weakness was contagious. Emmett had looked at the boy and seen his younger brother's face, So he let him go. And for that, for mercy, he was marked traitor and driven out. Ashwin never forgave disobedience. Maeve placed a hand on his shoulder, fingers firm. She's stirring up more than just that seer blood. Emmett didn't look at her. Maeve's tone dropped. You think Ashwin can feel it? Her digging? He finally nodded. He always did have a nose for leverage. Maeve's lips pressed into a tight line. She's chasing a cold case no one in this town has spoken about in 30 years. And now this shows up? She gestured to the rune with a flick of her wrist. That's not just coincidence. That's bait, and it's working. No, Emmett said, eyes still fixed on the carving. It's a warning. Maeve exhaled, low and annoyed. I'll get word to Varric. He'll want the ward checked, maybe even resealed. He gave a small nod but didn't move. Maeve hesitated beside him, then added, You get too close, you're going to lose your edge. She's not safe, he said quietly. That's not what I meant. He didn't reply. Maeve's footsteps disappeared into the dark, leaving Emmett standing alone in the hush of trees that remembered too much. Emmett stood there a long while, staring at the carved lines like they might shift if he stared long enough. Eventually, he touched the bark with 2 fingers. It was fresh, not even a week old, which meant Ashwin wasn't just watching. He was here, somewhere past the veil, waiting. Emmett didn't sleep that night. The wind howled through the upper windows of his home. He sat in a worn armchair beside the cold hearth, staring at the blade laid across his lap. The edge had dulled. He'd sharpen it tomorrow. He could still see the shape of that mark behind his eyes. Could still feel the press of Katniss's fingers at his chest from the night before. Maybe someone, she had said. His chest had never felt heavier. She didn't know the world she'd stepped into. Didn't know what he had once done to survive it. Didn't know that monsters sometimes wore the face of the man who carried her home.
Chapter 9. Katniss. Katniss sat cross-legged on the quilt-covered bed, her podcast mic perched on the edge of her nightstand like a waiting question mark. The room around her was still, the window cracked just enough to let in the smell of damp leaves and wild mint from the garden below. She pressed the button and the red light blinked to life. Audio log, episode draft, working title, Whispers in the Pines. She took a breath, already feeling the tightness settle behind her ribs. I came to Hollow Oak looking for the truth behind a missing girl named Mabel Dorsey. 1992. Vanished after school. No suspects. No body. Just a lot of quiet stairs and doors that never quite close. Katniss shifted on the bed, brushing a curl from her face. And I thought I'd found a sleepy town full of gossip and secrets, the kind that unravel with a little pressure. But it's different here. Heavier. Like every step you take shifts something underneath. She hesitated. I've followed whispers. Gut feelings. I've blacked out twice, seen visions that don't make sense. One was of a particular man in charge of guiding me, more like guarding, based on the welcome I've received here. In that vision, he was dying. I thought it was inside the hearth and hollow in at first. But now I'm not so sure. Her throat tightened as she thought about the vision she had had again earlier that day. She hadn't told anyone, just her mic right now. I haven't published this one. And I might not. Something's scratching at the inside of my instincts, telling me that if I hit upload, it'll tip things in the wrong direction. Like this story's not just mine to tell. She stared at the blinking light, then pressed stop. The file sat there on her screen, red and pulsing like a heartbeat. She didn't name it, didn't save it, just let it hover. Not yet. Katniss stood and crossed the room, pulling the curtain aside. The woods swayed gently in the wind, but the trail leading into them looked darker than usual, like the trees leaned in a little too far tonight. Her fingertips brushed the windowsill. She'd grown up in places where the silence meant safety, where the worst thing lurking was a lie someone was too ashamed to say out loud. But Hollow Oak had layers she couldn't peel away, and every time she got close to something solid, it twisted just enough to make her doubt her grip. She turned away from the window and picked up her notebook. Flipping to a fresh page, she started writing. Vision 3, Night/Forest/Emmett. The details were sharper now. This time, the blood wasn't on the floorboards of the inn. It soaked into soil, pine needles, moss. His body was slumped against a tree, hand pressed to his ribs, breathing shallow, eyes wide and wild, not from pain but from recognition, like he'd seen something he thought was long gone. She didn't see the attacker, but she heard growling. Not human, not quite animal either. She chewed the end of her pen and stared at the page until the ink bled through. Her phone buzzed, a message from Miriam. "Dinner's downstairs if you're hungry, chicken pot pie and blackberry crumble." She smiled faintly. Miriam cooked like she ran a spell shop on the side, which honestly wouldn't even surprise her anymore. Still barefoot, she padded into the hallway and down the old wooden stairs. The smell hit her halfway down. Butter, thyme, warm berries, and something earthier, like rosemary roasted in a cast-iron pan. Miriam looked up from the stove as she entered. "You're late." I almost started reading your eulogy. "Got caught up in edits," Katniss said, sliding into a chair at the long kitchen table. "Still deciding if I'm the unreliable narrator." "Dinner's in the oven," Miriam said, turning back to the pot. "Help yourself." She stood and moved toward the counter, glancing once toward the back window. The light caught the edge of the garden. Something moved beyond it. Tall, lean, quiet. Emmett. She paused, hand hovering over the pie dish. "Is he always patrolling?" she asked without looking back. Miriam made a soft noise. "He's always watching." Katniss served herself a slice and brought it back to the table, picking at the crust while her thoughts churned. "I think something's coming," she said softly. Miriam didn't answer right away, just turned off the burner and set her spoon down. "Then it's good you're here," she said at last. Katniss blinked. "I didn't say it was something I could stop." "No," Miriam replied, pouring 2 glasses of cider, "but maybe you'll see it coming." And maybe that's enough. Later that night, Katniss curled beneath the quilt and stared at the ceiling. Her thoughts refused to quiet. That vision had been too vivid. She could still feel the chill in the dirt, the way the bark scraped under her palms as she reached for him. It had felt real, too real. She turned onto her side, eyes drifting toward the window again. Somewhere out there, Emmett was moving through the trees with that slow, careful stride of his. Every step measured, every sense sharp. He didn't talk much, but his actions spoke louder than anyone else she'd ever met. When she stumbled, he caught her. When she questioned everything, he didn't push, just anchored her quietly until she could steady herself. And now she'd seen him hurt, bleeding, alone, her fingers curled in the sheets. Tomorrow, she'd find him. Not to warn him, he wouldn't listen to that. But just to be where he was. Because something was coming. And this time, she didn't want to see it from a distance after it had already happened.
Chapter 10. Emmett. The hammer slipped in his grip. Emmett caught it before it clattered to the floor and stared at the half-repaired stair rail at the side of the griddle and grind. A clean crack through the cedar post. Easy fix. 15 minutes, maybe 20 if he sanded it properly. But his hands wouldn't stay steady. The weight in his chest didn't belong to the job, though. It pressed in, tight and pointed, like something primal shifting under his skin that knew something he didn't yet. He straightened, sniffed the air. Nothing. Not the scent he was searching for. That was what bothered him most. He wiped his palms on his jeans and headed down the street, boots crunching against gravel and stray pine needles. The town was quiet for a late morning. No mail cart, no gossip by the mercantile porch. Even the air felt off, being damp and heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. He reached the Hearth and Hollow Inn in 6 long strides and found Miriam in the kitchen, rolling out dough with a calm that didn't match the urgency knotting his gut. She didn't look up when he stepped in. "You're early for lunch." Where's Katniss? Miriam paused mid-roll, hands still pressed into the flower. She said she was going out to write. Took her journal. Where? She didn't say. His stomach dropped. He turned and was already moving through the foyer. Behind him, Miriam called after him. Emmett! He paused in the doorway, fingers flexing against the frame. She's smart, she said, but the veil doesn't care about smart. That was the problem. The veil had a mood, and today it felt angry. The path to Moonmirror Lake stretched long and slick with dew. Trees leaned in too close. Roots shifted beneath the dirt like something was wriggling below. He picked up speed. Her scent caught on the wind near the ridge of bergamot and sun-warmed citrus, tangled with the faintest trace of static. His wolf stirred. The hairs on the back of his neck rose just before the ripple hit. Not a sound, not a flash, just pressure, like the air flexed. Veil surge. He took off at a sprint. The edge of the lake appeared through the trees in a blur of green and gold. The water shimmered strangely, like the reflection had forgotten how to behave. Wind skated across the surface, then reversed midstream. And there, half kneeling near the base of a willow, clutching her notebook like it could anchor her, was Katniss. She didn't see or feel the wave coming. Veil energy hit like a rogue tide, thick and shivering. Branches bent toward her, bark splitting at the seams. She swayed once, then dropped to a knee, eyes dazed. He lunged between her and the surge. The blow slammed into his side like a freight truck of wind and cold. Sharp talons of invisible force scraped across his ribs, slicing through shirt and skin alike. He growled, half shifting just long enough for his body to absorb the worst of it. The pain bit deep. He caught her before she went down. She looked up, pupils blown wide, lips parted like she was about to say something, but couldn't find the words. You okay? He asked, voice low and raw. I think so. Her voice trembled. It felt like it didn't want me here. I thought I was just being paranoid. It didn't, and you weren't, he said simply. She looked down. Her eyes widened. You're bleeding. He glanced down at the dark streak spreading across his side. His shirt clung to the gash, fabric torn clean through. Just a scratch. Don't do that, she snapped. Don't brush it off like it's nothing. He raised a brow, surprised at the heat in her voice. I've seen worse, he said. Well, I haven't, she muttered. They sat there for a beat longer before she grabbed her bag and fished out a small first aid kit. Nothing fancy, but stocked well. Alcohol wipes, gauze, even butterfly stitches. Lift your shirt, she said. He hesitated. She didn't know what he was and how quickly he would heal. Her gaze met his, unflinching. I swear if you growl at me, I'll stab you with my tweezers. He lifted it. The wound stretched along his ribs, angry and shallow, but long enough to sting like hell. Blood smeared across his side, already beginning to clot in streaks of red and brown. Katniss's fingers were warm and sure as she cleaned the gash. Gentle but not timid. She worked in silence, brow furrowed. You've done this before, he said. Comes with the territory. What territory is that? She didn't answer right away. Her hand slowed. Sometimes people don't want help until they're bleeding, she said finally. So I learned how to patch them up anyway. His jaw tightened. You shouldn't have been out here alone, he said. I've been alone a long time. That's not the same thing. She finished wrapping his ribs, then sat back with a sigh. I didn't expect to get attacked by invisible wind, she said. He grunted. That wasn't just wind. Yeah, I'm getting that. They fell quiet. The lake's surface had stilled, but the trees still bent wrong, like they remembered what happened and weren't done talking about it. Katniss shifted closer and let her hand rest on his wounds. His body froze. She didn't joke, just simply said, thank you, and sat there quiet and close as the breeze pushed softly around them. He didn't move away. Couldn't. Not when something inside him had just clicked into place. A low, deep hum in his chest, ancient and true. He'd known her scent since the moment she stepped into town. But this was something else. His wolf stirred again, but not out of fear. Recognition. It pressed at the base of his spine, rose through his ribs like a second heartbeat. Mine. Emmett closed his eyes. He hadn't believed it, hadn't wanted to, but sitting there, with her warmth against him and the taste of blood still in his mouth, He couldn't deny it anymore. Katniss Greaves, sharp-tongued, chaos-hearted, wholly human, was his mate.
Chapter 11. Katniss. The bell over the door at the Griddle and Grind let out a soft chime as Katniss stepped inside. Warm air wrapped around her, thick with the scent of baked peaches, clove, and roasted beans. Light spilled in from stained glass windows in hazy ribbons of amber and rose. The cafe looked like it had been stitched together with mismatched charm of overstuffed chairs pulled close to crooked bookshelves, hand-painted mugs dangling above the counter like ceramic wind chimes, and a sugar jar shaped like a frog. Twyla Honeytree stood behind the counter, pouring hot water over a bundle of herbs in a tea strainer that looked suspiciously like it had been made from copper wire and moonlight. Her wheat-colored braid swung over her shoulder, dotted with dried blooms that looked real, but shimmered too much in the light. "Back again," Twyla said without looking up. "You're either hungry for answers or addicted to my pastries." Katniss shrugged out of her jacket. "Can it be both?" "Not the way you're holding yourself," Twyla said, eyes flicking to her like a hawk's. "You've got the look of someone who asked the woods a question and didn't like the reply." Katniss slid onto the stool at the counter. "You always talk like you're half a step ahead." "It's in my blood." "That's our thing," Twyla poured the tea and set it in front of her with a wink. "Try the blackberry sage. You'll like it." Katniss eyed the mug, then sipped. It was earthy and sweet, with a sharp, cool edge that lingered on her tongue. "Still have your charm?" Twyla asked, wiping her hands on her apron. "The silver thistle bundle I gave you?" Katniss blinked. "Yeah, it's in my bag." "Good. Hand it over." Katniss fished it out and set it on the counter. The dried herb bundle looked the same as when Twyla had given it to her, silver thistle bound in twine, faintly fragrant, tucked in a fold of wax paper. Twyla pulled something from beneath the counter, a small tuft of coarse, pale fur. Katniss stared. "Is that—" "Wolf," Twyla said. "Local." Katniss frowned. "That legal?" "Only if you get it from the source." Twyla's eyes sparkled. "And this one volunteered." Katniss didn't ask. She wasn't sure she wanted to know. Twyla tucked the fur into the bundle and bound it tighter with a single red thread. "There," she said, tying the final knot. "Better now." "Better how?" Katniss asked, reaching for the charm. "You'll see." "That's what you said last time." "And wasn't I right?" Katniss narrowed her eyes but tucked the charm back into her bag anyway. "You always this cryptic?" "Only when the truth would break things before they're ready to bend." Katniss didn't like that answer, not one bit. "Have you looked into the attic yet?" Twyla asked nonchalantly. Katniss looked up from the charm. "The attic? Can I even do that?" she laughed. "Of course you can. You're a guest there and it's open for anyone. There's no out-of-bounds sign, is there?" "I don't think so." "Well, I would suggest maybe venturing up there and seeing what others have left behind," Twyla suggested with a glint in her eye. "You know, for the hell of it." Katniss stayed for another 10 minutes trying to get more from Twyla, but only able to scribble down a few odd quotes that might someday make good intro material. Then she left the cafe and walked back toward the inn, the charm heavier in her bag than it had been before. The attic at Hearth and Hollow creaked with every step. Katniss ducked under the low beams, dust thick in the air. Miriam had given her permission that morning after spotting her loitering in the hallway with her field notebook, and a look that apparently screamed, "On the edge of an epiphany." "There's a box of old journals up there," Miriam had said. "Not sure if they'll help, but they've been whispering for attention lately." Katniss had paused. "Whispering?" Miriam smiled and turned back to her baking. Now here she was, crouched beside a wooden trunk beneath a window glazed with spiderwebs, flipping through a stack of hand-bound books, with dates scribbled across their fronts. Some were cracked with age, others smelled like cinnamon or rosewater, or dust thick with silence. The leather bindings were soft in places, brittle in others. Someone had loved these, or at least clung to them like they mattered. She opened the third one and froze. The handwriting was small, neat, lined with careful loops. Dated August 1991. Saw Mabel down by the lake again. She talks to the trees like they answer. Says her shadow keeps twitching in the water. Katniss's heart picked up speed. Mama says the woods aren't dangerous, just old. But Mabel says something's different this summer. She says her dreams are getting louder. Someone was howling again last night. Not a dog. Too low. Too sad. Mama says stay inside after dusk. But Mabel keeps going out. She says the quiet is better when everything else sleeps. Katniss flipped the page. Her pulse thudded hard in her ears. She said she saw a boy with golden eyes. Said he wasn't real. Said she didn't want to blink in case he disappeared. He smiled at her and said, "You'll hear the hum soon." Twyla gave her a charm. Said it would help. Silver thistle wrapped in blue thread. Mabel wore it under her coat. Now it smells like smoke. She says it burned through the lining when she got too close to the water. She laughed when she said it, but her eyes didn't match. The handwriting grew messier in the final pages. Less structured. Less looped. Mabel says something's calling her. Something under the lake. Not a voice. A feeling. Like a string pulled tight in her stomach. I told her not to go back, but she said the trees were waiting for her. She didn't come to school today. Mr. Hollis says she ran away. That her mama's lying. That girls like her don't last long here. That she looked too long at things meant to be passed by. Katniss's hands had gone still, one finger pressed into the margin of the page. There was no closure, no confirmation. Just space and silence and ink that dragged out slower and slower until it stopped altogether. She reached for another journal, this one from 1994. They found Eliza's scarf at the veil line, burned edges. I heard Miriam arguing with Varric about letting humans in. She said, "The town called her." How does a town call someone? What does it use? Twyla closed the cafe early the same day, said the tea leaves were lying and she didn't want to hear them. I think Hollow Oak is choosing people. Testing them. Some stay. Some don't. Some vanish. Some don't vanish fast enough. I think that's worse. Katniss turned another page, hands shaking. I saw someone in the woods last night. Tall, yellow eyes, didn't leave tracks. The trees bowed when he passed. He smiled like he knew I was there and didn't care if I followed. I didn't. The wind whispered a name I don't remember now. I wish I'd written it down. I wish I'd looked away. The final line trailed off, mid-sentence. Katniss stared at it, unblinking. Then she closed the journal and sat back hard against a storage chest. The ache behind her ribs had sharpened, pushing against bone like it wanted to break free. This wasn't about one missing girl anymore. It wasn't even about ghosts. It was about the town, the way it reached into people like Mabel and Eliza, people who had gut instincts and curious eyes and questions they weren't supposed to ask. The way it let them glimpse something just enough to feel chosen, special, seen. And then it erased them. Erased them in quiet ways, in gaps, in she left one night, and she was always strange, and maybe she wasn't right in the head. Her throat burned. Because they didn't sound strange to her. They sounded familiar. Too familiar. Her fingers curled tight around her pen as she flipped open her own notebook and began scribbling. She copied passages, names, dates, symbols in the margins, any connection, any overlap. She didn't stop until her hand cramped and her eyes blurred. And when the first tear hit the paper, she didn't even realize she was crying. It wasn't fear, it wasn't sadness, it was fury. No one had warned these girls, just like no one warned her. They handed out bundles of herbs and cryptic tea and looked at her like she should already know how to survive this place. But knowing wasn't enough. Survival wasn't supposed to be a riddle. The difference? She was still breathing, and she wasn't going to stop digging. Not until the town coughed up everything it tried to bury. That night, Katniss sat on the edge of her bed, fingers brushing the protective charm in her coat pocket. Wolf fur, silver thistle. She thought of Emmett, the way he bled for her without hesitating, the way he didn't flinch when she leaned against him, the steady beat of his heart under her ear. He knew more than he was saying, they all did. But the town whispered louder, and it was finally starting to make sense.
Chapter 12. Emmett. The forest spoke to him in ways most people didn't hear, the way a twig snapped too clean, the pause in a bird's song, the rustle of leaves moving against the wind instead of with it. Emmett moved through the underbrush near Hollow Oak's western perimeter, with practiced quiet, boots sinking into mossy soil, breath measured. The sun hung low in the sky behind him, bleeding gold through the canopy as the light dipped toward dusk. He crouched near a stretch of pine, hand hovering just above the ground. There, a partial print, paw-shaped, too large to be coyote, too narrow for bear. No claw marks. The weight was centered like a predator tracking prey, but the gait was wrong for any local wildlife. His throat went dry. Wolf, but not one of theirs. The earth didn't just remember the shape of a creature, it remembered the intent. And this one came through with no regard for the Vale's boundary, no hesitation. That scent clung to the air now, faint but unmistakable. Ashwin. Emmett stood slowly, pulse ticking behind his ears. There were two other scents near the ridge that were less familiar, but wrong in a way that made the hair rise along his forearms. He followed one until it faded into nothing at the creek bend, the kind of clean vanish that could only come from someone trained to disappear. He didn't need more evidence. Ashwin's pack had been here, close enough to watch, close enough to know. Emmett's jaw tensed as he turned back toward town. They knew she was here. He found himself at the hearth and hollow porch without remembering the walk. The inn sat quiet, bathed in golden twilight, ivy clinging to the sides like it had secrets to hold. Katniss's window was cracked open, lace curtains stirring with the breeze. She still didn't know that they weren't just shifters or witches or odd townsfolk with too much folklore on their hands, that the woods moved for people who spoke its language, that the Vale didn't just keep things hidden, it tested them, played favorites, and sometimes it chose someone who didn't survive it. He clenched his fists at his sides. She'd been writing more. Late into the night, he'd seen the glow from her lamp when he passed on patrol, heard the scratch of her pen, felt her thoughts humming on the air like a current. He couldn't risk it anymore, not if Ashwin had picked up her scent, not with the symbol carved into the marker tree, not with the memory of Mabel Dorsey's name sitting like a rock in his gut. He went inside without knocking. Miriam glanced up from the parlor where she was stitching another too-perfect quilt. She said nothing, only nodded toward the staircase. Emmett took the steps two at a time. He knocked once on her door, hard enough to make the wood rattle. Katniss pulled it open, brow arched, pen still clutched in one hand. "If you're here to yell about me poking around again, you better wait until I've had caffeine." He didn't speak, just looked at her. Her dark curls were pulled into a messy knot, one of her vintage band tees slung off one shoulder. There was ink on her thumb, dried smudges on the side of her palm. Her hazel eyes were sharp but tired, determined, alive. Emmett stepped in and shut the door behind him. That made her blink. Okay. You been out today?" he asked. "Just the attic," she said, watching him now with the alert stillness she wore when she sensed something big was about to land. "Found more of those journals." He nodded once. His mouth felt dry. She crossed her arms. "You gonna tell me what's going on, or is this another round of, let me grunt near you and expect you to figure it out?" He moved to the window and stared out toward the woods. "The perimeter's been breached." Katniss stilled. "Breached?" He looked back. There was a scent, a sign, a threat. She tilted her head. "You say that like you were expecting it." "I was," he said quietly. "Just not this soon." "Is this about those missing girls?" she asked. "Because I've got a journal from '94 that makes it sound like this town has been tiptoeing around something for decades." He turned back toward her. "It's not just the town," he said. "It's the Vale. It's everything past what you see." Katniss scoffed. You're doing it again, talking like I'm supposed to know what that means. I'm trying to explain it now. His voice came out sharper than he meant. She went quiet, lips pressed together. He took a breath. There's magic here, he said. Steady now. Real magic. Not parlor tricks, not ghost stories. The kind that grows into the trees, that shapes bloodlines, that binds fate. You stepped into it without knowing, but the veil saw you. That's what it does. It chooses. Katniss stared at him. You're telling me ghosts aren't the strangest thing in this town? He gave a short laugh. They're barely on the list. She sank onto the edge of her bed, notebook sliding off her lap. He stayed standing. He couldn't sit. I've tried to keep you out of it. I didn't want you to carry it, and honestly, we are all here because it's protected and we understand each other and the supernatural. No gawking from tourists or prejudices, he said. But now you're in the thick of it, whether you believe it or not. Seer or not even. And I think they're coming for you. Who? She asked, quiet now. Ashwin, he said. He's the reason I don't wear another Pax mark. The reason I live on the edge of town and not inside it. His pack was violent, trained to erase threats, to consume. We disbanded them years ago, but he's back. Katniss stood up slowly, like the ground under her feet wasn't entirely trustworthy. Her hand fell away from the edge of the bed. Her eyes locked on his. Why me? Because you're asking the wrong questions? She frowned. Or the right ones, she whispered. Emmett took a step toward her. Because the town pulled you in. Because you're seeing things no one has in years. Because someone like you. You're the kind of threat Ashwin always wanted to snuff out before you understood what you were. He stopped in front of her, not touching, not crowding, but close. The room felt smaller, the air tight with something heavier than fear. She looked at him, jaw set but uncertain. So what now? You lock me up? Tape my mouth shut so I stop pulling threads? No, he said. His voice came low. Solid. He caught a glimpse of her charm that she started to fiddle with, due to nerves. Wolf fur. Twyla's idea, sure. But part of him wondered if the old Fey blood knew what she was doing when she wove a piece of him into that charm. You belong here, he said quietly. More than you know. Her voice came soft, barely there. I don't know what you think I am. I do, he said, and I'm not going to let anyone take you before you figure it out for yourself. Her brows drew together, confusion carving soft lines across her forehead. Why would anyone take me? He hesitated, then her eyes narrowed. Wait, you said you don't wear a pack mark. Ashwin's pack is in dash. He stayed silent. Emmett, tell me the rest. He let the silence stretch for one more breath before he finally answered. I'm a shifter. Katniss blinked. A wolf shifter, he said. Born, not made. My other half lives in me. Bone deep, breath to breath. It's not just folklore. She stared at him. I've heard of shifters, she said slowly. Urban legends, small towns with weird stories. But I thought that was all fairy tales, he finished for her. Ghost stories that get chalked up to too much moonshine. Yeah, she breathed. He gave a faint nod. Most people never see behind the curtain. That's what the veil is. It keeps us hidden from the ones who aren't supposed to know. Keeps balance. But you, he paused, you're different. You see through it. Her expression cracked. Because of the visions. He nodded. Because something in you called out to it, and now it's answering. She backed away a step, sitting back on the bed like her knees gave out all at once. Her hands twisted in her lap. Witches too? She asked. Faye? He nodded again. And you're just now telling me this? I was trying to protect you, he said. But now I think keeping you in the dark is more dangerous. Her voice dropped. Because of Ashwin? Because of Ashwin. Because of what he's capable of. Because of what he sees when he looks at someone like you. And what's that? Emmett's eyes met hers, sharp and steady. A threat to the silence. A spark inside the fog. You're not just seeing what's happening, you're remembering what the town forgot. And that scares him. Katniss swallowed hard. The girls from the journals, they didn't make it out. He didn't have to answer, she already knew. She stood up again, shaking her head like it might clear everything pressing in. I don't know how to be part of this, she said. I don't even know where to start. You already did, he said, voice low. You stayed. You kept digging, and you're still breathing. Her gaze found his again. Just don't lie to me, she whispered. I've had enough of people acting like silence is safety. I'm done being silent, he said. And if you really want answers, accept what you are. Twyla already seems more than willing to hint to you about everything. The truth sat between them now, solid and undeniable. Her lip trembled, just a little, and he saw it. The flicker of something she hadn't let herself feel since she got here. Not just curiosity, fear, trust, hope. He should have walked away, should have put space between them. But he didn't, because now he knew what the pull was, why her scent haunted his thoughts, why her voice settled in his chest like a second heartbeat. She wasn't just his responsibility, she was his mate. And now that Ashwin had carved his mark into blood and earth, Emmett Hollowell felt afraid, not for himself, for her, for the future, for what fate was already weaving between them. But for now, he'd settle for keeping her close and breathing, and keeping her alive.
Chapter 13. Katniss. Katniss woke before the sun. Her journal lay open on the nightstand, the pages crammed with scribbles of names, symbols, entries from the attic, the Vale, Wolfer, Ashwin, and now Emmett. She had underlined Shifter 3 times in red ink the night before, like seeing it repeated might make it less absurd. Except it wasn't absurd anymore. He hadn't lied. Not with that look in his eyes. Not with that ache in his voice. Magic was real. The Vale was real. Hollow Oak wasn't just steeped in secrets. It was a secret. Living, breathing, sentient in ways that defied logic, but felt true down to the bone. And Emmett? He was the only thing in this town that made her feel tethered, and she couldn't explain why that was. Katniss closed the journal and stretched, her limbs still sore from the strange energy that had followed her like a storm the day before. A pulse of it still tugged at her ribs. She moved on instinct now more than she wanted to admit, but instincts were all she had in a place like this. By the time she stepped outside, the morning mist had curled low over the garden. The sun hadn't risen past the treetops, and the dew still clung to the porch steps. Emmett was already waiting at the back clearing near the edge of the inn's property, arms crossed, flannel sleeves rolled to his elbows. "Sleep?" he asked. "Define sleep," she said, jogging toward him. "If you mean a series of half-conscious panic naps broken up by visions of talking forests, then yeah, fantastic." He actually smiled, not the twitch at the corner of his mouth kind, a real one. "Good," he said. "We'll train light this morning. Build from there." She blinked. "Train? You want to survive out here, you need to learn how to defend yourself. The charm helps, so will I." Katniss tilted her head. "You mean, like, fighting?" "Hand to hand. Situational. I can't teach you to shift, but I can teach you how not to freeze if something gets close." She wrinkled her nose. "This isn't going to turn into some weird woodland CrossFit, is it?" He raised a brow. "You're free to run laps after." She groaned, pulling her hair back into a messy knot. "Let's just get this over with." They started slow. Stance, balance, footwork. Emmett explained everything with the patience of someone who rarely spoke unless he meant it. His hands brushed her waist once to correct her center, and she nearly forgot how to breathe. His palm at her shoulder to shift her guard felt like a branding iron. Not because it was romantic, but because it was him, grounded, steady, watching her like she wasn't just a student, but something breakable he didn't know how to keep from cracking. "Stop thinking," he said when she flinched at a feint. "You're leading with your brain." "That's why you hesitate." "Newsflash," she muttered, wiping her brow. "My brain's the only thing that's kept me alive." "Not anymore," he said. Out here, instinct matters more. They circled again. He lunged at her and she dodged him, barely. He smirked. Better. She rolled her eyes. Don't gloat. Then he swept her leg. She hit the ground with a sharp grunt and landed flat on her back in the damp grass. Ow. You're too upright, he said, crouching beside her. Your center's too high. Maybe yours is just low because you're built like a damn tree trunk. He offered her his hand. She slapped it away. Again! They ran the drill twice more. The third time she moved faster. Less thought, more instinct. She pivoted, ducked his reach, and caught him off balance. But he recovered fast, grabbing her wrist and twisting them into a roll she didn't see coming. They landed in a heap. Her breath punched out of her lungs. His arms were braced around her. Her knees had tangled with his legs. And when she opened her eyes, he was right there. Inches away. His chest heaved under her palms. His flannel had come undone at the collar, revealing a sliver of scarred skin at the base of his throat. His eyes weren't blue anymore. They were amber. Neither moved. Her hand lifted slowly, almost without thought, brushing his cheekbone with just the edge of her fingers. She leaned in because it felt like the most natural thing in the world, like gravity had been waiting for them to be this close. But before her lips could meet his, Emmett shifted, not away, but inward, retreating into himself. He turned his face and eased out from beneath her, standing in one smooth, practiced motion. I can't, he said quietly. Katniss sat up, breath still catching in her throat. She didn't ask why and she didn't press, but the sting was there anyway, blooming low in her chest, quiet and sharp. She nodded once, brushed grass from her arms. Right, she said, not quite meeting his eyes. Let's keep going. But they didn't spar again. They stood there in the clearing, a breath apart, surrounded by birdsong and a silence that buzzed louder than words. He watched her. She didn't look back because part of her already knew. He was afraid, not of her, of what she meant. And worse, so was she.
Chapter 14. Emmett. The Silver Fang Tavern was half empty, which was exactly how Emmett liked it. The lanterns cast a soft amber glow across the knotty pine bar. Dust motes spun lazy circles in the slanted light, and somewhere in the back, the old jukebox crackled to life with a bluesy track that didn't belong on any official playlist. Emmett took his usual seat at the end of the bar, the one tucked just close enough to the corner that he could watch both the front door and the hallway to the back. Maeve slid a tumbler across the polished wood before he could say a word. Rough morning, she asked, leaning her elbows against the bar. He caught the drink. Something like that. She raised a brow, unamused. That wasn't a question. He sipped. Burnt spice and oak. Her best reserve whiskey. She was buttering him up. Training her already, she asked. Emmett didn't answer. Maeve gave a dry laugh. Of course you are. She poured herself a half glass and took a seat beside him. The bar lights caught the edge of her short black braid and cast her golden brown skin in warm relief. She didn't wear makeup, didn't need to. Maeve Cross was built from nerve and grit, and she didn't dull her edges for anyone. You're quieter than usual, she said, swirling her drink, which is impressive considering silence is your love language. He set the tumbler down and looked away. Let me guess, Maeve continued. You got too close. She leaned in. You panicked. He stared at a water ring on the bar top. It's not like that. No, she tilted her head. Because the way you smell right now, that's a man on the edge. And not just instinct talking. This is deeper. I can't or won't, Maeve cut in. He scowled. Emmett, she said, voice gentler now. I know the signs. I've seen you ride the line before. Back then you always pulled away in time. But this isn't like the other ones. This one's different. He chose not to dignify that with an answer. Maeve set her glass down. You think punishing yourself is noble? That staying alone somehow keeps her safe. But you're not just avoiding her. You're hiding from yourself. I'm not hiding. Then talk, she said. Tell me why you're so damn scared. He looked at her, jaw tight. You know why. Maeve leaned in. Not from you. Not all of it. Emmett exhaled slowly, the kind that dragged out old ghosts. She was a rogue, he said. Maybe 17, half-starved, hurt. Maeve went still. Part of a splinter pack Ashwin was trying to absorb. Said they were weak, broken, unworthy of the name. We caught her trespassing. She wasn't a threat. His voice dropped lower. She looked at me and didn't run. Just dropped to her knees, hands up, said she'd go quietly, said she didn't want to die alone. He paused. I let her go. Maeve didn't blink. And I lied to Ashwin. Said I handled it. Said she fought back and ran. 2 days later, I found her body strung up near the ridge. Her hand tightened around her glass. He'd tracked her. Knew I spared her. He waited, watched, then made a point of showing me what happened to wolves who disobeyed. The silence stretched. That's when you left, she said softly. I didn't leave, he said, voice rough. I was cast out. My title stripped. My bond revoked. You chose not to kill her, and it got her killed. Maeve's voice was quiet, but it cut clean. You think Ashwin needed your help to hurt her? He shook his head. Doesn't matter. If I'd acted differently, maybe. You'd be dead, she said, and she still would have died. He didn't respond. She leaned forward, eyes sharp. You carry guilt like armor, Emmett. But it's rotting you. You think if you keep your distance from Katniss, you'll protect her. But all you're doing is leaving her exposed, vulnerable, alone, just like that girl. The words hit harder than he wanted to admit, but the truth was harsh. You can't outrun who you were, Maeve said, but maybe you can stop punishing yourself for it. Emmett stared down at his hands, calloused and scarred. I don't know if I can. Then you better learn, she said, because this isn't about just you anymore. It hasn't been for a while. He finished the last of the whiskey and pushed the glass toward her. Maeve refilled it without a word. She leaned against the bar again, voice softer this time. What is she to you? He closed his eyes for a moment. Everything, he finally admitted. It was barely more than a whisper, but it was the most honest thing he'd said in years. Maeve gave a small nod. Then act like it. Emmett didn't move, but something in him braced. He didn't know how to fix what had broken in her eyes that morning, but maybe he could stop breaking it further and start acting like a man, because him pushing her away was a cop-out move, and he knew it.
Chapter 15. Katniss. It started with the hum, low, bone-deep, like the ground beneath her ribs had turned to tuning forks. In the dream, Hollow Oak looked different. The streets gleamed like wet obsidian, though the sky above was dry. The lanterns flickered, casting long shadows that didn't belong to anything solid. The town square was silent. No footsteps, no wind, no life. Just the slow, rhythmic hum pulsing up through the stone. Then, she saw him, standing at the center of the square. Ashwin, not running, not hiding, waiting. She wasn't sure how she knew it was him, but she knew. This was the shifter Emmett had told her about. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a memory stretched too thin, too dark. Jet black hair slicked back like glass, pale skin that didn't glow but swallowed light. His eyes were what stopped her, yellow and hollow at the edges like something old had taken up residence behind them. He turned toward her like he'd felt her watching. He didn't blink, didn't smile, just whispered, Katniss. The sound wrapped around her name like smoke. It didn't echo. It sank into her. Her knees locked. She couldn't move. He took a step forward, and then another, and her feet still wouldn't work. The wind started up again, but it wasn't natural. It howled across the square like a scream trapped in a bottle. Ashwin tilted his head. You see too much, he whispered. And still, not enough. His mouth didn't move the way voices usually shaped words. Then the lanterns blew out one by one, and he was gone. Katniss woke up gasping, her fingers twisted in her blanket, heart pounding so fast she thought it might rattle right out of her chest. She sat up and rubbed her face hard with both hands, trying to clear the dream like it was just static. A leftover image from the journal entries, or Emmett's voice, or the attic air that still clung to her skin. But the air in the room had changed. The inn usually smelled like lavender, old books, and baked sugar. But now the air tasted scorched, like iron and smoke. That was when she saw her charm. Twyla's protective bundle of wolf fur, silver thistle, and red thread lay on the nightstand where she always kept it. But the wax paper was curled in on itself. The fur had blackened at the tips, and the thistle was singed through the center. She picked it up carefully, holding it between her fingers like it might break. The thread crumbled at the knot. "No," she breathed. She looked at her door, then the window, half expecting to see someone standing there. Nothing. Just the wind brushing against the glass. Just the moon casting stripes across the floor. She sat back down on the edge of the bed, charm clutched tight in her hand. It had happened in the journals. The girls Twyla had tried to protect. Mabel, Eliza. They'd worn charms like this, thought they'd be okay. And then they vanished. She didn't want to be the next girl added to a town's unsolved history, not a footnote, not another whisper. And yet, her hands were still shaking, not from fear, from knowing. This wasn't just a dream, not just a flicker of worry. It was a vision, clearer than any she'd had before, sharper than even the one with Emmett bleeding in the woods. Ashwin had seen her. And worse, he'd spoken her name. She didn't sleep after that. She stayed up and traced every word she could remember from the dream into her notebook. She drew the way his eyes had looked, the shape of his stance, the corners of the square where the lanterns had gone dark. She circled the phrase, "You see too much," over and over until the pen tore through the paper. Her brain spun. Why her? Why now? It wasn't just the missing girls anymore. It wasn't even just the veil. There was a pattern forming, and her name was part of it whether she wanted it or not. The charm hadn't failed because it was weak. It had failed because whatever reached her knew how to find her anyway. Katniss stood and paced the length of the room, heart pounding in her ears. She thought about going to Emmett. But what would she even say? "Hey, so I had a dream where your psychotic former pack leader whispered my name like a curse, and then made the world flicker out around me. Yeah, fun stuff. Also, your protective fur charm got fried like kindling." He already looked at her as if she was breakable. If she told him this, he'd cage her. Out of love, maybe, but a cage still locked. And she couldn't afford to be locked away. Not now. She needed more. More answers, more clues, more leverage, because whatever this town had buried, it was crawling back to the surface. And Katniss Greaves wasn't going to end up another body in the woods. She was going to drag the truth into the daylight if it burned her fingers doing it. That morning, she tucked the scorched charm into her bag, nestled between her notebook and her recorder. She didn't tell Twyla, didn't tell Miriam, didn't tell Emmett. Not yet. She needed to understand what this meant before she said it out loud, because once it was spoken, it was real. And once it was real, she'd never be able to look away again.
Chapter 16. Emmett. The hinges on the back door of the hollow oak book nook squeaked just slightly when Emmett stepped out, a smear of sawdust still clinging to his forearms. He'd been replacing the threshold beneath the storage room since the old one had warped from last winter's freeze. Easy job. His hands were busy. His mind wasn't. And now, with the task done and the tools packed up, he had nothing left to distract him from Maeve's voice echoing in his head. "You can't outrun who you were, but maybe you can stop punishing yourself for it." He wasn't sure he knew how, but he did know one thing. Katniss was unraveling, slowly, quietly, like a thread tugged 1 inch at a time until the whole damn thing fell apart in your hands. And after what Maeve said, after what he'd seen in her lately, He couldn't keep standing on the sidelines pretending that letting her walk this road alone was the same thing as keeping her safe. He walked straight to the hearth and hollow. Miriam met him in the front hallway with her usual calm and her hands dusted in flour. "She's not here," she said before he even asked. He didn't bother with pleasantries. "Where?" "She didn't say." Looked tight around the mouth, though. The kind of look folks get when they're tired of holding themselves together. His jaw tightened. "When?" "Not long ago." He gave a sharp nod and turned, heart starting to pick up pace. He didn't like this. Not one bit. She had a habit of wandering when she needed space, and it usually meant trouble. He inhaled through his nose. Her scent hit him faint, braided with bergamot and damp cotton. The trail curved around the inn, then split along the main road, heavier where her steps dragged. He followed. Down Hollow Oak side street, through the back alleys between the Griddle and Grind and the Silver Fang. The air got cooler here, where the trees leaned close and the town forgot to be friendly. He found her behind the tavern, half curled on the stacked woodpile. Katniss had her arms wrapped tight around her middle, knees drawn up, hair falling in tangled waves over her face. Her shoulders trembled, not shaking, sobbing. The kind of quiet, breathless crying people did when they didn't want anyone to see them fall apart. He didn't make a sound, just walked over and crouched low beside her. She didn't look up, but her hand clenched like she felt him near. He spoke low, even. "Talk to me." She exhaled shakily. "I shouldn't be here." "You are." "I shouldn't still be here," she said again, voice cracking on the end. Emmett's hands stayed where she could see them, open and steady, his presence quiet but solid as the ground under her. Her chin tucked down as she wiped at her cheeks with the edge of her sleeve. "I had another vision," she whispered, worse this time. "Ashwin, the town square. He said my name like he already owned it." Emmett didn't speak, but his jaw clenched hard enough to ache. She went on. "I woke up and the charm was scorched. Just like the girls. Just like Mabel. Like it doesn't matter what I do. The same patterns playing out again." She finally looked up. Her eyes were bloodshot and bright, her lips parted just enough to show how hard she was breathing. "I've been recording everything, taking notes, but pieces keep disappearing. Pages smudge. Files don't save. It's like the town's fighting back, like something out there wants me gone." She closed her eyes, voice raw now. "Maybe I'm already in too deep." He moved closer, slow enough she could stop him. She didn't. "You're not alone in this," he said, voice low and grounded. "I feel like I am." "You're not." He reached out and pulled her in. There was no hesitation this time. Katniss didn't argue, didn't resist. She folded into his chest like she belonged there, her face pressing to the collar of his flannel, her fists bunching in the fabric like she needed something to hold her together. He wrapped both arms around her and held on. Her heartbeat pounded against his. Her breath hiccuped through his shirt. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore," she whispered. "You don't have to carry this alone," he murmured, voice thick in his throat. They sat like that for a long time, shadows curling around them, the tavern silent behind. Then Katniss shifted, head tilting up, her cheek brushing his jaw. He looked down just as she rose onto her knees, her hands still at his chest, her lips a breath away. She didn't ask. She just leaned in and kissed him. Soft, slow, searching. Emmett kissed her back. His hand slid into her hair, pulling her closer, anchoring her there like he'd wanted to since the moment she spoke his name, like it meant something. The kiss deepened, mouths meeting with a hunger sharpened by restraint. His wolf surged behind his ribs, silent but alert, recognizing what had always been true. Mine. He pulled her tighter, her body molding to his, heat blooming between them like a promise whispered into kindling. This wasn't caution anymore. It was fire. Emmett didn't put it out. He let it burn.
Chapter 17. Katniss. The kiss still burned between them, humming beneath her skin like lightning trapped just beneath the surface. Emmett had taken her hand like it was the only thing anchoring him to the moment, and neither of them looked back as they left the quiet of the tavern's alley behind. His cabin sat tucked deep in the woods, away from the town lights, half swallowed by moss and shadow. It wasn't big, but it was solid. Cedar siding, river rock chimney, windows that glowed like warm amber against the night. He opened the door for her and let her step in first. She noticed the scent before anything else of wood smoke, cedar, and something darker and wild. Him. The space was simple: worn leather couch, stone fireplace, a stack of tools resting by the door, half-finished repairs and sandpaper still dusting the edges of the floorboards. But it was warm, lived in, real, like him. Emmett closed the door with a quiet click and then turned to her. Katniss didn't wait. She crossed the room and cupped his face in her hands, kissed him again, desperate, messy, unfiltered. He growled low in his throat, hands sliding to her waist, gripping tight like he was holding back something bigger. He was always holding back. But not now. Now he kissed her, like he had nothing left to lose. She pulled at the hem of his shirt and he helped her, dragging the fabric over his head. The scars across his chest caught in the low light, stark against tanned skin and thick muscle. She ran her fingers over the old one across his shoulder. He shivered. "That was a lesson," he said, voice rough. "The kind that sticks." "Does it hurt?" "Only when I remember it." She leaned up and kissed the scar, then kissed lower. When he picked her up, she didn't resist. His hands slid under her thighs as he carried her to the bed tucked in the corner of the cabin. The quilt was old but soft, the sheets smelling faintly of sage and pine. He laid her down like she was breakable, and then looked at her like he wanted to ruin every part of that illusion. Her jacket hit the floor, then her shirt. He paused when his hands reached the waistband of her jeans. "Katniss," she blinked. "Yeah?" "If we start, I won't stop." She didn't hesitate. "Then don't stop." His eyes darkened. That stormy, thunder-rolling gray-blue swallowed her whole. He peeled off her jeans slow, taking in every inch of skin like it was a map only he could read. His hands were rough, calloused, but the way he touched her, her thighs, her hips, her ribs, felt reverent. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. He kissed her temple and let the quiet settle. Eventually, her breathing evened. And when she finally drifted off, curled against his chest, the safety of his body faded as she dreamed of claws in the dark.
Chapter 18. Emmett. Emmett woke to cold air on his chest and the smell of moss. For a moment he didn't move, just listened. The cabin creaked softly. The early light filtering through the window painted thin stripes across the bed. His arms stretched toward her side of the mattress. Empty. His heart dropped. Katniss. No answer. He sat up, eyes adjusting fast. The wolf inside him rousing like a second heartbeat pounding in his ribs. Her boots were gone from beside the door. So was her bag. And the faintest trace of her scent drifted out through the half-cracked window. Not fear, not yet. But something tugged at him like a thread pulled too tight. He got dressed in seconds in his thermal shirt, jeans, boots, jacket, and moved through the front door into the woods without a sound. The forest met him with cool silence. Birds hadn't started yet. The breeze was slow, thick with wet pine and old stone. He followed her scent. It curved around the ridge and hooked sharp toward the east trail. Familiar, but off-kilter. She hadn't taken the main path, not the safe one. His pulse climbed as he realized where she was headed. The Hollow Stone. He moved faster. The Hollow Stone wasn't on any town map. Not even the council kept notes on it. It sat at the heart of the eastern woodlands, older than Hollow Oak itself. A granite slab half buried in a ring of twisted trees, carved with faded markings no one living could read. Some said the veil had opened there first. Others said it was the veil. All Emmett knew was this: no one came here unless they were called, and even fewer left unchanged. The moment he stepped into the clearing, the air shifted. Cooler, heavier, like walking into a room that had been holding its breath for centuries. Katniss stood at the end of the stone, barefoot in the grass, notebook clutched loosely in one hand. Her hair was tangled from sleep, her bantee wrinkled, her legs still dusted with pine needles. She looked like something out of a dream, or a warning. He didn't call her name, just crossed the clearing slow, careful, until he stood behind her. "You ever gonna stop running off to where you shouldn't be?" he asked. She flinched, then exhaled, soft and shaky. "I didn't mean to." "You never do." She turned slowly, her eyes glassy but clear. "It was stronger this time." He stepped closer. "What did you see?" "Nothing I could hold on to. Just feelings, a pull. The stone was in it." She gestured toward the slab. "It wanted me here." His hands flexed at his sides. "It doesn't want. It pulls. It tests." Katniss frowned. "What is it exactly?" "No one knows," he said. "The Fae say it's a memory. The Shifters say it's a gate. Varric says it's the place where everything started and might end." "That's comforting," she muttered. "I didn't say it was safe." He looked at her and realized her hands were shaking. She noticed his gaze and tucked them behind her back. "I'm fine." "You're not." "I'm managing, Emmett." "That's more than I can say for the rest of this town." He didn't rise to the bait, just stepped in and reached for her notebook. She let him take it. The last few pages were scribbled with half-words, circles, symbols, a shape he recognized. A rune. Old, twisted, burned into wood years ago. The same mark Ashwin used. He closed the notebook. "Why didn't you wake me?" "Because you'd follow." "Damn right I would." He stepped closer. "You think I can sleep with you beside me and not know the second you leave?" Her voice softened. "I didn't want you to worry." Too late. The silence stretched again. Wind stirred through the trees like fingers, brushing old stories back into motion. She looked back at the hollow stone. "I don't think it's just visions. I think I'm remembering things that don't belong to me, or maybe things the town doesn't want remembered." "That's not impossible." She looked at him, lips parted. "You believe me?" He nodded. "I believe you." Her mouth trembled. "I don't want to be one of them," she whispered. "The girls in the journals. The ones who just, disappeared." "You won't be." "You don't know that." "I do." His voice dropped low, fierce. "Because I'll tear the damn forest down before I let anything take you." She blinked at him, stunned. She stepped into his space like she was done pretending they weren't already woven into something too deep to name, and he caught her. His arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her in tight, his cheek brushing against her hair. "Don't scare me like that again," he said into her crown, her hands fisted in the back of his shirt. "I'm sorry." They stood there as the woods bent around them, as the hollow stone hummed behind them, as the world paused and waited. His fingers brushed the edge of her spine. "You're not fine," he murmured. "You're holding it together with grit and sarcasm." "And duct tape," she added. He smiled, but the fear didn't leave his bones. Because if the hollow stone had pulled her here, it meant something bigger was coming, and he wasn't sure even the strongest charm could stop it.
Chapter 19. Katniss. The griddle and grind felt different in the early morning light, softer somehow, with golden sunbeams slanting through the stained glass windows and casting rainbow patterns across the mismatched furniture. The usual bustle of townsfolk hadn't started yet, leaving the cafe hushed and intimate, like a confessional booth made of cedar and cinnamon. Katniss sat in the corner booth, the one with the wobbly leg and the view of both the front door and the back garden. Her notebook lay open between her hands, pages filled with sketches of symbols, fragments of dreams, and questions that spiraled into more questions. The scorched remains of her protective charm sat beside her coffee cup, like evidence at a crime scene. Twyla approached with a tea service that looked like it belonged in a fairy tale. The porcelain was delicate bone china painted with tiny violets, and the teapot steamed with something that smelled like lavender and secrets. Her wheat-colored braid swung over her shoulder as she set everything down with practiced grace, the dried blooms woven through her hair, catching the morning light like captured stars. "Morning glory blend," Twyla said, settling across from her with fluid movements that reminded Katniss of water finding its level. "Good for clarity, better for courage." "I could use both," Katniss admitted, watching Twyla pour the pale golden tea. Steam curled between them, carrying hints of honey and something deeper, earthier. "Emmett told me about the supernatural side of things, shifters, the veil, all of it." Twyla's hands stilled for just a moment, then continued their steady movements. "About time. That boy's got a talent for carrying weights that don't belong to him alone." "Is that what this is?" Katniss gestured to her notebook, to the burned charm. "Another weight he's carrying? Sugar. That weight's been sitting on this town's shoulders since before Emmett ever set foot here." Twyla settled back in her chair, wrapping her fingers around her teacup. Her eyes, those soft brown depths flecked with brightness, studied Katniss with the intensity of someone reading tea leaves. "The question is whether you're strong enough to help him carry it." Katniss sipped the tea, feeling warmth spread through her chest. It tasted like summer mornings and grandmother's hugs, if grandmothers could brew comfort into liquid form. "Tell me about the pattern. The missing girls. All of it." Twyla was quiet for a long moment, her gaze drifting toward the window where morning mist still clung to the garden like ghostly fingers. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of decades. "Started back in '85. Girl named Senna Walsh. Sweet thing, barely 18, with hair like spun copper and eyes that saw too much. Found her way to Hollow Oak following dreams that called to her, just like you did." Twyla's thumb traced the rim of her cup. "She had the sight. Not as strong as yours, mind you, but enough to catch attention." Katniss felt her stomach tighten. What happened to her? Same thing that happened to Mabel, to Eliza, to the 3 others whose names never made it into any journals. Twyla's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. They got tangled up with something that fed on fear and used love as a weapon. Ashwin. Twyla nodded slowly. He wasn't always what he is now. Time was, he led a pack that lived by old codes: honor, protection, balance with the land. Her expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. But power without wisdom is a dangerous thing, and Ashwin found ways to twist those codes into something ugly. Katniss leaned forward, her notebook forgotten. How does this connect to Emmett? Every girl who disappeared, every seer who vanished into the mist, they all had one thing in common. Twyla met her eyes directly. They fell in love with wolves who tried to save them. The words hit Katniss like a physical blow. Her teacup rattled against the saucer as she set it down with shaking hands. "You're saying this is deliberate, that Ashwin targets seers specifically to hurt the men who love them. I'm saying Ashwin learned a long time ago that the fastest way to break a wolf's spirit is to take away what he loves most." Twyla reached across the table and covered Katniss's hand with her own. Her palm was warm, calloused from years of kneading dough and tending plants. Each time the pattern's the same. Girl arrives, usually following visions or dreams. She's got enough magic to slip through the veil, enough heart to see past the town's careful walls. She meets a wolf, falls in love, thinks she's found her happy ending. And then Ashwin comes hunting. Twyla's fingers tightened slightly. He studies them, learns their weaknesses, their fears. He whispers poison in their ears about their wolves' past mistakes, about the violence they're capable of. He makes them doubt, makes them run. Katniss thought about yesterday, about Ashwin's voice in her vision saying her name like he already owned it. The girls who ran, what happened to them? They vanished into the spaces between worlds, trapped in the veil's darker corners, neither alive nor dead. Twyla's voice carried grief older than the mountains. And their wolves? Most of them broke completely. Some left town, couldn't bear the memories. Others. She trailed off, shaking her head. Others, what? Others became exactly what Ashwin wanted them to become. Violent, bitter, easy to recruit or destroy. Twyla pulled her hand back and wrapped it around her teacup again. That's his real goal, you see. Not just the girls, though he feeds on their magic. It's the corruption of good wolves that truly sustains him. Katniss felt sick. The tea that had tasted like comfort now sat heavy in her stomach. Emmett's different, though. He's not like the others. No, he's not, Twyla smiled, but it was edged with something fierce. Emmett Hollowell carries guilt like other men carry wallets, but his heart's still clean, still chooses mercy over vengeance, even when it costs him everything. That's what makes him dangerous to someone like Ashwin. Dangerous how? Because Emmett proves that wolves can change. That violence isn't inevitable, that there's another way to be strong. Twyla leaned forward, her eyes intense. If Ashwin can break him, corrupt him, turn him into a monster, that sends a message to every supernatural creature in these mountains. But if Emmett stands firm, if he chooses love over fear, it proves Ashwin's philosophy is wrong, Katniss finished. Exactly. Twyla sat back with satisfaction. That's why you're different from the others. You're not just bait anymore. You're the test. Katniss stared down at her notebook, at the symbols she'd sketched from dreams and visions. The jagged triangle inside a circle, the 3 slash marks, the runes that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. These symbols I've been seeing, they're not random, are they? Show me. Katniss turned the notebook around, pointing to the clearest drawing. Twyla sucked in a sharp breath, her face going pale beneath her sun-kissed complexion. Where did you see this? Dreams. Visions. I found a locket with this symbol near the lake. Katniss traced the lines with her finger. What does it mean? It's a claiming mark, old magic, the kind that binds souls across death itself. Twyla's voice was barely audible. Ashwin's been marking his victims, keeping pieces of them even after they're gone. Their magic, their memories, their pain, all of it tied to him through blood and shadow. The girls who disappeared, they're still connected to him? Worse than that. Twyla's hands trembled as she reached for something in her apron pocket. She pulled out a small mirror, its surface dark and reflective as black water. Look! Katniss peered into the glass and gasped. Instead of her own reflection, she saw faces, pale, translucent, mouths open in silent screams. Mabel Dorsey, her red coat torn and faded. Eliza, the girl from the '94 journal. Others she didn't recognize, all of them reaching toward the surface as if trapped beneath ice. They're still aware, Twyla whispered. Still suffering. That's how he's been able to track every seer who's come here since. They call to their sisters through the veil, trying to warn them, but unable to break free of his hold. Katniss jerked back from the mirror, her heart pounding. That's horrible. It's an abomination. Twyla tucked the mirror away with hands that shook. I've been watching for 30 years, waiting for someone strong enough to break this cycle, someone whose magic could stand against his, whose love could heal those old wounds. You think I'm that someone? I think you're the first seer to make it this far without losing herself. Twyla reached across the table again, this time grasping both of Katniss's hands. Every other girl ran when she learned the truth about her wolf, about the violence in his past, the blood on his hands, but you looked at Emmett's scars and saw strength, not shame. Katniss thought about the moment in the forest clearing when she'd kissed the old wound on Emmett's shoulder. She'd felt his pain like an echo in her bones, but also his resilience, his determination to be better than his worst moments. What if I'm not strong enough? She asked quietly. Then we'll all find out together. Twyla squeezed her hands gently. "But I don't think that's going to happen. You've got something the others didn't." "What's that?" Twyla smiled. "You've got a wolf who's willing to fight for you instead of just protecting you, and that makes all the difference." The bell above the door chimed softly, and Katniss looked up to see Emmett stepping into the cafe. His hair was tousled from sleep, his flannel rumpled, and there were worry lines around his storm-gray eyes that hadn't been there the night before. His night must have been just as rough as hers. Their eyes met across the room, and something tight in her chest loosened. He didn't look angry, just relieved, just glad to see her safe and whole and sitting in a booth with Twyla instead of wandering into danger alone. "Morning," he said, crossing to their table with those long, measured strides. "Mind if I join you?" "Course not," Twyla said, sliding over to make room. "I was just explaining to our girl here about the importance of good tea and better company." Emmett settled beside Twyla, but his attention stayed fixed on Katniss. "You okay?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Several, actually." Katniss gestured to her notebook. Twyla's been filling in some gaps about Ashwin's pattern. The missing girls. Why he's targeting seers. Emmett's expression darkened, his jaw tightening, making the muscles in his neck stand out. "How much did she tell you?" "Enough to know this isn't just about me anymore." Katniss closed her notebook and leaned forward. "He's using me to get to you. To break you." "That's not going to happen." "Isn't it?" She studied his face, noting the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. "When's the last time you slept through the night? Or went more than an hour without checking to make sure I'm safe?" Emmett opened his mouth, then closed it again. She could see him realizing that she was right, that Ashwin's psychological warfare was already working. "See?" Twyla poured Emmett a cup of tea from the pot, the liquid now a deeper amber than before. "She's got a good head on her shoulders, this one. Sees the whole picture, not just the pretty parts." "So what do we do?" Emmett asked, accepting the tea but not drinking it. "How do we stop him?" "We change the rules," Katniss said, surprised by the certainty in her own voice. Every other time the seer ran when she learned the truth. She let fear drive her away from the wolf who loved her. But what if this time we stand and fight together? Twyla's eyes lit up with something that might have been hope. Emmett reached across the table and covered Katniss's hand with his. His palm was warm, calloused from years of hard work, and completely steady despite everything they'd just discussed. "You sure about this?" he asked quietly. "Standing and fighting sounds good in theory, but Ashwin's had decades to perfect his methods. He's not going to make it easy." "Nothing worthwhile ever is." Katniss turned her hand over beneath his, lacing their fingers together. "Besides, I didn't come here to run away from hard truths. I came here to find them." Emmett's thumb brushed over her knuckles, a small gesture that sent warmth spiraling up her arm. "Then we do this together." "Together," she agreed. Twyla raised her teacup in a mock toast. "To breaking patterns and changing the rules. And to love that's stronger than fear." They clinked their cups together, the sound ringing through the quiet cafe like a bell. "Wait a second, though," Katniss interrupted, and Twyla and Emmett both looked more concerned suddenly. "You said you've been seeing this for 30 years. Yet you don't look a day over 30 yourself, if that." Twyla herself gave a big smirk before flicking her braid. "Oh, honey, that's the beauty of being Fae. You'd never guess my real age." And with a wink, she walked back behind the counter with her teapot. Outside, the morning mist was finally burning off, revealing the town in all its gentle, magical glory. But Katniss no longer felt like an outsider looking in. She felt like someone who belonged here, who had people worth fighting for. And she felt like someone who was finally ready to fight back.
Chapter 20. Emmett. The walk back to his cabin felt longer than usual, though Emmett knew it was just his mind playing tricks on him. Katniss walked beside him on the narrow forest path, her hand tucked into the crook of his elbow, her boots crunching softly against the carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves. The afternoon light filtered through the canopy in golden streams, painting her dark curls with amber highlights that made something deep in his chest tighten with want. She'd been quiet since they left Twyla's cafe, processing everything the fey-blooded woman had revealed about Ashwin's twisted pattern. He could practically hear the gears turning in her sharp mind, cataloging information, drawing connections, preparing for whatever battle lay ahead. It was one of the things he loved most about her, that relentless curiosity paired with a courage that ran bone deep. Loved. The word settled in his thoughts like it belonged there, waiting for him to acknowledge what his wolf had known from the moment she stepped out of that dusty jeep. "You're thinking loud enough to wake the dead," Katniss said, glancing up at him with those hazel eyes that seemed to see straight through his carefully constructed walls. "Want to share with the class?" "Just processing," he said, which was true enough. "Today's been heavy." "That's one word for it." She squeezed his arm gently. "Learning that I'm apparently the latest in a long line of doomed heroines wasn't exactly how I planned to spend my morning." They reached the cabin as the sun began its descent toward the mountains, casting the cedar siding in warm honeytones. Emmett had built this place with his own hands during his first year in Hollow Oak, needing something that was entirely his after losing everything else. The river rock chimney, the wide front porch, the windows positioned to catch both sunrise and sunset. Every detail had been chosen with care, creating a sanctuary that had felt empty until now. Until her. He held the door open, watching as she stepped inside and immediately made herself at home. She kicked off her boots by the door, hung her leather jacket on the hook beside his flannel, and moved to the stone fireplace where embers from this morning's fire still glowed faintly red. The sight of her belongings mingling with his sent a possessive satisfaction through him that his wolf answered with a low, pleased rumble. "I'll get the fire going again," he said, moving to add kindling to the grate. "Evening's coming on cooler than expected." "Emmett," her voice was soft but firm, the tone she used when she'd made up her mind about something important. "We need to talk." His hand stilled on the piece of oak he'd been about to place. "About?" "About what Twyla said. About patterns and choices and what happens next." She settled onto the worn leather couch, tucking her legs under her. "About us." He finished building up the fire, using the familiar task to steady his nerves. Flames caught and began to dance, casting flickering light across the room and painting Katniss in warm golds and deep shadows. When he turned to face her, she was watching him with that focused intensity that made him feel like she could read every thought he'd ever had. "What do you want to know?" he asked, settling beside her, but leaving space between them, close enough to touch, far enough to run if this conversation went sideways. "Everything." She shifted to face him fully, one hand resting on the couch cushion between them. "The real everything, not the careful version you've been feeding me. If we're going to face whatever's coming, I need to know exactly where we stand." Emmett studied her face, noting the determined set of her jaw, the way her fingers curled slightly like she was preparing to hold on to something precious. His wolf paced restlessly under his skin, urging him to claim, to mark, to make this woman his in every way that mattered. But that was exactly the kind of thinking that had destroyed the other couples Twyla had described. Fate and instinct and magical compulsion overriding choice and genuine feeling. "Katniss," he said carefully, "there's something you need to understand about what I am, about what happens when wolves find their mates." "I know about the mate bond," she said. "When you left to go help the Tansley brothers after this morning, Twyla explained some of it, and I've done enough research to understand the basics from there. Magical connection, heightened protectiveness, that whole two souls becoming one thing. That's part of it." He leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. "But there's more. When a wolf finds his true mate, it's not just emotional, it's biological, chemical, the scent recognition, the need to claim and protect. The way every instinct screams that this person belongs to you, it's all hardwired into what we are." Her expression didn't change, but he caught the slight hitch in her breathing. And I need you to know that whatever this is between us, it's not just the bond talking. He turned to face her fully, his storm gray eyes meeting hers without flinching. My wolf recognized you as mate the moment you stepped out of that Jeep. Hell, maybe even before that, in whatever dream or vision brought you here that was more than just the cold case. But that's not why I love you. The words hung in the air between them, simple and raw, and more honest than anything he'd said in years. Katniss's eyes widened slightly, her lips parting in surprise. Emmett, let me finish. He reached for her hand, covering her smaller fingers with his calloused palm. I love you because you argue with me when I'm being a jerk, because you see a mystery and chase it down even when everyone warns you off, because you looked at my scars and didn't flinch, didn't see a monster or a victim, just a man who'd survived something hard. Her fingers curled around his, warm and steady. I love your stubborn courage and your sharp tongue, and the way you make me laugh even when I'm trying to brood. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I love that you came to this town chasing ghosts and ended up saving us all from becoming them. You don't know that yet, she said quietly. We haven't won anything. We've already won the thing that matters most. He lifted their joined hands, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. We chose each other. Not because fate demanded it, not because some ancient magic forced our hands, but because we wanted to. Because when I look at you, I see my future. And when you look at me, I see home, she finished, her voice barely above a whisper. I see the man I want to build a life with. Supernatural drama and all. The fire crackled in the hearth, sending sparks up the chimney and filling the room with the scent of burning oak and cedar. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, with the soft whisper of evening settling over the mountains. But inside the cabin, the world had narrowed to just the two of them, and the weight of words that couldn't be taken back. So what does that mean? Katniss asked. In practical terms, I mean. If we're mates but we're choosing it rather than just accepting it, how does that work? Emmett was quiet for a moment, considering. It means we make our own rules. Create our own bond instead of letting instinct drive us. He traced his thumb over her palm, feeling the delicate bones beneath her skin. It means we promise each other things that matter more than magic. What kind of promises? The kind that hold even when everything else falls apart. He shifted closer, close enough that her citrus and bergamot scent wrapped around him like comfort. I promise to trust your judgment even when my wolf wants to lock you away somewhere safe. I promise to tell you the truth, even when it's ugly. I promise to fight beside you instead of just fighting for you. Katniss turned their hands over, lacing their fingers together. I promise to stay and fight instead of running when things get hard. I promise to see the man you choose to be, not just the one you used to be. I promise to trust you with my heart and my safety and my future. And if the mate bond kicks in anyway? If the magic tries to take over? She leaned closer, her forehead almost touching his. Then we remind ourselves that we chose this first. That whatever the bond gives us is just a bonus on top of what we build ourselves, and we will always have control, especially against Ashwin. Just because he broke the others doesn't mean he can break us. Emmett lifted his free hand to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing over the soft skin beneath her eye. You sure about this? Once we do this, once we acknowledge what we are to each other, there's no going back. Ashwin will use it against us. Let him try. Her eyes blazed with determination and something fiercer, something that looked like love mixed with lightning. I'm tired of letting fear make my choices for me in life. I'm finally ready to have my own story instead of trying to write someone else's. The space between them disappeared as naturally as breathing. Emmett leaned in and kissed her, soft at first, then deeper when she responded by sliding her hand into his hair and pulling him closer. She tasted like Twyla's magical tea and something sweeter, something that was purely her own. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Katniss rested her forehead against his. I feel like we just said wedding vows, she said with a soft laugh. In a way we did. He let himself finally smile. So how do we mark this? She asked. How do we make it official without all the traditional magical compulsion? With our word, he said simply, with our choices, with promises we make to each other instead of to fate. She smiled, the expression transforming her face from pretty to radiant. Then mark me, Emmett Hollowell. Make me yours the way I want to be yours. He kissed her again, slower this time, savoring the moment. Against her lips, he whispered, You're mine, Katniss Greaves. Not because the fates decided it, but because I choose you. Because you choose me. Because we're building something together that's stronger than magic. And you're mine, she whispered back, her breath warm against his mouth. Because you make me braver than I thought I could be. Because you see me and love me anyway. Because home isn't a place anymore. It's wherever you are. And when the time is right, I'll mark you the Shifter way, he promised with a low, sexy growl, followed by a deep, promising kiss. I love you, he said, the words coming easier now that he'd said them once. Whatever happens with Ashwin, whatever this town throws at us, that's not going to change. I'm not running from you anymore. I love you too. She curled against his side, fitting perfectly beneath his arm like she'd been made for this exact spot. And whatever happens, we face it together. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire dance and listening to the evening sounds of the forest beyond the windows. Emmett's fingers traced idle patterns on her shoulder, marveling at how natural this felt. How right. Like coming home after a long journey he hadn't realized he'd been taking. So, Katniss said eventually, her voice lazy with contentment. What happens now? Do we tell people? Make some kind of announcement? If you want to. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo mixed with pine and wood smoke. Though honestly, I think most of the town already knows. Twyla's been giving us knowing looks since you got here, and Maeve's been making jokes about my mate scent since the day you arrived. Katniss laughed, the sound vibrating through his chest. Of course they have. I should have known it wasn't as subtle as I had tried to make it. Nothing subtle in a town this size. He tightened his arms around her, already dreading the moment when he'd have to let her go back to the inn. Especially not when it involves the local grouch falling head over heels for the mysterious stranger with the sharp tongue. Hey, she protested, poking him in the ribs. I prefer charmingly sarcastic to sharp-tongued. I'll make a note. He caught her hand and brought it to his lips, pressing a kiss to her palm. Stay tonight? The question was quiet, hopeful, carrying the weight of everything they'd just promised each other. Katniss looked up at him, her eyes soft with affection and something that might have been relief. I thought you'd never ask. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows and sending leaves skittering across the porch. But inside the cabin, wrapped in each other's arms in the glow of firelight, Emmett felt safer than he had in years. Not because the danger had passed, if anything, it was just beginning. But because, for the first time since his exile, he wasn't facing it alone. He had found his mate, chosen his partner, claimed his future, and he'd be damned if he'd let anyone take that away from him.
Chapter 21. Katniss. The council glade looked like something out of a fever dream painted in moonlight and shadow. Ancient trees formed a perfect circle around the clearing, their massive trunks twisted with age and carved with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when Katniss wasn't looking directly at them. Spanish moss hung from the branches like tattered curtains, stirring in a breeze that carried whispers in languages she didn't recognize. The moon hung directly overhead, full and silver bright, casting everything in sharp relief. But this wasn't ordinary moonlight. This was something older, wilder, charged with magic that made the air itself feel alive. Stay close, Emmett murmured beside her, his hand finding the small of her back as they approached the sacred space. Council gatherings can get intense. Define intense, she whispered back. Politics with claws, he said simply. They weren't the first to arrive. Maeve Cross stood near the eastern stone, her short black hair gleaming like polished obsidian in the moonlight. She'd traded her usual casual clothes for a fitted black blazer and dark jeans, looking every inch the dangerous predator she was. Her golden brown eyes tracked their approach with keen interest, and she offered Katniss a nod that felt like approval. Miriam emerged from between two trees, moving with the quiet grace of someone comfortable in sacred spaces. Her silver hair was pinned back with what looked like bone combs. "Evening, sweetheart," Miriam said warmly, reaching out to squeeze Katniss's hand. Her fingers were cool but comforting. Katniss smoothed her clothes, nerves making her fidgety. "I wasn't exactly prepared for formal supernatural politics. None of us ever are the first time." Miriam's eyes twinkled with gentle humor. "But you'll do fine. Just remember, they're more afraid of you than you are of them." "That's what people say about bears," Katniss pointed out, "right before they get mauled." More figures began to emerge from the forest paths, moving with the quiet confidence of people who belonged in places like this. Katniss recognized some faces from around town, but seeing them here, in this charged atmosphere, made them seem different. More. Like they'd shed their everyday masks to reveal something wilder underneath. Twyla appeared beside one of the northern stones, as if she'd grown from the earth itself. Her wheat-colored hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders, woven with tiny silver bells that chimed softly as she moved. Katniss watched as Twyla took her place beside what was clearly a designated spot. "Are there assigned positions?" "Council members and town elders get the stones," he explained quietly. "Everyone else fills in around the circle according to, let's call it social hierarchy mixed with magical ability. Where do we go? Wherever Varric tells us." As if summoned by his name, the wolf elder stepped into the clearing from the southern path. Varric Thornwell commanded attention without effort, his presence filling the space like the scent of ozone before a storm. His long silver braids hung over his shoulders like cords of moonlight, adorned with small bones and polished stones that caught the ethereal glow. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, swept the gathering with ancient authority. Behind him walked a man Katniss hadn't met, though she recognized the type. Elder Bram looked like every conservative politician she'd ever seen, if conservative politicians came with supernatural abilities and attitudes carved from granite. His gray beard was perfectly trimmed, his dark robes immaculate, and his pale eyes held the kind of cold judgment that made her instinctively want to check if she was properly covering everything. "That's not a friendly face," she whispered to Emmett. "Bram's old school," he replied, voice carefully neutral. "Believes in keeping the supernatural world separate from the human one. Doesn't much like outsiders, especially ones with unpredictable gifts." "Well, this should be fun." Varric raised his hand, and the clearing fell silent with the kind of immediate hush that spoke of deeply ingrained respect. Or fear. Possibly both. "We gather under the full moon to witness the formal recognition of Katniss Greaves." His voice carried easily across the space, rich and resonant as thunder rolling through mountain valleys. "A human-born seer who has found sanctuary within our borders and seeks official protection under our ancient laws." A murmur rippled through the crowd, not unfriendly but definitely curious. Katniss felt dozens of eyes on her, studying, evaluating, weighing her worth against whatever criteria these people used to judge outsiders. "Step forward, Katniss Greaves," Varric commanded. Emmett's hand squeezed her waist once, a brief touch of encouragement, before she walked alone into the center of the stone circle. The air here was even more charged, crackling with power that made her skin tingle, and her seer abilities hum with awareness. She could feel the weight of history in this place, decades or maybe centuries of rituals and gatherings and decisions that shaped the community around her. "State your name and your business in Hollow Oak," Varric said formally. "Katniss Greaves." Her voice came out steadier than she felt, carrying clearly in the hushed space. "I came here following a cold case about a missing girl. But I stayed because I found something I didn't know I was looking for." "And what was that?" She glanced around the circle, taking in faces both familiar and strange, human and decidedly other. Her gaze found Emmett's storm-gray eyes, and the answer came easily. Home. Another murmur, this one warmer, approving. Miriam smiled, and even Maeve looked pleased, but Elder Bram's expression remained carved from disapproval. You possess the sight, Varric continued, visions that pierce the veil between worlds. This gift is both powerful and dangerous. Do you understand the responsibility that comes with such abilities? I'm starting to, Katniss said honestly. The visions aren't just random images. They're connected to this place, to the people here, to threats that could hurt the community. Indeed. Varric began to pace around the stone circle, his braids swaying with each step. Seers are rare, particularly those with the strength to withstand the veil's influence without losing themselves. But rarity does not equal safety. Elder Bram stepped forward, his pale eyes fixed on Katniss with laser intensity. If I may, Elder Varric. Speak, Elder Bram. This woman brings chaos. His voice was clipped, precise, carrying the weight of absolute certainty. Since her arrival, we've had veiled disturbances, prophetic dreams, and reports of rogue pack activity at our borders. She is a magnet for trouble. Now wait just a minute, Twyla interjected, her bells chiming as she moved. That's like blaming the canary for the gas in the mine. She's not causing these problems, she's warning us about them. Is she? Bram's gaze never left Katniss. Or is her very presence drawing threats that would otherwise pass us by? The question hung in the charged air like a blade. Katniss felt her cheeks burn, not with embarrassment but with rising anger. You want to know what I see? She said, her voice gaining strength. I see a town that's been hiding from its problems for so long, it's forgotten how to face them. I see missing girls whose stories were buried instead of solved. I see people so afraid of change that they'd rather sacrifice safety for the illusion of peace. Bram's eyes narrowed. You see what you choose to see. The visions of seers can be influenced by their own desires, their own fears. How do we know your prophecies are truth and not merely projection? Because they've been accurate so far, Emmett said quietly, but his voice carried to every corner of the clearing. She saw the veil disturbance before it happened. She saw the rogue pack signs before we found them. She's been right about everything that matters. Emmett Hollowell speaks for you, Varric observed, stopping his pacing to study them both. This is significant. A wolf's mate bond creates strong protective instincts, but it can also cloud judgment. We're not bonded through compulsion, Katniss said quickly. We chose each other. Our connection isn't based on magical fate, it's based on trust and shared goals and genuine affection. Varric's eyebrows rose slightly. Interesting. And rare. Most supernatural matings follow the old patterns. Most supernatural matings don't involve a human who refuses to be told what to do, Maeve added dryly, earning a few chuckles from the crowd. The question remains, Bram pressed, whether granting her formal protection is worth the risks she brings. Her presence has already destabilized our carefully maintained peace. What peace? The words burst out of Katniss before she could stop them. You've got missing girls, rogue packs circling your borders, and a community so afraid of the outside world that it's turned isolation into a religion. That's not peace, that's willful blindness. Elder Bram's face flushed with anger, while Varric watched her with approval. You speak boldly for someone asking for sanctuary, Bram said coldly. I speak honestly for someone who sees what's really happening here. Katniss lifted her chin, meeting his glare without flinching. You can grant me protection or not, but these problems existed long before I arrived. Ignoring them won't make them go away. No, Varric said slowly, but perhaps addressing them will... He turned to address the full circle. The seer speaks truth, however uncomfortable. We have been reactive rather than proactive, responding to threats instead of anticipating them. Perhaps it's time for a different approach. You're seriously considering this? Bram's voice rose with disbelief. She's been here mere weeks, and already she's encouraging confrontation over caution. Sometimes confrontation is the only path to lasting peace, Miriam said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of years spent watching and waiting. I've seen what happens when we choose comfortable lies over difficult truths. People disappear, problems fester, the community suffers. A new voice spoke from the eastern edge of the circle. The human has proven herself. Katniss turned to see a tall figure step into the light, someone she hadn't noticed before. The man looked like he'd been carved from oak and moonlight, his angular features sharp enough to cut glass. His dark hair fell in waves to his shoulders, and his eyes were the deep green of forest shadows. When he moved, it was with the liquid grace of something that had never forgotten its connection to the wild. Lucian Vale, Emmett murmured behind her. Panther shifter. Owns the bookstore. She faced the veil surge and survived, Lucian continued, his voice carrying a faint accent that sounded vaguely European. She walked willingly into sacred spaces that would drive most humans mad. She chose love over fear when tested. These are not the actions of someone who brings chaos. These are the actions of someone who brings change. Change and chaos often wear the same face, Bram retorted. So do wisdom and stubbornness, Twyla added sweetly. The question is whether we're brave enough to tell the difference. Varric raised his hand again, calling for silence. When he spoke, his voice carried the finality of ancient authority. Katniss Greaves approached the central stone. Heart pounding, Katniss walked to the massive piece of carved granite that dominated the center of the circle. This close, she could see that the symbols carved into its surface weren't random. They formed a pattern, a story written in stone about protection and community and the bonds that held both together. Place your hand upon the heartstone, Varric commanded. The moment her palm touched the cool granite, the world exploded into sensation. Power surged through her like lightning in reverse, flowing from the earth up through her bones and into her very soul. Visions flashed behind her eyes, not chaotic and overwhelming like before, but clear and purposeful. She saw Hollow Oak's history stretching back generations, saw the Vale's creation, saw the community that had grown up around this sacred space. And she saw herself, not as an outsider looking in, but as part of the pattern, part of the protection, part of the future. The Heartstone accepts her, Varric announced, his voice carrying wonder. She is recognized as a true seer, granted the protection of our laws, and the responsibilities that come with them. The power faded gradually, leaving Katniss swaying on her feet but oddly stronger than before. She could feel the connection now, the invisible threads that linked her to this place and these people. This was communal, sacred, binding her to the welfare of everyone in the circle. Magic never comes without a price, Varric said quietly, his storm cloud eyes meeting hers with understanding. You have gained power, protection, and purpose. But you have also accepted responsibility for this community's welfare. Their joys will strengthen you, their sorrows will wound you, their fate is now tied to yours, as yours is to theirs. The weight of it settled over her like a cloak, heavy but not unwelcome. She thought of Mabel Dorsey and the other missing girls, of Emmett's past and Ashwin's threats, of all the secrets this town had carried alone for too long. I understand, she said simply. The formal ceremony dissolved into something more relaxed as people began to move and talk again. Emmett appeared at her side almost instantly. How do you feel? He asked quietly. Katniss considered the question, taking inventory of the new sensations flowing through her. The connection to the community hummed in her bones like a second heartbeat. Her seer abilities felt more stable, less chaotic, as if the Heartstone had provided an anchor for her visions. Different, she said finally. More. Like I've been accepted into something bigger than myself. You have been. His thumb traced over her knuckles. The Heartstone doesn't accept just anyone. Varric's right about the responsibility, though. You'll feel their pain now, their fear, but also their joy, their love, their hope. Sounds like being part of a family, she mused. The best kind, he agreed. Around them, the gathering began to disperse, people drifting back toward the forest paths that would take them home. But the energy lingered, warm and welcoming, like the afterglow of a perfect evening spent with people who mattered. Ready to head back? Emmett asked. Katniss took one last look around the sacred space, memorizing the way the moonlight painted everything in silver and shadow. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new threats, new responsibilities. But tonight, she had found her place in the world. Ready, she said, and meant it completely.
Chapter 22. Emmett. The howl shattered the midnight quiet like glass breaking in church. Emmett bolted upright in bed, every instinct screaming as the sound echoed through the forest and straight into his bones. Not the familiar call of local wolves or the distant song of coyotes hunting in the high country. This was something else entirely. The kind of howl that spoke of challenge and claim and blood spilled under moonlight. Beside him, Katniss stirred against the quilts. Her dark curls spilled across the pillow like ink. She'd fallen asleep curled against his side after they'd returned from the council gathering, still glowing with the magic of her formal acceptance. The Heartstone's power had settled into her, like she'd been waiting for it her whole life, and watching her step into that role had filled him with pride and something deeper. Something that felt like hope for a future he'd stopped believing in. But this howl killed that hope like frost killing spring flowers. His wolf rose beneath his skin, hackles raised, recognizing the voice that had haunted too many nightmares. Ashwin, close enough to breach Hollow Oak's protective barriers, close enough to make his presence known, close enough to take what he wanted. Emmett! Katniss's voice was thick with sleep, but her hand found his arm with unerring accuracy. What's wrong? Stay here, he said, already rolling out of bed and reaching for his jeans. The denim was cold against his skin, reality crashing back with brutal efficiency. Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me or Maeve. She sat up, suddenly alert, the sheet pooling around her waist. Her hazel eyes were sharp with awareness, already processing the tension radiating from him. That wasn't a normal wolf, was it? No. He pulled on his thermal shirt, the fabric stretching across his shoulders as his muscles coiled with readiness. It wasn't. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from Maeve. Meet me at the Fang. Now. I have to go, he said, leaning down to press a hard kiss to Katniss's forehead. Promise me you'll stay here. Promise me you won't try to follow. Her jaw set in that stubborn line he'd learned to recognize. Emmett, if this is about me, about what happened at the council tonight, then I should be involved. If this is about you, then you need to be as far away from it as possible. He caught her face between his hands, thumbs brushing over her cheekbones. I can't protect you if I'm worried about where you are. And I can't help if I'm locked away like some fairy tale princess. But her voice softened as she covered his hands with hers. Just be careful, okay? And come back to me. Always, he promised, sealing it with another kiss before forcing himself to pull away. The night air hit him like a slap as he stepped outside, sharp with the promise of frost and thick with the scent of distant rain. But underneath the familiar mountain smells was something else, something that made his wolf pace restlessly behind his ribs. The metallic tang of old blood, the sour smell of pack bonds twisted into something ugly. He shifted into his wolf form between one stride and the next, bones flowing like water, muscles expanding as his other half took control. 4 legs ate up the ground faster than 2, and he needed speed tonight. Needed to reach the silver fang before whatever message Ashwin had left could fester in the night air. The forest blurred past in shades of silver and shadow, his enhanced senses picking up every detail. A raccoon family foraging near the creek, an owl hunting from the old pine, the fading scent trail of a deer that had passed through hours ago. All normal, all peaceful, all wrong, because underneath it all was the smell of intruders. Multiple wolves moving with purpose, leaving just enough scent to be noticed by those who knew how to look. The Silver Fang Tavern sat at the heart of Hollow Oak like a beacon, its windows glowing warm against the night. But as Emmett approached, he could see Maeve pacing in front of the building like a caged predator, her short black hair gleaming under the porch lights. She was still in human form, but her movements held the fluid grace of her lioness, all coiled power and barely contained violence. He shifted back to human form as he reached her, accepting the spare clothes she tossed him without question. Maeve always came prepared. "How long ago?" he asked, pulling on the flannel she'd brought. 20 minutes, maybe less." Her voice was tight with controlled fury. "I was doing a perimeter check when I heard it. By the time I got here, they were already gone. At least 3, maybe 4. Hard to tell with the way they laid the scent trails." Maeve jerked her head toward the massive oak that shaded the tavern's front porch. "But they left us a love letter." Emmett followed her gaze and felt his blood turn to ice water. Burned into the ancient bark, still smoking faintly in the night air, were words carved with claws and sealed with fire. The letters were crude but readable, each one a brand seared deep enough to scar the heart would. "She's ours now, too." "Damn it," he breathed, his hands clenching into fists. The smell of charred wood filled his nostrils, acrid and wrong. This tree had stood for centuries, its bark scarred by time and weather, but never by cruelty, until now. "My thoughts exactly." Maeve crossed her arms, her dark eyes scanning the tree line like she expected attackers to emerge at any moment. "Question is, what exactly does ours now too mean? Ours as in the pack, or ours as in something else entirely?" Emmett studied the message, his wolf snarling beneath his skin. The lettering was deliberate, meant to be found, meant to send a message that went beyond simple threat. "He knows," he said quietly, "about the council gathering, about her formal recognition." "How could he know that?" The glades warded 6 ways to Sunday. No way a rogue could get close enough to spy. "He doesn't need to spy if he's got someone on the inside." The words tasted like ash in Emmett's mouth. "Or if he's got access to the same magic that protects this place." Maeve went very still. "You think he's corrupted the veil somehow?" "I think he's had 30 years to figure out how this town works." Emmett ran his hand through his hair, frustration making his movements sharp. 30 years to study our patterns, our defenses, our weak points. And now he's ready to exploit them. Starting with Katniss, he agreed grimly. The message wasn't just a threat. It was a claim. Ashwin was announcing his intention to take what Emmett valued most, and he was confident enough in his plan to advertise it. "So what's our move?" Maeve asked. "Because standing here staring at his graffiti isn't going to keep her safe." Emmett was thinking. The smart play would be to gather the council, set up defensive positions, wait for Ashwin to make his move. But Ashwin had never been one to play by conventional rules. He specialized in psychological warfare, in turning an opponent's strengths into weaknesses. "He's trying to make me react," Emmett said slowly. "Trying to push me into doing something reckless. Is it working?" "Yeah." He looked back at the burned message, feeling his wolf's fury rise like tide. "Part of me wants to track him down right now, end this before he can hurt her. And the other part knows that's exactly what he wants me to do." Emmett forced his hands to unclench, made himself think tactically instead of emotionally. "He's counting on me charging off into the woods like some lovesick pup, leaving her undefended while I chase shadows." She pulled out her phone, fingers flying over the screen. "I'm calling Varric and Callum. If Ashwin wants a fight, we'll give him one. But it'll be on our terms, not his." As Maeve made her calls, Emmett studied the tree again, memorizing every detail of the message. The depth of the burns, the spacing of the letters, the way the smoke still curled from the deepest grooves. This wasn't just intimidation, it was reconnaissance. Ashwin was testing their response time, their communication networks, their ability to coordinate under pressure. Every second they spent reacting to his provocation was data he could use against them. "Varric's on his way," Maeve said, sliding her phone back into her pocket. "So is half the council. Callum's already started mobilizing the outer patrols." "Good." But even as he said it, Emmett felt the familiar weight of command settling on his shoulders. The same weight that had nearly crushed him when he was younger, when he'd made choices that cost lives and destroyed everything he'd tried to build. "Hey," Maeve's voice was gentler now, understanding. "This isn't like before. You're not leading a pack of hotheads into a fight they can't win. This is different." "Is it?" He looked at her, seeing his own doubts reflected in her dark eyes. "Because it feels exactly the same. Ashwin making threats, me trying to outthink him, while people I care about hang in the balance. The difference is that you're not alone." Maeve stepped closer, her presence solid and reassuring. "You've got backup. You've got allies who know what they're fighting for. And you've got a mate who's not some helpless victim waiting to be rescued." The reminder of Katniss's strength steadied him. She wasn't like the other seers Ashwin had targeted. She was a fighter, someone who'd chosen to stay and fight instead of running when things got dangerous. "She's going to want to be involved," he said. "Course she is. She's not stupid." Maeve grinned, showing teeth. "Question is whether you're smart enough to let her." Before he could answer, the sound of approaching footsteps announced Varric's arrival. The elder appeared out of the shadows like he'd been born from them, his silver braids catching starlight. His storm cloud eyes took in the burned message with the kind of calm that spoke of decades spent dealing with supernatural crises. "Well," he said mildly, "that's unfortunate." "Unfortunate?" Emmett stared at him. "He just declared war on our entire community." "Did he?" Varric stepped closer to the tree, studying the message with scientific interest. "Or did he just reveal how little he understands about what he's truly facing?" "I'm not following." "Ashwin operates on old assumptions, old patterns. He expects to find the same fearful community that's been hiding from him for 30 years. Varric traced one of the burned letters with his finger. "But we're not the same community anymore, are we? We have new allies, new strengths, new ways of thinking about old problems." "You mean Katniss?" "I mean all of us. But yes, her recognition tonight changes the equation considerably." Varric stepped back from the tree, brushing soot from his fingers. "She's not just under our protection now. She's part of our defense, and that's something Ashwin won't be prepared for." More footsteps announced the arrival of other council members. Miriam emerged from the darkness with the quiet grace of someone who'd spent decades walking night paths, while Callum materialized like a golden shadow, his lion's presence filling the space with predatory energy. "Damn," Callum said, studying the message. "He's not subtle, is he?" "Subtlety was never his strong suit," Emmett replied. "Brutality and psychological warfare, on the other hand." "Then we'll have to be smarter than he is." Varric turned to address the assembled group. "This message tells us several things. First, that he knows about tonight's ceremony. Second, that he feels confident enough to make open threats. Third, that he's close enough to act on those threats." "So what's our response?" Miriam asked. "We protect what matters most," Varric said simply, "and we prepare for a fight that's been 30 years in the making." Emmett felt his wolf settle beneath his skin, no longer pacing with helpless fury, but coiled with purpose. Ashwin wanted a war? Fine. But this time, the old monster was going to discover what happened when he targeted a community that had finally learned to fight back. This time, he was going to lose. "Emmett," Varric said quietly, "go home to your mate. Make sure she understands what's coming. The rest of us will handle the tactical preparations. I should be involved in planning." "You should be where you're most needed," the elder corrected gently. "And right now, that's with her. Trust us to handle the details." It went against every instinct he had, leaving the planning to others while he retreated to safety. But as he looked around at the faces surrounding him, familiar and determined and united in purpose, he realized Maeve had been right. He wasn't alone this time. "All right," he said. "But if you need anything, we'll call," Maeve promised. "Now go." before she decides to come looking for you herself. Emmett nodded and shifted back to wolf form, letting his other half carry him swiftly through the forest toward home, toward the woman who was now officially part of this community's defense, whether Ashwin understood it or not. Let the old monster think he was hunting prey. He was about to discover he'd walked into a trap instead.
Chapter 23. Katniss. Absolutely not. Katniss crossed her arms and stared down the assembled council members gathered in Miriam's. Morning light streamed through the lace curtains, painting everything in soft golds that should have felt peaceful, but only emphasized how surreal this conversation was. Varric leaned back in the floral armchair that looked far too delicate to support his imposing frame, his storm cloud eyes studying her with what might have been admiration. The sanctuary in Northern California has excellent protections, ancient redwood magic, very stable. You'd be safe there while we deal with Ashwin. I said no. Her voice was sharper than intended, but she didn't care. I'm not running away like some scared rabbit just because that psychopath burned a tree. It's not running, Miriam said gently from her perch on the piano bench, silver hair catching the light as she poured tea from a pot painted with tiny roses. It's being sensible. Ashwin's message was clear. He's targeting you specifically. Then let him come. Katniss moved to the window, pulling the curtain aside to peer out at the garden where Emmett was chopping firewood with more force than strictly necessary. Each swing of the axe spoke of barely contained violence, muscles bunching beneath his thermal shirt as he worked out his frustrations on defenseless logs. I'm tired of being treated like a victim waiting to happen. Elder Bram, who'd been silent until now, cleared his throat with obvious disapproval. Young woman, your bravado is admirable, but misguided. Ashwin has been planning this for decades. You've been here mere weeks. Exactly. She spun around to face them, hazel eyes blazing. Which means I see things you've all gotten used to ignoring. Like the fact that running away won't solve anything. It'll just give him time to regroup and come back stronger. Or it will remove his primary target and force him to retreat, Bram countered. Will it? Because from what Twyla told me, he's been doing this same dance for 30 years. Take the seer, break the wolf, corrupt the community. How many times are you going to let that pattern repeat before you try something different? Varric's eyebrows rose slightly. What do you suggest? I suggest we break the pattern. She moved to stand behind the couch where Emmett had been sitting before he'd stalked outside, needing the movement to channel her frustration. Instead of reacting to his moves, we make some of our own. Instead of hiding, we fight back. Fighting back requires knowing where he is, Maeve pointed out from her spot by the fireplace. And right now, he's got the advantage of mobility. Then we make him come to us. Katniss began pacing, her mind racing through possibilities. Set a trap. Use me as bait, if that's what it takes. Absolutely not, came Emmett's voice from the doorway, rough with exhaustion and something deeper. He stepped inside, sawdust clinging to his thermal shirt and dark circles under his gray eyes that spoke of too many sleepless nights. We're not using you as bait for anything. The protective growl underlying his words made something warm uncurl in her chest, even as it sparked her temper. That's not your decision to make. Like hell it isn't. He crossed the room in 3 long strides. You're my mate. Protecting you is exactly my decision. I'm also a grown woman with agency who's tired of being discussed like she's not in the room. She lifted her chin, meeting his glare without flinching. And I'm certainly not going to be shipped off to California like some inconvenient package. It's temporary. Is it? Because Ashwin's message suggests he's not going anywhere. And neither am I. The room fell silent. Katniss could feel the weight of everyone's attention, but her decision was already made. I appreciate the concern, she said more gently. I really do. But I came here following a mystery, and I'm not leaving until it's solved. These missing girls deserve justice. This community deserves peace, and I deserve the chance to be part of the solution instead of the problem everyone's trying to hide from." Varric fingers steepled beneath his chin. "The young seer makes valid points. Perhaps it's time we stopped reacting to Ashwin's provocations and started setting our own terms." "You're seriously considering this?" Bram's pale eyes widened with dismay. "She's untrained, unpredictable, and exactly what he wants." "She's also right," Miriam said quietly, setting down her teacup with a decisive clink. 30 years of playing defense hasn't worked. Maybe it's time to try offense." The debate continued around her, but Katniss found her attention drifting to Emmett. He stood with his back to the group, hands braced against the window frame. The line of his shoulders spoke of barely controlled tension, and she could see the exhaustion in every line of his body. He hadn't been sleeping. She knew because she hadn't been sleeping either. The nightmares had started 3 days ago, the night after they'd found Ashwin's message. Twisted visions that felt too real, too visceral to be simple dreams. Images of Emmett broken and bleeding, of Hollow Oak consumed by shadow fire, of herself chained in some dark place while Ashwin whispered poison in her ear. She'd wake, gasping, heart pounding, only to find Emmett already alert beside her, gathering her into his arms and murmuring reassurances until the phantom terror faded. But she could see the toll it was taking on him, the way he watched her constantly, the way he jumped at every unexpected sound. "We'll table this discussion for now," Varric announced, "but the offer of sanctuary remains open if you change your mind." The council members filed out one by one. Finally, only she and Emmett remained in the suddenly quiet parlor. "You're exhausted," she said softly, crossing to where he still stood by the window. "I'm fine." Liar. She reached up to trace the dark circles under his eyes with gentle fingers. "When's the last time you got more than 2 hours of sleep?" His jaw tightened. "Sleep's not exactly a priority right now." "It should be. You can't protect anyone if you collapse from exhaustion. I'm not going to collapse. Everyone has limits, Emmett. Even you." She leaned against the window frame beside him, studying his profile. The stubborn set of his jaw, the way tension corded the muscles in his neck, the slight tremor in his hands that he probably thought she hadn't noticed. "Talk to me. What's really going on?" He was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "The dreams. I can feel them happening to you, through the bond." He turned to look at her, his eyes dark with guilt. "I know you're trying to hide how bad they are, but I feel every nightmare, every moment of terror, and I can't stop them." Her heart clenched at the pain in his voice. "That's not your job, isn't it? I'm supposed to protect you, that's what mates do, but I can't fight something that attacks you in your sleep." "So you've stopped sleeping entirely?" "I stay awake to watch over you. To pull you out if the dreams get too bad." She'd been so focused on her own fear, her own determination to stay and fight, that she hadn't fully considered what this was costing him. The man who'd already carried too much guilt was now torturing himself because he couldn't shield her from nightmares. "Emmett." She reached for his hands, lacing their fingers together. "You're not responsible for my dreams. And you're definitely not responsible for Ashwin's ability to twist them into weapons." "Then who is?" "Ashwin. Only Ashwin. But if you run yourself into the ground trying to be my one-man security detail, you won't be able to help when I really need you." Something in his expression shifted, the desperate edge softening into something more like resignation. "You're not going to change your mind about leaving. Not a chance. And you're not going to let me wrap you in cotton and hide you somewhere safe." "Also not happening." He sighed, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. "Then we do this together." But I have conditions, such as you don't go anywhere alone, ever, and you tell me immediately if the dreams get worse. Deal. But I have a condition too. What? You get some actual sleep, starting tonight. She stepped closer, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his skin. I mean it, Emmett. Real sleep, in a real bed, with me. The nightmares will be easier to handle if you're not dead on your feet when they happen. She rose up on her toes to press a soft kiss to his lips. Trust me on this. Please. For a moment she thought he might argue further. Then his arms came around her, pulling her against his chest in an embrace that felt like relief and desperation tangled together. All right, he murmured into her hair. We'll try it your way. Good. Now come on, Miriam's making lunch and you need food almost as much as you need sleep. As they headed toward the kitchen, Katniss tried to push away the lingering unease that had been growing stronger each day. The dreams were getting worse, more vivid, more specific, and something told her they were just the beginning of what Ashwin had planned. But whatever came next, they'd face it together. She just had to make sure Emmett was strong enough to stand when the real fight began.
Chapter 24, Emmett. The kiss started gentle, a reassurance more than passion, but it deepened quickly as desperation crept in at the edges. The fear they'd been holding back, the uncertainty about what tomorrow might bring, all of it poured into the connection between their mouths. Emmett's hands found her waist, pulling her closer, needing to feel her warmth and vitality against him. I love you, he whispered against her lips, the words carrying more weight than simple affection. They were a promise, a vow, a declaration of everything he was willing to fight for. I love you too, she whispered back, her fingers already working at the buttons of his shirt. Show me. They moved together toward the bed, shedding clothes with urgent hands and heated kisses. The soft cotton of her tee hit the floor, followed by his thermal shirt and the worn denim that had seen too many long days. Moonlight streamed through the windows, painting their skin in silver as they came together on the quilt his grandmother had made, all careful stitches and faded patterns that spoke of love built to last. You're beautiful, he murmured, tracing the curve of her collarbone with gentle fingers. Her skin was warm silk beneath his touch, sun-kissed and perfect, marked only by the small freckle just above her heart that he'd memorized weeks ago. So are you, she replied, her hands exploring the broad expanse of his chest, following the map of old scars that told the story of his past. When her fingers found the raised line across his left shoulder, she pressed a kiss there, soft and reverent. Every part of you. Her lips mapped him, traced every inch she hadn't touched yet. His hands cradled her hips, his thumbs stroking over the curve of her buttocks, then lower, spreading her open so he could kneel between her thighs and take in the full view. Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. How do you feel? He asked quietly. Different. She turned in his arms, studying his face with new awareness. I can feel you. Not just emotionally, but deeper than that. Like you're part of me now. That's the bond. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, his thumb lingering on her cheek. It connects us in ways that go beyond the physical. You'll be able to sense my emotions, my general location, whether I'm safe or in danger. And you'll feel the same from me. Yeah. He laid a kiss to her forehead, which means no more hiding when the nightmares get bad. She smiled ruefully. I suppose privacy is a thing of the past. Not privacy, just shared burdens. His arms tightened around her. Whatever Ashwin throws at us, we face it together, completely together. I'm not afraid, she said, and he could feel through the bond that she meant it. Whatever he's planning, whatever games he wants to play, he's already lost, because he doesn't understand what this is. What do you mean? He thinks love is weakness, something to exploit. Her hand found his chest, palm pressed over his heart. But what we have, it's not weak. It's the strongest thing I've ever felt. Emmett closed his eyes, letting himself sink into the truth of her words. The bond between them wasn't a vulnerability, despite what his fears whispered. It was armor. It was strength. It was the foundation everything else would be built on.
Chapter 25. Katniss. Katniss woke to silver light painting the cabin walls in strange, shifting patterns. For a moment, she lay still in the pre-dawn darkness, trying to figure out what had pulled her from sleep. The room felt different somehow, charged with an energy that made her skin tingle, and her newly awakened seer abilities hum like tuning forks. Beside her, Emmett slept deeply for the first time in days, his breathing steady and peaceful, one arm still curled protectively around her waist. Then she felt it, the gentle burn along her neck where he'd marked her during their lovemaking, warm and pulsing with something that definitely wasn't normal. She slipped carefully from the bed, padding barefoot to the bathroom mirror. The bite mark glowed, not brightly, not like a flashlight or anything dramatic, but there was definitely a soft, ethereal luminescence emanating from the small crescent-shaped mark just above her collarbone. It pulsed gently in rhythm with her heartbeat, silver-white light that seemed to come from somewhere beneath her skin. "Well," she whispered to her reflection, "that's new." As if responding to her voice, the glow intensified slightly, and suddenly the world around her shifted. Not physically, but perceptually, like someone had adjusted the contrast on reality itself. She could see layers now, dimensions of existence that had been invisible before. The bathroom mirror didn't just reflect her image, it showed the faint outline of the veil shimmering behind her like heat waves. Through the small window, the forest looked alive in ways she'd never noticed. Threads of light connected tree to tree, and she could sense the presence of every creature moving through the darkness. And something else, something that made her newfound senses recoil in instinctive revulsion. Wolves, moving with purpose through the undergrowth, their intentions dark as old blood. The vision hit her without warning, yanking her consciousness away from the safety of the cabin and into the forest beyond. She was running through trees that towered like cathedral pillars, their branches forming a canopy so thick it blocked out the stars. But she wasn't alone. Behind her, gaining ground with every stride, came the hunters. 4 wolves with eyes like yellow flames and teeth that gleamed with anticipation. Not her memory, someone else's. A girl with copper hair who'd made this same desperate flight decades ago, heart pounding, as she tried to reach sanctuary that remained forever out of reach. The vision shifted, blurred, and suddenly she was standing in a different forest, watching different horrors unfold. Ashwin, younger but no less cruel, circling a terrified shifter who couldn't have been more than 16. The boys' pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as the pack closed in, their leader's voice cold with calculated malice. "Weakness is a disease," Ashwin said, his pale eyes reflecting nothing human. "And the only cure is elimination." Another shift. Another memory pulled from the ether by her amplified abilities. A small town burning while pack members howled their triumph to an uncaring moon. Bodies left scattered like discarded toys. Children crying for parents who would never answer. Katniss gasped and found herself back in the bathroom, hands gripping the sink so hard her knuckles had gone white. The mark on her neck pulsed brighter, as if feeding on the visions it helped her see. "Katniss?" Emmett's voice, thick with sleep and concern, came from the bedroom. "You okay?" She couldn't answer immediately. The images were still too vivid, too real. She could smell the smoke from that burning town, could taste the fear of every victim Ashwin's pack had claimed over the years. The line between vision and reality had blurred until she wasn't sure which world she was standing in. Katniss? Footsteps across the cabin floor growing closer. "I'm fine," she managed, though her voice came out shaky. "Just bathroom." But she wasn't fine. The visions were getting stronger, more detailed, more invasive. And with them came something else. The ability to sense the pack's current location. They were close. Closer than anyone realized. Moving through the forest with the patience of predators who knew their prey had nowhere left to run. Emmett appeared in the doorway, sleep-tousled hair falling into his stormy eyes, wearing nothing but the jeans he'd hastily pulled on. One look at her face, and he was fully alert, crossing the small space in 2 strides. What happened? His hands found her shoulders, warm and grounding. "You're pale as snow." "The mark," she said, tilting her head to show him the glowing crescent. "It's doing things." His eyes widened as he took in the soft luminescence. "The mate bond. It's amplifying your abilities." "By a lot." She leaned into his touch, drawing strength from his solid presence. "I just saw, God, Emmett, the things they've done. Ashwin's pack, all the people they've hurt over the years." Visions of the past? And the present. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "They're out there. Right now. I can feel them moving through the forest like a sickness." Emmett's jaw tightened, his protective instincts flaring so strongly she could feel them through their bond. "How many?" "4, I think. Maybe 5. She closed her eyes, trying to focus on the dark presence she could sense at the edge of her awareness. "They're not rushing. They're taking their time, learning the territory. Planning something?" "Yeah." She opened her eyes to meet his worried gaze. "Something big." He was quiet for a moment, processing the information. "We need to tell Varric," he said. "If you can track their movements, that changes everything." "Does it?" "Because I'm not sure I can control this." She gestured to the mark, which pulsed brighter as if responding to her emotional state. "The visions are getting harder to distinguish from reality. What if I can't tell the difference anymore? What if I see something that hasn't happened yet and react like it's real?" "Then we figure it out." His voice was steady, certain. "Like everything else." Before she could respond, another vision slammed into her consciousness. This one was different, sharper, more immediate. She was seeing through someone else's eyes, someone who was watching the cabin from the tree line, watching them through the bathroom window. Yellow eyes filled with hunger and ancient malice, a voice like rusted metal whispering words that made her blood turn to ice. "Soon, little seer. Soon you'll understand what you're truly meant for." She jerked back to awareness with a gasp that was half scream, her body going rigid with terror. Emmett caught her as her knees buckled, his arms coming around her like a shield against the lingering horror of that alien gaze. "They're here," she whispered against his chest. "Not just in the forest. Here, watching us." Every muscle in Emmett's body went taut, his wolf rising so close to the surface she could feel its presence like heat from a furnace. "Where?" "Tree line, eastern side." Her fingers clutched at his shoulders. "We need to move." Now. He didn't question her assessment, didn't waste time asking for details. Within seconds, he was pulling her toward the bedroom, gathering clothes with efficient movements while his senses swept the cabin for immediate threats. "Get dressed," he said quietly, his voice carrying the kind of calm that came before storms. "We're going to Miriam's." "She's got better wards." Katniss pulled on jeans and a sweater with hands that shook only slightly, muscle memory taking over while her mind tried to process what she'd seen. The malevolence in those yellow eyes had been unlike anything she'd encountered, a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow light. "Emmett," she said as they moved toward the door, "there's something else." Something I saw in the earlier visions. What? Ashwin doesn't just want to hurt me. He wants to use me. She paused, hand on the doorknob, turning to meet his eyes. He's done this before. Captured seers, twisted their abilities to serve his purposes. That's how he's stayed hidden for so long, how he's avoided the Council's tracking efforts. Understanding dawned in his expression. He's been using their magic as camouflage. And he thinks I'm going to be his newest addition to the collection. She opened the door carefully, checking the porch before stepping outside. The girls who disappeared, the ones whose souls are still trapped, I think he's been feeding off their power all this time. They moved quickly through the darkness. The mate mark continued to glow softly, a beacon that both illuminated their way and marked her as something precious and hunted. Whatever he's planning, whatever twisted use he thinks he can make of your abilities, it's not happening. I know. And she did know, with a certainty that came from more than just faith in his protective instincts. The bond between them was strong, growing stronger every hour. Whatever Ashwin had done to break other couples, other wolves, he'd never faced anything like what they were building together. But Katniss couldn't shake the feeling that the real test was just beginning. The mark pulsed steadily, a reminder that her power was growing, changing, becoming something neither of them fully understood. And somewhere in the darkness behind them, yellow eyes watched their retreat with patient, predatory satisfaction. The hunt had begun.
Chapter 26. Emmett. Emmett crouched beside a fallen log, studying the deliberate scratches carved into its moss-covered bark. 4 parallel lines, too deep and too precise to be accidental. Beside him, Maeve examined a patch of disturbed earth where something heavy had been dragged through the undergrowth, leaving a trail that disappeared into the thick stand of Douglas firs beyond. "They're not even trying to hide their tracks," she muttered, her golden brown eyes scanning the tree line with predatory focus. "This is either arrogance or strategy." "Strategy," Emmett said grimly, rising from his crouch. "They want us to find this, want us to know they've been here." The morning mist clung to the mountainside like smoke, turning the familiar landscape into something alien and threatening. They'd been tracking the rogue pack's movements since dawn, following a trail of deliberate signs that painted a picture neither of them liked. Territorial markings, scent posts, the kind of systematic approach that spoke of military precision rather than wild desperation. "Look at the pattern," Emmett continued, pointing to the various marks they discovered over the past 2 hours. "They're not just scouting. They're mapping our defenses, learning our patrol routes." Maeve straightened, wiping her hands on her pants. "How long you figure they've been at this?" "Weeks, maybe longer." He moved to examine another set of claw marks, these ones fresh enough that sap still wet from the wounds. Like they knew that Katniss would be showing up. The thought made his wolf pace restlessly beneath his skin, agitated by the scent of enemies and the knowledge that Katniss was back at Miriam's Inn, protected but not invulnerable. The mate bond hummed with her presence, a warm constant in the back of his mind that told him she was safe for the moment. But moments had a way of changing without warning. "You feel that?" Maeve asked, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Emmett went still, every sense suddenly hyper-alert. "Yeah." The forest had gone quiet, not the natural quiet that came with predators hunting, but the artificial silence that happened when prey animals recognized a threat they couldn't name. No bird calls, no rustle of small creatures foraging in the underbrush. They were being watched. Emmett's hand drifted to the knife strapped to his thigh, while Maeve's fingers flexed like she was already imagining claws. Neither of them spoke, but they moved with the kind of coordination that came from years of fighting together, positioning themselves with their backs to each other and clear sight lines to the surrounding trees. The attack came from 2 directions at once. The first wolf launched itself from a rocky outcrop to their left, a lean gray shape that moved with vicious efficiency. No warning growl, no posturing, just silent death aimed at Emmett's throat. He rolled aside at the last second, the creature's claws raking across his shoulder instead of finding the killing blow it had intended. Behind him, he heard Maeve's sharp curse as the second attacker engaged her, the sound of bodies hitting the ground mixing with snarls that held nothing civilized. Emmett came up from his roll, already shifting, bones flowing like water as his wolf surged to the surface. The transformation was faster than it had ever been, driven by fury and the primal need to protect what was his. By the time his paws hit the earth, he was fully wolf and ready for war. The rogue scout was already turning for another pass, yellow eyes bright with bloodlust and something else. Intelligence. This wasn't some mindless predator driven by instinct. This was a soldier following orders, and its orders clearly involved maximum damage with minimum concern for its own survival. They collided in a tangle of fur and fangs, rolling across the forest floor in a fight that was as much about positioning as raw strength. The rogue was smaller than Emmett but faster, using its size advantage to dart in and out of range while looking for openings. Its claws found his ribs, drawing blood that soaked into his dark fur and filled the air with the metallic scent of violence. But Emmett had something the rogue didn't: purpose beyond destruction. When the opening came, he took it without hesitation, jaws closing around the scout's throat with crushing force. The rogue went limp, not dead but unconscious, its body shifting back to human form as awareness fled. A young man, maybe early 20s, with the kind of lean muscle that spoke of life spent in constant motion. Emmett shifted back to human form, breathing hard as he took stock of the situation. His shoulder burned where claws had found their mark, and he could feel blood trickling down his ribs, but nothing that wouldn't heal. Maeve's fight had ended similarly, her opponent also unconscious and human-formed, but she was favoring her left arm, and there was a deep gash across her cheek that would definitely scar. "You all right?" he asked, moving to check her injuries. "I'll live." She prodded gingerly at the cut on her face. "Bastard was quick. Got me while I was dealing with his claws." Emmett knelt beside the unconscious rogues, studying their faces. Both young, both bearing the kind of scars that spoke of harsh training and harsher discipline. But what struck him most was how thin they were, how hollow their cheeks looked. These weren't well-fed pack members. These were foot soldiers, expendable resources sent to test Hollow Oak's defenses. "Scouts," he said quietly. "Probably the lowest members of Ashwin's hierarchy." "Makes sense." Maeve crouched beside him, her predator's instincts still on high alert. "Send the expendables to probe our response time, our fighting ability. Gather data for the real assault. And if they don't come back, then he knows we're not as soft as he hoped. We need to get back. Warn the others that this was just the opening move." They bound the unconscious rogues with zip ties from Maeve's tactical kit, then began the trek back toward town. The forest seemed different now, less welcoming, as if the violence had awakened something dark in the ancient trees. Every shadow could hide an enemy. Every rustle of leaves could signal another attack. "You think there are more out there?" Maeve asked as they navigated a particularly steep section of trail. "Definitely." Emmett paused to check the mate bond, feeling for Katniss's presence like a lifeline in stormy seas. She was still safe, still at the inn, but there was something else coming through the connection: anxiety, fear, the kind of emotional turbulence that usually meant she'd seen something in her visions. "The question is whether they're planning to hit us today or if this was just reconnaissance." "My money's on reconnaissance." This felt too controlled, too calculated, like they were following specific orders about how far to push. They emerged from the forest onto the main road just as Varric's truck pulled up, the elder's face grim as he took in their bloodied appearance. "Report," he said as they climbed into the cab. Emmett gave him the details as they drove toward town, watching Varric's expression grow darker with each revelation. "He's building up to something big," Varric said when Emmett finished. "This level of preparation suggests a complex operation, not just a smash-and-grab attempt." "Any word from the other patrols?" Callum found similar signs on the eastern perimeter. "No direct contact, but evidence of long-term surveillance. I've called an emergency council meeting for this afternoon. We need to assume Ashwin's timeline has accelerated." They pulled up in front of the Hearth and Hollow Inn, and Emmett was out of the truck before it fully stopped. The mate bond was pulling him toward Katniss with an urgency that spoke of more than just his need to see her safe. Something had happened while he was gone. He found her in Miriam's kitchen, sitting at the scarred wooden table, with a cup of tea cooling untouched between her hands. It was her eyes that stopped him cold. Wide and haunted, they held the kind of knowledge that came from seeing too much. "You're hurt," she said the moment she saw him, rising from her chair to examine the bandages Maeve had applied to his shoulder. "Just scratches." He caught her hands in his, needing the contact more than he wanted to admit. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." Her fingers traced the edge of the bandage with gentle precision. "And neither is Maeve. The one who attacked her had a scar across his forehead, didn't he? Shaped like a crescent moon." Emmett went very still. "How did you know that?" "Because I saw it." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "All of it. The ambush, the fight, your injuries. I saw it in a vision hours before it happened." The bottom dropped out of his stomach. "Katniss, I tried to warn you, but you'd already left. And I wasn't sure if it was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me." Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. "But it was real. Every detail was exactly right. Maybe you could have been more prepared. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Maybe, or maybe knowing would have made us hesitate at the wrong moment and gotten us killed." He pulled back to look at her, his hands framing her face. "Your visions aren't a guarantee, Katniss. They're just information. What matters is what we do with that information." She leaned into his touch, drawing strength from the solid warmth of his presence. "They're getting stronger. More detailed. I can see things that haven't happened yet with perfect clarity. That could be useful, or it could drive me insane." Her laugh held no humor. Outside, he could hear Varric and Maeve discussing security measures, their voices carrying the urgency of people who knew time was running out. "We'll figure it out," he promised. "All of it. The visions, Ashwin, whatever's coming next. But right now, I need you to know something." "What? Those scouts we fought today?" "They were just the beginning. Ashwin's building up to something bigger. And when it happens, your abilities might be the only thing standing between this town and disaster." She was quiet for a moment, but when she spoke, her voice was steady with determination. "Then we'd better make sure I'm ready."
Chapter 27. Katniss. Katniss knelt among the raised beds of the garden behind Miriam's inn, her fingers gentle as she harvested the ingredients Twyla had requested for a protective ward. The mate mark had been pulsing steadily since dawn, responding to visions that flickered around her consciousness like half-remembered dreams. Nothing clear, nothing immediate, just the constant sensation of wheels turning and plans falling into place somewhere beyond her sight. She'd tried to explain it to Emmett before he left for his council meeting, but how did you describe the feeling of standing on the edge of a cliff you couldn't see? "Just a few more sprigs of sage," she murmured to herself. The council meeting had run long, and she'd grown tired of sitting in Miriam's parlor like a china doll everyone was afraid to jar. The garden was still within the inn's protective wards, still safe, and she'd promised Emmett she wouldn't go beyond the property line, which was exactly why she didn't notice the danger until it was already too late. "Picking flowers, little seer." The voice came from directly behind her, smooth as aged whiskey and twice as poisonous. Katniss spun around, herb basket tumbling from her hands as she came face to face with the monster from her nightmares. Ashwin looked almost disappointingly human, tall and gaunt, with jet-black hair slicked back from a face that might have been handsome once before something cold and hungry had taken up residence behind his eyes. Those eyes were exactly as she'd seen in her visions, pale yellow like old amber, but worse in person because they were focused entirely on her, with the kind of attention a hawk gave a field mouse. "You're smaller than I expected," he continued conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather instead of the fact that he'd somehow breached Hollow Oak's most secure location. "All that fuss over such a tiny thing. Though I suppose it's not the size of the vessel that matters, is it? It's what you can pour into it." Katniss's hand went instinctively to her neck, feeling the mark burn with sudden intensity. Through the bond, she could sense Emmett's alarm, his immediate shift from whatever he'd been discussing to raw, protective fury. He was coming. But the inn was a 15-minute walk from the council chambers, and 15 minutes felt like an eternity when faced with those predatory eyes. "How did you get past the wards?" she asked, proud that her voice came out steady despite the terror clawing at her chest. "Oh, child," Ashwin smiled, revealing teeth that were just slightly too sharp. "You really don't understand what you're dealing with, do you? Wards are just energy, and energy can be redirected when you have the right tools." He gestured casually, and Katniss saw the amulet hanging around his neck. Dark stone carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly, pulsing with a sickly light that reminded her of infected wounds. 30 years, he continued, beginning to pace around her in a slow circle that made her skin crawl. 30 years I've been collecting the tools I need. Do you know what the secret is to breaking protective magic? You use the very thing it's meant to protect. Understanding hit her like ice water. The missing girls. Such bright eyes. Their power, twisted and bound to my will, makes an excellent key for locks they once helped create. His smile widened. And soon, you'll join them. But first, I thought we should have a little chat about your wolf. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her feet felt rooted to the spot. This was the moment she'd been preparing for, the confrontation she'd known was coming. Except she'd imagined facing it with Emmett beside her, not alone in a garden with herbs scattered at her feet and nowhere to go. "Emmett's nothing like you," she said, lifting her chin in defiance. "Isn't he?" Ashwin's laugh was like glass breaking. "Tell me, dear one, has he mentioned what really happened the night he was cast out? The real reason his pack turned against him? He made a mercy kill, chose compassion over cruelty." "Is that what he told you?" Ashwin stopped pacing, fixing her with those terrible eyes. "How very selective of him. Did he tell you about the others? The pack members who died because of his moment of weakness?" Ice formed in her stomach. "What others?" 3 good wolves, loyal soldiers who followed his orders into an ambush because he'd compromised our position by letting that pathetic whelp escape. Ashwin's voice took on the cadence of someone reciting a beloved story. They trusted him, you see. Believed in his leadership right up until the moment enemy claws tore out their throats. "You're lying." "Am I?" Ask yourself this, little seer. If his choice was so noble, why does he wake screaming from nightmares? Why does he carry guilt like a second skin? What kind of mercy leaves a man so broken he can barely stand to touch another living soul? Each word hit like a physical blow, finding cracks in her certainty she hadn't known existed. She'd seen Emmett's nightmares, felt his guilt through their bond, but she'd thought it was just the natural aftermath of leaving his pack. Not this. "You see it now, don't you?" Ashwin moved closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "He's a killer, dear one. Oh, he dresses it up in pretty words like honor and protection, but underneath all that noble posturing beats the heart of a predator, just like me. No." But the word came out weaker than she intended. "He'll turn on you eventually." They always do. The violence is in their nature, bred into their very bones. How long before his protective instincts become possession? How long before protecting you becomes controlling you? How long before you disappoint him the way that poor whelp disappointed him, and he decides mercy isn't worth the cost? The world tilted sideways. Everything she thought she knew about Emmett, about their bond, about the man she'd fallen in love with, suddenly felt uncertain. The guilt she'd sensed in him, the careful way he held himself back sometimes, the shadows that haunted his eyes when he thought she wasn't looking. "I can see the wheels turning," Ashwin purred, All those little moments that didn't quite add up, all those careful words that danced around the whole truth. You're starting to understand, aren't you? What he really is underneath all that control. Stop. Her hands were shaking now, the mate mark burning like acid against her skin. A killer, sweet child. A killer who's very good at pretending to be tame. But you've seen glimpses of what lies beneath, haven't you? The way his eyes change when he's angry. The careful way he measures his strength. The violence that lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to break free. Through the bond, she felt Emmett getting closer, his panic and fury blazing like a beacon. But alongside it came something else, something she'd never noticed before. The weight of old guilt, the careful control he maintained over something dark and predatory. The constant vigilance of someone who didn't trust himself completely. "Run, little seer," Ashwin whispered, and suddenly his human mask slipped just enough to show something monstrous underneath. "Run before he gets here. Because once he finds you with me, once he sees what I've shown you, that careful control is going to snap. And you really don't want to be here when it does." Terror overrode thought. Not terror of Ashwin, though he was terrifying enough, but terror of the doubts he'd planted, of the possibility that everything she'd believed about Emmett might be built on lies. She turned and ran, crashing through the garden gate and into the forest beyond. She ran blindly, branches tearing at her clothes and her hair, the mate mark pulsing with such intensity it felt like her neck was on fire. She could hear Emmett calling her name somewhere behind her, his voice raw with desperation, but she couldn't stop, couldn't face him until she'd sorted through the chaos in her head. She should have recognized the signs, should have noticed the way the trees seemed to bend inward, the way the light took on that strange, ethereal quality that meant she was approaching a thin place in the veil. But her mind was too full of Ashwin's poison to pay attention to her surroundings. The trap closed around her like a fist. One moment she was running through normal forest, the next she was caught in a web of twisted magic that sent her seer abilities into overdrive. Visions slammed into her consciousness from all directions, past and present and possible futures, tangling together until she couldn't tell which was which. She saw Emmett as he'd been years ago, younger and harder, standing over bodies that had once been packmates. Saw the moment he'd chosen mercy, and the terrible consequences that followed. Saw the guilt that had eaten at him ever since, the careful walls he'd built to contain the violence that was as much a part of him as breathing. But she also saw other things. The way he'd held her when she collapsed from her first vision. The gentle patience he'd shown when teaching her to defend herself. The absolute terror in his eyes when he'd thought she might leave. The real Emmett. The man who'd chosen love over fear, who'd built something beautiful from the ashes of his past. But the veil trap made it impossible to hold on to clarity. Magic designed to disorient and confuse turned her own abilities against her, until she was drowning in a sea of conflicting images and emotions that belonged to someone else entirely. She fell to her knees in the moss, mate mark blazing like a star, and wondered if this was how it ended. Lost in her own mind. At least now she understood why her preparations hadn't mattered. She'd been ready for physical danger, for magical attacks, for threats she could see coming. She hadn't been ready for the doubts that had been lurking in her own heart all along.
Chapter 28. Emmett. The mate bond was screaming. Emmett crashed through the forest like a man possessed, branches tearing at his clothes and his skin as he followed the invisible thread that connected him to Katniss. Her terror poured through their connection in waves, followed by confusion and pain that made his wolf howl with rage. She was hurt, she was afraid, and she was moving away from safety with every passing second. He should have felt Ashwin's presence the moment that bastard set foot on Hollow Oak soil. But the emergency council meeting had run long, while Katniss sat alone in what they'd all believed was the most protected location in town. "Stupid," he snarled to himself, leaping over a fallen log without breaking stride. Should have stayed with her. Should have known he'd find a way through the wards. Her scent was everywhere and nowhere, confused by the strange energy that clung to this part of the forest like fog. Not the clean, natural magic of the veil, but something twisted and wrong that made his skin crawl. Shadow magic, the kind of dark power that left stains on everything it touched. Through the bond, he felt the exact moment Katniss stumbled into the trap. Her panic spiked to unbearable levels as her seer abilities went haywire. He could feel her confusion, her desperate attempt to sort reality from illusion as the trap turned her own gifts against her. The forest opened into a small clearing ringed with ancient oaks, their trunks scarred with symbols that hurt to look at directly. In the center, Katniss knelt in the moss with her hands pressed to her temples, the mate mark blazing like a star. The air around her shimmered with distorted magic, reality bending and twisting like heat waves rising from summer pavement. And standing over her, bone knife gleaming in his pale hand, was Ashwin. "Ah, there you are," the rogue leader said without turning around. "Right on schedule. I was beginning to think you'd lost your protective instincts along with your pack." Emmett's wolf surged to the surface, demanding immediate violence. Every muscle in his body coiled with the need to tear out Ashwin's throat. But Katniss was too close. One wrong move and she'd be caught in the crossfire. "Let her go," he said instead, his voice carrying the kind of deadly calm that came before storms. "This is between you and me." "Is it?" Ashwin finally turned, revealing the same predatory smile that had haunted Emmett's nightmares for years. He looked exactly the same as the day Emmett had walked away from the pack, as if the years between had touched everyone but him. "I think you'll find it's much more complicated than that now." "What do you want?" "What I've always wanted. What you denied me all those years ago." Ashwin's yellow eyes glittered with malice. "Absolute power. And she's the key to it." Before Emmett could react, Ashwin moved with inhuman speed, the bone knife sweeping down toward Katniss's exposed arm. The blade was wrong, carved from something that had never been alive, its surface crawling with shadows that seemed to move independently. "No!" Emmett launched himself forward, but he was too far away. The knife bit deep into Katniss's forearm, drawing a cry of pain that cut through his soul like a blade. Dark blood welled from the wound. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the way the shadows from the knife began to spread beneath her skin, like ink in water, crawling up her arm in tendrils of unnatural darkness. "Shadow magic," Ashwin said conversationally as Katniss collapsed to her side, convulsing as the curse fought with her seer abilities. "Particularly effective against those with magical gifts. It feeds on their power, corrupts it from within. Soon she'll be mine to command, just like all the others." Rage beyond reason flooded Emmett's system. His wolf broke free of his control in a rush of fur and fang and absolute fury. The transformation was violent, painful, driven by emotions too raw to contain in human form. He hit Ashwin like a freight train, both of them going down in a tangle of limbs and snapping teeth. But the rogue leader was ready for him, rolling with the impact and coming up with the bone knife, still clutched in his hand. "Still leading with your heart," Ashwin taunted, dancing back out of range. "Still making the same mistakes that got your packmates killed." Emmett didn't let the taunt slow him down. Not this time. This time, the only thing that mattered was Katniss, writhing in the moss as shadow magic ate at her from the inside. He feinted left, then lunged right, jaws closing around Ashwin's wrist with bone-crushing force. The rogue leader screamed and dropped the knife, dark blood spurting from the wounds Emmett's teeth had torn. But instead of pressing his advantage, Emmett released his grip and backed away. Not out of mercy this time, but out of tactical necessity. He could feel Katniss slipping away through the bond, her consciousness fading as the curse overwhelmed her system. She needed help. Now. "Run!" he snarled, shifting back to human form with his eyes never leaving Ashwin's face. "Run, and maybe I'll let you live long enough to regret this." For once, Ashwin looked uncertain. He cradled his mangled wrist against his chest, yellow eyes darting between Emmett and the tree line, as if calculating odds. "This isn't over," he spat, already backing toward the shadows. "The curse will spread. She'll be mine before the next moon rises, and you'll watch it happen." Like hell. But Ashwin was already gone, melting into the forest like smoke. and Emmett had more important things to worry about than chasing ghosts. Katniss lay unconscious in the moss, her breathing shallow and her skin pale. The wound on her arm had stopped bleeding, but the dark veins spreading from it were already halfway to her shoulder. Whatever Ashwin had done to that blade, it was designed to corrupt magical abilities from within. "Come on," he whispered, gathering her into his arms with infinite care. "Don't you dare leave me now." She was lighter than she should have been, as if the shadow magic was consuming her from the inside. Through their bond, he could feel her fighting. Her seer abilities were in chaos, visions and reality blending into a nightmare landscape that threatened to swallow her whole. "I've got you," he murmured as he started back toward town, each step carefully measured to avoid jarring her. "You're safe now. I've got you." But even as he said the words, he could feel her slipping away. The bond between them was still there, but it was growing weaker with each passing moment. The trip back to Hollow Oak passed in a blur of desperate speed and mounting fear. Every second that ticked by was a second the curse had to work its poison deeper into her system. He burst through the front door of Miriam's inn, Katniss limp in his arms and terror written across his face in lines that might never fade. "Miriam," he bellowed, not caring who he woke or what protocols he shattered. "We need help. Now." The innkeeper appeared at the top of the stairs in her nightgown, took one look at Katniss's condition, and transformed from gentle hostess to battlefield medic in the space of a heartbeat. "Upstairs," she commanded. "My room, quickly." He followed her up the narrow staircase, each step an eternity. "What happened?" Miriam asked as she cleared medical supplies from her dresser with efficient movements. "Shadowblade," Emmett said, laying Katniss gently on the quilted bedspread. "Ashwin cut her with something cursed. The darkness is spreading." Miriam's face went pale, but her hands remained steady as she examined the wound. "How long ago?" 10 minutes, maybe 15. That's something at least." Shadow magic works fast, but not instantly. She looked up at him with eyes that held both compassion and brutal honesty. "I won't lie to you, Emmett. This is bad, worse than bad, but she's strong, and the mate bond might be enough to anchor her. Tell me what to do. Stay close. Keep the bond open no matter how much it hurts. She's going to fight this, but she'll need something to fight for." As if summoned by their conversation, Twyla appeared in the doorway with an armload of herbs and a grim expression that looked wrong on her usually cheerful face. "Cleansing ritual," she said without preamble. "It's the only way to burn the shadow magic out of her system before it reaches her heart." "Will it work?" Emmett asked. "I don't know," Twyla admitted, "but it's the only chance she's got." Through the bond, Emmett felt Katniss slip a little further away, her consciousness retreating from the pain as the curse ate at her magical abilities like acid. And somewhere in the darkness outside, Ashwin's laughter echoed on the wind.
Chapter 29. Katniss. Consciousness returned like swimming up from the bottom of a dark lake, each breath a struggle against water that tried to drag her back down. Katniss surfaced into a world that felt both too bright and strangely muffled. The first thing she noticed was the smell. Salt and sage, mixed with something metallic that made her nose wrinkle. The second was the warmth pressed against her right side, solid and familiar, and radiating the kind of steady presence that could only belong to one person. "Emmett?" Her voice came out as barely a whisper, throat raw like she'd been screaming. "Right here." His fingers found hers immediately, warm and calloused and trembling just slightly. "How do you feel?" "Like I got hit by a truck full of angry ghosts." She tried to sit up and immediately thought better of it as the room spun lazily around her. What happened? The last thing I remember was... The memories crashed back all at once. Ashwin's predatory smile, the poisonous words about Emmett's past, the bone knife slicing through her arm with surgical precision, the shadow magic spreading through her veins like liquid darkness. "The knife," she breathed, lifting her left arm to examine the wound. Her forearm was wrapped in clean white bandages that smelled faintly of herbs and moonlight, but beneath the cotton she could feel something else. Not pain, exactly, but a strange tingling sensation, like her skin was trying to remember how to be normal again. "Twyla and Miriam worked on you for 3 hours," Emmett said quietly. "Cleansing ritual, salt, silver, some kind of purification rite that involved more candles than I thought one room could hold." Katniss looked around, finally taking in her surroundings. She was in Miriam's bedroom, lying on a quilt. The room still carried traces of the ritual: melted candle wax on the nightstand, circles of salt swept into the corners, and the lingering scent of burned sage that clung to everything like incense. "Did it work?" she asked. "The physical healing, yes, the shadow magic is gone." Emmett's voice was carefully neutral, but she could feel the tension radiating from him through their bond. "But there was damage." "To your magical pathways. Miriam says it'll heal with time, but your seer abilities might be unpredictable for a while." Miriam suddenly appeared in the doorway carrying a tea tray that clinked softly with each step. "You're awake," she said with obvious relief, setting the tray on the dresser. "How's the pain?" "Manageable." Katniss accepted the cup Miriam offered, inhaling steam that carried hints of chamomile and something earthier. "Thank you for whatever you and Twyla did." "Don't thank us yet, sweetheart. You're not out of the woods." Miriam settled into the chair beside the bed, her movements careful and deliberate. "Shadow magic leaves scars, even when it's cleansed. Physical ones heal clean, but the magical damage, that's trickier." "What kind of damage?" "Think of your seer abilities like a river," Miriam explained gently. "Smooth flow, predictable channels, everything moving in harmony. The shadow magic was like throwing boulders into that river. We cleared out the poison, but the currents are still disturbed." Katniss sipped the tea, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "Meaning?" "Meaning your visions might be stronger or weaker than before. They might come without warning, or not come when you need them. And there's a chance they might show you things that aren't entirely true." Her seer abilities were already her least reliable asset, the one thing she couldn't fully control or understand. The idea of them becoming even more chaotic was terrifying. "For how long?" "We don't know," Miriam admitted. "Shadow magic works differently on everyone. Could be days, could be months. But Katniss, there's something else you need to understand." "What?" Miriam's expression grew even more serious. "The knife wasn't just cursed with shadow magic. It was specifically designed to target seers. The symbols carved into the bone, the particular blend of dark energies. This wasn't a weapon of opportunity." A chill ran down Katniss's spine that had nothing to do with her injuries. "He's done this before." "We think so. The missing girls, the ones whose souls he's trapped. This might be how he broke them, corrupted their abilities, made them easier to control." The room fell silent, except for the soft tick of the mantel clock and the distant sound of morning birds beyond the window. Katniss stared down at her bandaged arm, trying to process the implications of what Miriam was telling her. She'd been specifically targeted, hunted, marked for corruption by a monster who'd spent decades perfecting his methods, and she'd walked right into his trap. "I need to talk to Emmett," she said quietly. "Alone." Miriam nodded and rose from her chair, pausing only to squeeze Katniss's uninjured hand. "Call if you need anything. And try to rest. Your body needs time to heal, even if your mind won't let it." When they were alone, the silence stretched between them like a chasm. Emmett sat on the edge of the bed, close enough to touch, but carefully not presuming, his storm-gray eyes watching her with the kind of intensity that made her want to look away. "Say it," he said finally. "Say what?" "Whatever Ashwin told you, whatever poison he poured in your ear that's making you look at me like I'm a stranger." Katniss closed her eyes, but that only made the memories sharper. Ashwin's voice, smooth as aged whiskey and twice as toxic. The things he'd said about Emmett's past, about the consequences of mercy, about the violence that lurked beneath his careful control. "He told me about the pack members who died," she whispered, "because of your choice to spare that girl." Emmett went very still. "What exactly did he say?" "That 3 wolves died in an ambush because you'd compromised your position, that they trusted your leadership right up until enemy claws tore out their throats." She opened her eyes to look at him. "Is it true?" The silence that followed felt like an eternity. "Yes," he said finally. The simple honesty of it was somehow worse than any elaborate explanation would have been. No justification, no attempt to soften the blow. Just the truth, stark and unforgiving. "Were you going to tell me?" "Eventually." His hands clenched into fists in his lap. "When I figured out how to explain that the man you love is responsible for the deaths of people who trusted him. And the nightmares? The guilt you carry?" "Those too." Katniss felt something crack inside her chest, the foundation of trust she'd built everything else on. "What else haven't you told me?" she asked. "Nothing that matters." "Everything matters now. I've been walking around thinking I knew you, thinking I understood what I was getting into. But I was wrong, wasn't I? I fell in love with a carefully constructed version of the truth." Emmett flinched like she'd slapped him. "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" "You let me believe your exile was about choosing mercy over cruelty. You never mentioned that your mercy got people killed." "Because it's not that simple." "Then explain it to me." She struggled to sit up straighter, ignoring the way the movement made her arm throb. "Help me understand how the man I love is responsible for 3 deaths, and I'm just now hearing about it." His gaze fixed on something beyond the window. When he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. "I've told you what I chose and what Ashwin did because of that choice." Katniss nodded but waited, sensing there was more. "The ambush wasn't random. It was punishment. Ashwin sent us into enemy territory on what he claimed was a rescue mission, but it was really an execution. He wanted to teach me what happened to wolves who valued mercy over pack loyalty." "But you survived." "I survived because I was fast enough to run when the trap closed. The others." He closed his eyes. "They trusted my leadership. When I said the mission was legitimate, they believed me. They died because I wasn't smart enough to see through Ashwin's game." The pain in his voice was raw, real, the kind of agony that came from carrying guilt for years without reprieve. But underneath it, Katniss could hear something else. The same protective instinct that had driven him to spare that terrified girl in the first place. "You were trying to save her," she said softly, "and I got 3 good wolves killed in the process, and she died anyway." He opened his eyes to look at her. "I made a choice. People died because of that choice, and that rests with only me." Katniss stared at him, seeing not the monster Ashwin had tried to paint, but the man who'd been carrying impossible guilt for years. Who'd chosen exile over excuses, who'd spent a decade trying to atone for a moment of compassion that had been exploited by someone truly evil. But the doubts Ashwin had planted were still there, whispering poison in the quiet spaces of her mind. "I need you to break the bond," she said suddenly. Emmett's face went white. "What?" "The mate bond. I need you to sever it." "Why?" "Because I'm dangerous." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Look what happened today." "Ashwin got past every defense we had because of me. He used my own abilities against me, corrupted them, nearly turned me into one of his weapons. I'm the one who walked into his trap. I'm the one who let his words get under my skin. I'm the one who ran straight into danger instead of thinking clearly." She could feel tears building behind her eyes. "And now my abilities are compromised. I can't trust my visions, can't rely on the one thing that made me useful to this community." "You don't have to be useful. You just have to be you." That's not enough anymore. The tears came then, hot and bitter. Don't you see? Everything I touch turns to chaos. The missing girls, the rogue pack, the threat to this town. It all comes back to me. If you break the bond, if you let me go, maybe Ashwin will follow me away from here. Maybe Hollow Oak can finally have peace. Absolutely not. The finality in his voice stopped her mid-sob. She looked up to find his eyes blazing with something fierce and uncompromising. I'm not breaking our bond, he said. Not today, not ever. And I'm sure as hell not letting you sacrifice yourself because some twisted monster filled your head with lies. They weren't all lies. The parts that matter were. He reached for her then, gentle but inexorable, pulling her into his arms despite her half-hearted attempts to resist. You want to know the truth about those 3 wolves? They knew the risks. They chose to follow me because they believed in something better than Ashwin's version of strength, and they'd make the same choice again if it meant saving an innocent life. You don't know that. I do know it, because I knew them, fought beside them, mourned them. His arms tightened around her. And you know what else I know? They'd hate the idea that their sacrifice was being used to break apart something beautiful. They'd hate that Ashwin was using their memory as a weapon against love. Katniss cried then, really cried, letting out all the fear and pain and confusion that had been building since the moment Ashwin spoke her name in the garden. Emmett held her through it all, his presence steady and warm and utterly unshakable. I'm scared, she whispered against his chest. I know. I don't know if I can trust myself anymore. My judgment, my abilities, any of it. Then trust me. His voice was quiet but certain. Trust us. What if I can't? What if the shadow magic changed something fundamental about who I am? Then we'll figure it out. All of it. The compromised visions, the trust issues, whatever comes next. He pulled back just enough to look at her face. Through the bond, she could feel his love wrapping around her like armor, steady and sure and completely unconditional. It didn't erase the doubts or heal the damage, but it gave her something to hold on to in the darkness. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Okay. She leaned into his warmth, letting herself believe, just for this moment, that love might be stronger than fear. But I might need reminding from time to time. I can do that, he said, pressing a kiss on her forehead, for as long as you need. Outside, storm clouds were gathering on the horizon, and Katniss knew their troubles were far from over. But here in Miriam's room, wrapped in Emmett's arms and surrounded by the lingering traces of protective magic, she felt something she'd thought was lost forever. Hope. It was fragile, uncertain, still shadowed by doubt and fear. But it was real. Chapter 30. Katniss. The council chamber beneath Miriam's Inn felt like a war room, all nervous energy and barely contained tension. Maps covered the long wooden table, marked with red pins showing rogue pack sightings and defensive positions. Katniss sat at the far end, her injured arm in a sling, watching the debate unfold with growing frustration. 3 days had passed since Ashwin's attack, 3 days of defensive positioning that felt like trying to catch shadows with a butterfly net. We need more patrols on the eastern ridge, Elder Bram was saying. If they're using the old mining trails... More patrols just give them more targets, Maeve interrupted from her position by the door. We're spreading ourselves too thin as it is. Then what do you suggest? Varric asked. Katniss rose from her chair, ignoring the way the movement made her wounded arm throb. All conversation ceased as she moved to stand at the head of the table. We're going about this all wrong, she said. Excuse me? Elder Bram's eyebrows rose in obvious disapproval. We're playing defense against someone who's had 30 years to perfect his offense. We're reacting to his moves instead of making our own still. She gestured to the map with its scattered red pins. "We're chasing ghosts while he picks off our people one by one." "What are you suggesting?" Varric asked. Katniss took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what she was about to propose settle on her shoulders like armor. "I'm suggesting we give him exactly what he wants." The silence that followed was deafening. "Absolutely not," Emmett said, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no." "It's not your decision to make." The words came out sharper than she intended. "This isn't about protecting me anymore. It's about protecting everyone." "Perhaps you should explain your idea," Miriam said carefully. "Ashwin wants me, specifically me with my seer abilities and my connection to this community. He's been circling us for weeks, testing our defenses, looking for the perfect opportunity to strike." She met each pair of eyes around the table. "I say we give him that opportunity, on our terms, in a place of our choosing, with every advantage stacked in our favor." "You want to use yourself as bait," Varric said. "I thought we already covered this." "We did, and no one could agree. But after what happened, this is the only way. I want to end this, once and for all." She pointed to a location marked with ancient symbols on the map. The Hollow Stone. It's sacred ground, protected by wards older than the town itself. If we can draw him there, force a confrontation on ground that favors us. "We could finish him," Callum said slowly. "It could work." "It could get her killed," Emmett snarled, his protective instincts flaring so strongly that Katniss could feel them through their bond like heat from a furnace. "I'm already a target," she pointed out. "The only difference is whether I'm a target running scared or a target with a plan. The difference is whether you're alone and vulnerable or surrounded by people who can protect you. I won't be alone, that's the point. Instead of him picking the time and place, we control everything. We choose the battlefield. We set the terms." "This plan assumes he'll take the bait," Elder Bram said disapprovingly. "What if he sees through the deception?" "He won't. His arrogance is his weakness. The idea that we might actually set a trap for him? It won't occur to him until it's too late." "And if you're wrong?" Emmett asked quietly. If she was wrong, she'd be delivering herself into the hands of a monster who'd spent decades perfecting ways to break seers. "Then we improvise," she said simply. "But doing nothing isn't an option. Every day we wait is another day for him to plan, to find new ways to hurt the people I care about." "The Hollow Stone does have advantages," Maeve said thoughtfully. "The ancient wards there are specifically designed to contain dark magic." "I could work with the earth magic," Callum offered. "Lions have a connection to the stone circles." Katniss felt hope flutter as the conversation shifted from whether to attempt the plan to how to make it work. But when she looked at Emmett, his expression was carved from granite. "This is insane," he said flatly. "This is necessary. This is the only way forward that doesn't involve more innocent people getting hurt." She moved closer to him, lowering her voice. "I can't keep living in fear, waiting for the other shoe to drop. I need to take control of my own story." She reached for his hand with her uninjured arm, lacing their fingers together. "I'm not asking you to like this plan. I'm asking you to trust me enough to make it work." She felt him struggle with it, his protective instincts warring with his respect for her autonomy. "If we do this," he said finally, "I want every possible protection in place. Ward stones, backup plans, communication spells, the works." "Of course." "And I want to be close enough to reach you in seconds, not minutes. I wouldn't have it any other way. And if at any point you feel like the situation is going sideways, you run. No heroics, no last stands, just run. Promise me." His storm gray eyes held hers with desperate intensity. "Promise me that if things go wrong, you'll choose survival over victory." If it came down to her life versus the safety of Hollow Oak, the choice was already made. "I promise to be as careful as I can be," she said instead, "and to trust you to keep me safe when careful isn't enough." It wasn't the promise he wanted, but it was the one she could give. He studied her face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right," he said. "Let's plan a trap." Around the table, the conversation shifted into tactical mode. Katniss listened with half her attention, the other half focused on the weight of what she'd just set in motion. She was going to face Ashwin, deliberately, willingly, with full knowledge of what he was capable of. It was terrifying. It was necessary. And despite everything, it felt like the first proactive choice she'd made since arriving in Hollow Oak. For better or worse, she was taking control of her own story. Now she just had to make sure it didn't end with her death.
Chapter 31. Emmett. Every instinct Emmett possessed screamed against the plan. His wolf paced beneath his skin like a caged predator, snarling at the idea of deliberately putting Katniss in danger. The mate bond thrummed with protective fury every time he thought about her, standing alone at the hollow stone, waiting for a monster to emerge from the shadows. It went against everything fundamental about what he was, what he'd been born to do. But as he watched the town mobilize around their strategy, as he saw the careful precision with which every detail was planned and executed, he had to admit the tactical wisdom was sound. "Ward stone goes here," Callum said, marking a spot on the ground with chalk. The lion shifter moved with predatory grace around the hollow stone clearing, his blue eyes calculating angles and sight lines with military precision. "And another here, to complete the containment circle." Emmett knelt beside the ancient granite monolith, feeling the power that thrummed beneath his hands. The stone had stood here for centuries, a focal point for magic older than human memory. Now it would serve as the center of their trap, its protective wards amplified by everything the Council could bring to bear. "The earth magic is responding well," Callum continued, pressing his palm to the soil. "I can feel the stone's willingness to help. It wants this darkness gone as much as we do." "How's the positioning?" Emmett asked, though he already knew the answer. They'd gone over the plan a dozen times, mapped every angle, accounted for every variable they could think of. Sightlines are clear from all 3 concealment points. Communication crystals are charged and tested. If anything goes wrong, we'll know about it immediately. Callum straightened, brushing dirt from his hands. This could actually work. The problem wasn't whether it could work. The problem was what happened if it didn't. "Emmett," Varric's voice carried across the clearing as the elder approached with his characteristic measured stride. "How are you holding up?" "Fine." The lie came automatically, though he doubted it fooled anyone. "It's natural to have concerns about using one's mate as bait," Varric said diplomatically. "The protective instincts of a bonded wolf are not easily overridden." "I know the plan is sound," Emmett replied, watching Callum position another ward stone with careful precision. "Doesn't make it easier." "No, it doesn't." Varric studied the clearing with ancient eyes that had seen too many battles, too many impossible choices. "But perhaps that's what makes it right. If this were easy, if you felt no fear for her safety, it would mean you'd stop caring. And caring is what separates us from monsters like Ashwin." Before Emmett could respond, the sound of approaching voices announced the arrival of the rest of their planning committee. Maeve emerged from the forest path carrying a leather weapons case that clinked ominously with each step. Behind her came Twyla, laden with satchels that smelled of herbs and moonlight, and Miriam with a basket that probably contained enough food to feed a small army. "How's our killing ground looking?" Maeve asked without preamble, setting down her case and surveying the clearing with professional interest. "Like a place where bad things come to die," Callum replied with satisfaction. Maeve grinned, showing teeth that looked slightly too sharp in the afternoon light. "Perfect." She opened her weapons case, revealing an array of blades that gleamed like captured starlight. Not ordinary steel, but something else. Something that hummed with protective magic and thirsted for supernatural blood. "Twyla blessed them," she explained, selecting a throwing knife and testing its balance. Cold iron cores, silver edges, and enough purification charms to make any shadow creature think twice. Will they be enough? Emmett asked. Depends on how many friends Ashwin brings to the party. Maeve's expression grew serious. But if it's just him and a couple of scouts, yeah. We'll have more than enough firepower. Twyla began arranging small glass vials in a careful pattern around the stone's base, each one glowing with soft inner light. Protection potions, she explained when she noticed Emmett watching. Nothing fancy, just basic shielding magic that'll give our girl a few extra seconds if things go sideways. And if they don't work, then we improvise. Twyla's usual cheerful demeanor had given way to something more focused, more dangerous. But they'll work. I've been brewing these particular recipes for years, ever since the first girl went missing. They're specifically designed to counter shadow magic. Miriam unpacked her basket with the efficiency of someone who'd provisioned for crisis before. Sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, thermoses of soup that steamed in the cooling air, packets of dried fruit and nuts that would keep energy levels steady through a long night. Food, she said simply when Emmett raised an eyebrow. You can't fight on empty stomachs, and this could take hours. The practicality of it struck him suddenly. Not just the food, but all of it. The careful planning, the specialized weapons, the protective magic, the way everyone had simply accepted that this was what needed to be done and thrown themselves into making it happen. Since his exile, Emmett finally felt like he was part of something bigger than himself. Not just a collection of individuals pursuing their own goals, but a genuine pack, united in purpose, committed to protecting one of their own, willing to risk everything for the chance at victory. Thank you, he said quietly. Varric looked up from where he was inscribing runes into the earth around the stone. For what? For this. All of it. For believing in her plan, for helping make it work, for... He gestured helplessly at the scene around them. For letting me be part of it. You've always been part of it, Miriam said gently. From the moment you chose to protect this town instead of just hiding in it. The only one who didn't see that was you. Before he could respond, footsteps announced another arrival. Katniss emerged from the forest path, looking determined and terrified in equal measure. She'd changed into dark clothing that would blend with the shadows, and her injured arm was free of its sling. How's it looking? She asked, though her eyes were already cataloging every detail of the preparations. Like a trap worthy of the prey it's meant to catch, Varric replied. She nodded, moving to examine the ward stones with the careful attention she'd once given to crime scenes. She paused. You really think he'll come alone? He's arrogant enough, Maeve said, selecting another blade from her case, especially if he thinks you're vulnerable and isolated. His whole thing is psychological warfare, breaking people through fear and manipulation. He'll want to savor the moment. And if he brings backup, then we adapt. Emmett moved to stand beside her, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her skin. But the wards will contain anything up to a small pack, and we'll have advance warning from the perimeter sensors. Katniss leaned into his presence, drawing strength from the contact. He felt her mixture of determination and fear, her absolute commitment to seeing this through despite the risks. Any word on the missing seers? She asked Twyla. The ones he's been using as power sources? I've been working on tracking spells, but shadow magic makes it difficult. They're there, somewhere in the spaces between worlds, but I can't pinpoint exact locations. Twyla's expression grew troubled. If we can disrupt his control during the confrontation, they might be able to break free on their own. As the afternoon wore on, the clearing transformed from a simple forest glade into something that felt like a sacred battleground. The ward stones hummed with protective energy. The concealment points were invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. The communication crystals sparkled like captured starlight in their hidden positions. Everything was ready. Last chance to change your mind, Emmett said quietly. Not happening. Katniss's voice was steady, sure. This ends tonight. Promise me something. What? Promise me that when this is over, when Ashwin is dealt with and the threat is past, you'll let me take you somewhere peaceful. Just the two of us. No supernatural drama, no ancient mysteries to solve. She smiled, the expression transforming her face from determined to radiant. Like a vacation? Like a future? He cupped her face in his hands. Because after tonight, I want to start building one with you. I want that too. She rose up on her toes to kiss him, soft and sweet and full of promises they both intended to keep. All of it, the quiet moments, the everyday drama, the chance to be normal together. Normalcy is overrated, he murmured against her lips. Maybe, but boring sounds pretty good right about now. Around them, the others finished their preparations with the quiet efficiency of people who knew their lives depended on getting every detail right. As darkness began to fall, they took their positions, melting into the shadows like they'd been born to them. Emmett found his concealment point behind a cluster of ancient oaks, close enough to reach Katniss in seconds but hidden from casual observation. Through the bond, he could feel her steady heartbeat, her calm breathing, her absolute focus on the task ahead. She was ready. They were all ready. Now came the hardest part, the waiting.
Chapter 32. Katniss. The hollow stone felt alive beneath Katniss's palms, thrumming with ancient power that resonated through her bones like a second heartbeat. She knelt at its base in the silvered moonlight, surrounded by protective wards and hidden allies, waiting for a monster to emerge from the shadows. She didn't have to wait long. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in the span of a breath, frost forming on the grass despite the mild autumn night. The forest went silent, not even the whisper of wind through leaves to break the unnatural hush. Through the mate bond, she felt Emmett's sudden alertness, his wolf rising to the surface as predatory instincts recognized a threat. Then Ashwin stepped into the clearing. But he wasn't alone. 3 other figures emerged from the tree line behind him, moving with the fluid grace of apex predators. His pack, lean and vicious, their eyes reflecting moonlight like captured stars. "Well, well," Ashwin said, his voice carrying across the clearing with theatrical pleasure. The little seer, all alone and vulnerable. How perfectly tragic. Katniss rose slowly to her feet, keeping her hands visible and her posture deliberately unthreatening. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to call for help, to do anything except stand here like bait in a trap. But she held her ground, drawing strength from the warm pulse of the mating mark and the knowledge that she wasn't really alone. "I was wondering when you'd show up," she said, proud that her voice came out steady. "Getting tired of playing games in the shadows?" "Games?" Ashwin tilted his head with mock curiosity. "Is that what you think this is?" How charmingly naive. He began to pace around the edge of the clearing, never taking his eyes off her. His pack members spread out in a loose formation, cutting off potential escape routes with practiced efficiency. They were good at this, she realized. They'd done it before. "This isn't a game, little seer. This is justice. Long overdue justice for a wrong that's festered like a wound for far too long." "What wrong?" Katniss asked, though she already suspected the answer. "The theft of what was rightfully mine." Ashwin's smile turned sharp, predatory. "Your wolf, my pack brother who chose weakness over strength, mercy over necessity. He destroyed everything I built, everything I was, with his pathetic attempt at heroism." "You mean he chose compassion over cruelty?" "I mean he chose sentiment over survival." Ashwin stopped pacing, fixing her with those terrible yellow eyes. And now, finally, he's going to learn the true cost of that choice. Katniss felt Emmett's rage spike like a flame touching gasoline. She sent him calm, steady reassurance, a wordless reminder that this was all part of the plan. Stay hidden, wait for the signal. Trust her to handle this. "You really think hurting me will break him?" she asked. "Hurt you?" Ashwin laughed, the sound like glass breaking. "Oh, sweet child, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to remake you, just like I did with all the others." The air around him shimmered with dark energy, and suddenly Katniss could see them. Translucent figures hovering at the edges of perception, their faces twisted with anguish, and their eyes pleading for release. The missing seers, trapped in whatever hell Ashwin had crafted for them. Mabel Dorsey reached toward her with ghostly hands, mouth moving in silent warnings. "You see them now," Ashwin said with satisfaction. "Good. Your abilities are stronger than I expected. That will make the binding process so much more satisfying. Let them go." The words came out harder than Katniss intended, anger blazing through her at the sight of those tortured souls. Let them go? They're my greatest achievement. 30 years of careful collection, each one adding to my power, my reach, my ability to see through the veil itself. His eyes glittered with malice. And soon you'll join them. Your wolf will watch you disappear piece by piece, your soul consumed by darkness, your love turned to ash and regret. Power surged through Katniss like lightning in reverse. Not the chaotic, overwhelming visions she'd been experiencing since the shadow magic attack, but something clear and focused, and absolutely certain. She could see him, really see him, not the confident predator standing before her, but the broken creature underneath. The scared boy who'd twisted pain into power, who'd convinced himself that cruelty was strength because admitting weakness was unthinkable. She saw his history written in shadow and blood, every choice that had led him further from light. "You're afraid," she said quietly. Ashwin's smile faltered. "What?" "You're terrified. Of being weak, of being vulnerable, of anyone seeing the frightened child you really are." The visions flowed through her with crystalline clarity, showing her truths Ashwin had buried so deep he'd forgotten them himself. That's why you collect seers, isn't it? Not for power, for validation. Because if you can break us, if you can corrupt our gift of sight, then maybe you can convince yourself that your version of truth is the only one that matters. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Katniss stepped closer, her seer abilities blazing like a star. I can see it all, Ashwin. Every innocent you've killed, every life you've destroyed, every moment when you chose darkness because light was too frightening to face. The visions poured out of her, projected into the space between them with such force that even his pack members could see them. A burning village, children crying for parents who would never answer, an old woman begging for mercy as claws found her throat. "Stop!" Ashwin snarled, but his voice cracked like a boy's. "The girl in the red coat," Katniss continued relentlessly. "Mabel. She reminded you of your sister, didn't she? The one who died because you were too scared to protect her. That's why you kept her longest, why you tortured her most. Because every time you looked at her, you saw your own failure reflected back. I said stop, and the others. Each one chosen because they represented something you'd lost, something you'd failed to save, something that proved you were exactly as weak as you've always feared." The projected visions intensified, showing not just Ashwin's crimes, but the fear that drove them. The desperate need to be seen as strong, the terror of appearing vulnerable, the endless cycle of violence born from one moment of childhood helplessness. Ashwin stumbled backward, his hands pressed to his temples as if he could physically block out the truth Katniss was forcing him to see. "You're nothing," he gasped, "just a frightened girl with delusions of power." "No," Katniss said, her voice ringing with absolute certainty. "I'm the mirror you've been running from for 30 years. I'm the truth you've been trying to bury under mountains of corpses and stolen souls." The ghostly seers around the clearing began to move, their forms growing more solid as Ashwin's hold on them wavered. Mabel stepped forward, her red coat bright as fresh blood in the moonlight. "She's right," Mabel said, her voice carrying the weight of decades of suffering. "We see you, Ashwin. We see what you really are." "Weak," whispered another voice. "Afraid," added a third. "Nothing but a scared little boy playing at being a monster." Ashwin's confident facade cracked completely, revealing the snarling, desperate creature underneath. His pack members backed away, confusion and fear replacing their earlier predatory confidence. "I am not weak," he screamed, shadow magic exploding outward from his body like a shockwave. But the hollow stone's ancient wards held, containing the dark energy and turning it back on itself. The backlash sent Ashwin to his knees, his carefully constructed psyche fracturing under the weight of truths he'd spent a lifetime denying. Katniss felt power surge through her connection to the stone, felt the support of every protective ward they'd laid, every ally hidden in the shadows, every soul crying out for justice. This was her moment, her choice, her chance to end 30 years of terror with nothing but truth and the courage to speak it. "You want to know what real strength is?" she asked, standing over the broken figure of her tormentor. "Real strength is choosing compassion when cruelty would be easier. Real strength is admitting fear without letting it control you. Real strength is building something beautiful instead of tearing down what others have made." Ashwin looked up at her with eyes that held nothing but madness and rage, his carefully crafted persona shattered beyond repair. "Real strength," Katniss said, "is everything you'll never be." Around the clearing, she felt the hidden watchers beginning to move. The trap was sprung, the prey was broken, and now came the moment of justice. But first, there were souls to free and wrongs to right.
Chapter 33. Emmett. Emmett watched from the shadows as Katniss broke Ashwin apart with nothing but truth and courage, pride swelling in his chest like a physical force. She stood in the moonlight like an avenging angel, her seer abilities blazing with power that made the air itself shimmer. This was what she'd been born for, what all her training and suffering had led to. But the moment Ashwin's facade cracked, when madness replaced cunning in those yellow eyes, Emmett's wolf began to snarl a warning. Broken predators were the most dangerous kind. "You think you've won?" Ashwin's voice came out as a rasp, his human form beginning to blur at the edges. "You think pretty words and painful truths make you strong?" "I think they make me honest," Katniss replied, but Emmett could hear the tension creeping into her voice. She sensed it too, the shift from psychological warfare to something more primal. "Honesty?" Ashwin laughed, the sound like bones breaking. "Let me show you the honest truth about predators and prey." The transformation happened faster than thought. One moment Ashwin knelt on the forest floor in human form. The next a massive black wolf launched itself at Katniss, with killing intent blazing in its eyes. No finesse, no strategy, just raw violence and the desperate fury of a creature with nothing left to lose. Emmett moved before conscious thought could interfere, his own shift flowing like water as his wolf surged to the surface. He hit Ashwin mid-leap, both of them crashing to the earth in a tangle of fur and fangs that sent up clouds of ancient dust. They rolled across the clearing, snarling and snapping, each trying to find the killing hold. Ashwin was smaller but faster, using his weight advantage to slip out of Emmett's initial grapple. His teeth found Emmett's shoulder, tearing through muscle and scraping bone. Pain blazed white-hot through Emmett's system, but he used it, let it fuel the protective rage that had been building for weeks. "Is that all you've got?" Ashwin's voice came out distorted through his wolf form, words twisted by fangs and fury. "I've waited for this moment, to show you what real strength looks like." They circled each other now, both bleeding, both ready to die before backing down. Around the clearing, Emmett could sense the other pack members shifting restlessly, but the ancient wards held them back, forcing this to remain a battle between alphas. "You want to know about strength?" Emmett snarled, fainting left before driving forward with claws extended. "Strength is choosing love over hate, choosing protection over revenge." "Weakness!" Ashwin dodged, his claws raking across Emmett's ribs, opening wounds that immediately began to bleed. "Just like always, you choose sentiment over survival." They crashed together again, this time near the base of the hollow stone. The ancient granite hummed with power, but it couldn't interfere directly. This was a challenge as old as wolves themselves. Alpha against alpha, and it had to be settled with tooth and claw. Ashwin was fighting like a creature possessed, his moves erratic but deadly. He'd abandoned any pretense of honor or pack law, using every dirty trick in his arsenal. When Emmett tried to get a clean hold, Ashwin twisted and bit at his legs. When Emmett pulled back to avoid the bite, Ashwin lunged for his throat. "You cost me everything!" Ashwin screamed, his jaws snapping inches from Emmett's neck. "My pack, my purpose, my place in the world, all for one pathetic whelp who would have died anyway. She was innocent. She was weak. Just like you, just like your precious mate." For a moment, Emmett's concentration slipped. Ashwin took immediate advantage, his claws finding the old scar on Emmett's shoulder and tearing it open. Blood poured down his side, hot and thick, and suddenly he was fighting not just Ashwin, but his own body's limitations. Through the mate bond, he felt Katniss's terror and determination, her desperate wish to help tempered by the knowledge that interfering would only make things worse. The ghostly seers still hovered at the clearing's edge, their forms growing more solid as Ashwin's control continued to fracture. "You're getting slow," Ashwin taunted, circling like the predator he'd always been. Old wounds opening up, old failures bleeding through. "Soon you'll be too weak to protect anything." Emmett could feel it, the gradual weakening as blood loss took its toll. His movements were becoming sluggish, his reflexes just a fraction slower than they needed to be. Ashwin had always been cunning, and now he was using time itself as a weapon. "When you fall," Ashwin continued, "I'm going to take my time with her. Break her slowly, piece by piece, until she begs for the release of madness. And you'll watch every moment of it from whatever hell awaits failed alphas." "Never!" Emmett lunged again, but Ashwin slipped aside, his claws opening another wound across Emmett's flank. "Always so dramatic, always so certain that love conquers all." Ashwin's laugh was pure malice. "But love makes you weak, makes you hesitate, makes you choose mercy when you should choose victory." They clashed again, and this time Ashwin's superior speed told. His jaws closed around Emmett's front leg, crushing down with enough force to snap bone. Emmett roared in pain and fury, but couldn't break free. His vision began to gray at the edges, blood loss and agony combining to drag him toward unconsciousness. For a terrifying moment, it seemed like Ashwin might actually win. But then, through the haze of pain, Emmett felt it. Katniss's love, her faith, her absolute certainty that he was worth fighting for. Not because he was perfect, not because he'd never made mistakes, but because he'd chosen to be better than his worst moments. The old guilt that had haunted him for years suddenly felt different. Not a weight to be carried, but a lesson to be honored. Those 3 pack members hadn't died because of his mercy. They died because Ashwin had used that mercy as a weapon, had twisted compassion into a tool for revenge. The girl he'd saved was still alive somewhere, still free because he'd chosen to see her as a person rather than a problem to be eliminated. And Katniss was here, whole and brilliant and fierce, because he'd learned to choose love over fear. "You're right about one thing," Emmett said, his voice steady despite the pain. "Love does make you choose." "Weakness over strength," Ashwin sneered. "Sentiment over survival." "No." Emmett's eyes met Katniss's across the clearing, seeing his own determination reflected in her hazel gaze. Love over everything else. The bond flared, and suddenly Emmett felt stronger than he had in years. Not physically, but spiritually. Centered, complete. Fighting not just to survive, but to protect the future they were building together. When Ashwin lunged for the killing blow, expecting weakened prey, he found instead a wolf who'd remembered what he was truly fighting for. Emmett met the attack head-on, accepting Ashwin's claws in his chest in exchange for the perfect position. His jaws closed around Ashwin's throat with crushing force, and this time he didn't hesitate. He'd chosen mercy once, and 3 good wolves had died for it. He'd chosen love now, and Ashwin would die for it. The killing bite was clean, quick, merciful in its own way. Ashwin's struggles ceased, his yellow eyes dimming as life fled from them. When Emmett released his grip, the rogue alpha's body shifted back to human form. Around the clearing, The remaining pack members fled into the forest, their leader's death breaking whatever hold had bound them. The ghostly seers began to fade as well, but not with anguish this time, with relief, with gratitude, with the sweet release of justice finally served. Emmett shifted back to human form, swaying on his feet as the adrenaline began to fade, and the pain reasserted itself. Blood soaked his body, the ancient earth beneath his feet. But he was alive. They were both alive. Emmett! Katniss reached him just as his knees buckled, her arms going around him to keep him upright. "Oh God, you're hurt. You're bleeding so much." "I'm okay," he lied, leaning into her warmth. "He's gone." "You did it." Her voice was thick with tears and pride and relief. "You beautiful, brave, impossible man. You did it." He felt her love wrapping around him like a healing balm, stronger than any magic Twyla could brew. They'd won. Not just the battle, but the war. Years of terror had ended here, in the sacred clearing, with love triumphant over fear. "I love you," he said, tickling her hair. "I love you too," she whispered back. "Now let's get you patched up before you bleed all over Hollow Oak's sacred ground." As their friends emerged from the shadows to help, as healing magic began to flow, as the town celebrated its deliverance, Emmett held his mate close and finally, truly believed they had a future worth fighting for. Chapter 34. Emmett. 3 weeks of recovery had taught Emmett that healing was less about the body knitting itself back together and more about learning to exist in a world where nightmares no longer had teeth. The physical wounds had mended faster than expected, thanks to Twyla's potions and his natural shifter constitution. The deeper scars, the ones carved by guilt and self-doubt, those were taking longer, but they were healing too, slowly, sweetly, one quiet moment at a time. Like now, watching Katniss try to balance a 2x4 on her shoulder while reading installation instructions that had clearly been written by someone who'd never seen an actual porch swing. "I think you're holding it upside down," he said from his perch on the cabin's front steps, where Miriam had banished him with strict orders not to lift anything heavier than a coffee cup. "The board or the instructions?" Katniss asked, squinting at the paper, with the kind of intense focus she'd once reserved for crime scenes. "Yes." She stuck her tongue out at him, a gesture that should have been juvenile but somehow looked endearing when framed by the autumn sunlight streaming through her dark curls. "Very helpful, thank you. Maybe next time I'll ask the squirrels for construction advice." "The squirrels would probably give you better directions." The squirrels didn't spend 2 days researching the perfect swing for optimal porch enjoyment. She set down the board and brandished the instructions like a weapon. "Do you know how many options there are? Wood types, chain lengths, cushion materials, weight capacities?" "You research porch swings." "I research everything." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I wanted it to be perfect." Something warm and bright unfurled in Emmett's chest at her words. The swing had been her idea, proposed during one of his crankier moments of forced inactivity. "We need somewhere comfortable to sit and watch the world go by," she'd said. "Somewhere that's just ours. Just ours. Like they were building a life together instead of just surviving one." "Hand me that bracket," he said, rising carefully from the steps. "Miriam said you're not supposed to." "Miriam's not here, and I'm not lifting anything heavy, just pointing out where things go." Katniss studied him for a moment, then passed him the metal bracket with a small smile. "Fine. But if you tear your stitches, I'm telling her it was your idea. Deal." They worked in comfortable silence for a while, her holding pieces in place while he marked measurements and checked levels. It was domestic in a way that felt revolutionary, ordinary moments that carried the weight of everything they'd survived to reach this point. "Left side's drooping," she said, stepping back to survey their progress. "Your left or my left?" "The swing's left." "Our right, whatever, it's crooked." He adjusted the chain, his fingers brushing hers as they both reached for the same link. The contact sent warmth spiraling up his arm, the mate bond humming with contentment. "Better?" "Perfect." She grinned, the expression transforming her face from pretty to radiant. "Want to test it?" They settled onto the swing together, her tucked against his uninjured side, the gentle rocking motion soothing in ways he hadn't expected. From here, they could see the forest trail that led to town, the garden where she'd first been attacked, the place where everything had started to change. "It's peaceful," she said softly. "It is now. Do you think it'll stay that way? The peace, I mean. Or will some other supernatural crisis come knocking on our door?" "Probably." He gave her a kiss on the cheek, breathing in the scent of oranges and bergamot that had become as essential to him as air. "But we'll handle it when it comes. Together." "Together," she agreed, snuggling closer. "I like the sound of that." The afternoon passed in a blur of small tasks and smaller conversations, hanging the swing properly, testing its weight capacity, debating cushion colors with the seriousness of people planning a state dinner. By the time the sun began its descent, they had a functional piece of furniture and an excuse to sit close together, watching the world turn golden. "We should get ready," Katniss said eventually, though she made no move to leave the comfort of his arms. "Ready for what?" "The dinner. Varric said 6 o'clock, remember? The whole town's coming." Emmett groaned softly. He'd forgotten about the celebration dinner Hollow Oak had insisted on throwing in their honor. The idea of being the center of attention, of having his private happiness turned into a public spectacle, made his skin crawl. "We could skip it," he suggested hopefully. "Tell them we're too tired, or sick, or dead." "We're not skipping our own party." Katniss sat up, fixing him with a look that brooked no argument. "These people love us. They want to celebrate what we accomplished, what we survived. And after everything they've done for us, the least we can do is show up and eat Miriam's cooking." "When you put it like that," "I always put it like that. It's called being right." The griddle and grind had been transformed for the occasion, tables pushed together to form one long banquet setup, mismatched chairs arranged with the kind of careful chaos that spoke of community effort. Fairy lights strung between the rafters cast everything in warm golden light, and the air was thick with the scent of Miriam's legendary pot roast and Twyla's magical honey rolls. The entire town seemed to be there. Varric presided over one end of the table with the dignity of an elder statesman, while Maeve held court at the other end with stories that grew more outrageous with each telling. Callum and his quiet strength, the Tansley brothers with their eccentric charm, even Elder Bram had shown up, though he spent most of the evening looking like he'd accidentally wandered into someone else's celebration. "Speech," someone called out as the main course wound down. "Speech," others echoed, until the whole room was chanting, and Emmett felt his face burn with embarrassment. "I don't do speeches," he muttered to Katniss. "Lucky for you, I do." She rose from her chair with the confidence of someone who'd never met a crowd she couldn't charm. "Thank you all for being here tonight, for welcoming me into your community, for protecting me when I needed it, for believing in us when we couldn't quite believe in ourselves." A murmur of approval rippled through the room. 3 months ago, I came to Hollow Oak looking for answers to an old mystery. I thought I was chasing ghosts, hunting for truth in a place that seemed too good to be real. Her gaze found Emmett's across the table. What I found instead was home. Not just a place, but people. A family I didn't know I needed, built around love instead of obligation. "Here, here," Twyla called out, raising her glass. "To Hollow Oak," Katniss continued, lifting her own glass. "To second chances and new beginnings. To the kind of love that makes you braver than you thought you could be." "To Hollow Oak," the room chorused, glasses clinking in a symphony of crystal and contentment. Later, after the dishes were cleared and the tables pushed back, someone produced a fiddle, and the evening transformed into an impromptu dance. Emmett found himself pressed against the wall, watching Katniss spin between Twyla and Miriam with a kind of unconscious grace that made his chest tight with emotion. She was glowing. Her laughter filled the room like birdsong, bright and joyful and completely unguarded. "You going to stand there all night, or are you going to dance with your woman?" Maeve appeared beside him, golden eyes twinkling with mischief. "I don't dance." "Course you don't. You brood, you lurk, you occasionally growl at people who get too close to your food. But dancing, that would require showing emotion in public." "I show emotion. Scowling doesn't count." Before he could argue further, the music slowed and Katniss appeared in front of him, cheeks flushed and eyes bright with happiness. "Dance with me," she said, holding out her hand. "I really don't." "Dance with me," she repeated, and this time it wasn't a request. He let her pull him onto the makeshift dance floor, acutely aware of every eye in the room watching them. But when her arms went around his neck, when she pressed close enough that he could feel her heartbeat against his chest, the rest of the world faded away. They swayed together in time with the gentle melody, not really dancing so much as holding each other upright. He felt her contentment, her love, her absolute certainty that this was where she belonged. "I love you. I love you too. Marry me." The words slipped out before he could stop them, carried by music and moonlight and the overwhelming rightness of having her in his arms. Katniss went still, pulling back to search his face. "What did you say?" His heart hammered against his ribs, but he didn't take it back. "Marry me. Make this official. Let me spend the rest of my life proving I'm worthy of what we have." "Emmett," her eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. "You don't have to prove anything. You already are worthy. You're everything I never knew I wanted." "Is that a yes?" "That's a yes." She tilted her head up for a kiss, soft and sweet and full of promises. Yes to marriage. Yes to forever. Yes to whatever comes next.
Chapter 35. Katniss. Katniss stood near the sacred grove, her hands pressed to her stomach to calm the butterflies that had taken up residence there, watching the town transform the space into something magical. "You're fidgeting," Miriam observed gently, adjusting the wildflower crown that adorned Katniss's dark curls. The blooms were fresh from Twyla's garden, woven with ivy and tiny white roses that seemed to glow in the otherworldly light. "I'm not fidgeting," Katniss replied, then immediately smoothed her dress for the third time in as many minutes. "I'm processing." "Processing what, sweetheart?" "The fact that I'm about to marry a man I've known for 4 months in a supernatural hand-fasting ceremony witnessed by fey magic and a town full of shapeshifters." She laughed, the sound carrying a note of happy disbelief. "My old life feels like it happened to someone else." "Maybe it did." Miriam's eyes twinkled with gentle wisdom. "Maybe the person you were before was just the prologue. This is where your real story starts." Through the trees, Katniss could see the ceremony preparations taking shape. Callum and his natural connection to earth magic had coaxed wildflowers to bloom in perfect circles around the clearing, with his mate Cora instructing him on decorations. Twyla moved between the gathering guests with bundles of herbs that released soft, aromatic smoke when burned. The Tansley brothers had somehow convinced dozens of fireflies to hover at exactly the right height for romantic lighting. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "Wait until you see your groom," Miriam said with a knowing smile. Emmett emerged from the opposite side of the grove on cue. He'd traded his usual flannel and jeans for dark pants and a white shirt that made his storm-gray eyes seem to glow. His dark hair was still slightly tousled, still had that unruly strand that fell across his forehead, but there was something different about him tonight. Lighter, as if some invisible weight had finally lifted from his shoulders. Varric stood at the center of the clearing, wearing robes that seemed to be cut from starlight itself. His silver braids were woven with the same white flowers that adorned Katniss's crown. "Ready?" Miriam asked softly. Katniss nodded, though she wasn't sure her legs would carry her. As they walked toward the ceremony space, she felt the familiar tingle of her seer abilities stirring, but gently this time. Not the overwhelming visions that had once threatened to drown her, but something softer, more controlled, a gentle awareness that painted the world in layers of meaning. She could see the threads of affection connecting every person in the clearing, the way love had woven itself through this community like light through a prism. She could sense the ancient magic humming beneath their feet, blessing this union with power older than memory. And most clearly of all, she could feel Emmett's presence like a warm star in her chest, drawing her forward with the inevitability of gravity. The assembled guests turned as she approached, faces bright with happiness and approval. Maeve stood near the front, her usual fierce expression softened by what might have been tears. The Tansley brothers beamed identical grins from their position by the herb table, but Katniss only had eyes for Emmett, whose face transformed the moment he saw her. The careful control he usually maintained cracked, revealing wonder and love and something that looked suspiciously like gratitude. "Hi," she said when she reached him, suddenly feeling shy despite everything they'd been through together. "Hi yourself." His voice was rough with emotion. "You look like I'm about to marry the man of my dreams. Like you're about to make me the luckiest bastard in 3 counties. "Language," Varric said mildly, though his eyes danced with amusement. "We are conducting a sacred ceremony." "Sorry, Elder," Emmett replied, not looking sorry at all. Varric raised his hands, and the clearing fell silent except for the gentle whisper of wind through leaves and water over stones. "We gather tonight under the light of the full moon and the blessing of the ancient veil to witness the joining of 2 souls who have chosen to bind their lives together." His voice carried easily through the space, warm and resonant as distant thunder. Not because fate demanded it, not because magic compelled it, but because love made it inevitable. Katniss felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. After everything they'd survived, all the choices and chances that had led them here, it really did feel inevitable. Like this moment had been waiting for them since the day she'd driven her dusty Jeep into a town that didn't exist on any map. "Emmett Hollowell," Varric continued, "do you come to this ceremony of your own free will, ready to pledge your heart and soul to the woman beside you?" "I do." Emmett's voice was steady, certain. "More ready than I've ever been for anything." "And Katniss Greaves, do you come willingly to bind your life to his, knowing that such bonds are not easily broken?" "I do." She reached for Emmett's hand, lacing their fingers together. "I can't imagine wanting them to be." Varric smiled and produced a length of silver cord that seemed to capture moonlight and hold it. "Then let us begin the ancient rite of handfasting, as witnessed by our community and blessed by the veil itself." Twyla stepped forward with a small bowl of what looked like liquid starlight. "For wisdom in the choices to come," she said, offering it to Katniss first. The potion tasted like honey and lightning, sending warmth cascading through her system. Callum approached next, carrying a smooth riverstone that hummed with earth magic. "For strength to weather any storm," he said, pressing it into their joined hands. The stone was warm, pulsing with the same steady rhythm as the Heartstone where she'd first been accepted into this community. Through it, she could feel the bedrock of their relationship, solid and unshakable. "The cord, if you please," Varric said gently. He began winding the silver rope around their clasped hands, speaking words in a language older than English, older than any human tongue. With each loop, Katniss felt the bond between them strengthen, not the magical mate connection they already shared, but something deeper. A choice made manifest, a promise given weight and substance. "By earth and air," Varric intoned. "By fire and water," the assembled guests responded. "By the light of the moon and the blessing of the veil. May this union be fruitful and strong." The final knot was tied with a flash of silver light that seemed to come from within the cord itself. Katniss gasped as power flowed between them, not overwhelming but completing, like the last piece of a puzzle sliding into place. "You are bound," Varric announced, his voice ringing with joy and ancient authority. "By choice and by love, by magic and by law, what has been joined here tonight, let no power in any realm tear asunder." The clearing erupted in cheers and applause, but Katniss barely heard it. All her attention was focused on Emmett, on the way he was looking at her like she'd just handed him the sun and moon wrapped in ribbons. "Hello, husband," she whispered. "Hello, wife." He leaned down to kiss her, soft and sweet and full of promises they now had a lifetime to keep. Around them, the celebration began in earnest. Music appeared from somewhere, played on instruments that might or might not have been entirely natural. Dancing followed, the kind of joyful chaos that happened when a community came together to celebrate love, triumphing over fear. "Any regrets?" Emmett asked softly, his arm tightening around her waist. "Only one," she replied, snuggling closer to his warmth. "What's that?" "That it took me so long to find you." She tilted her head to meet his eyes. "But I suppose good things are worth waiting for." "Even broken things?" "Especially broken things. They're the ones that know how precious it is to be made whole." Above them, the veil shimmered in the night breeze, and somewhere in the forest, a nightingale sang a song of joy that seemed to echo through their very souls. They were home, they were whole, and they were exactly where they belonged, together.
Chapter 36, Emmett. Emmett led Katniss along the familiar forest path, their fingers intertwined, the silver cord from their hand-fasting ceremony still wrapped around their joined hands like a promise made visible. "Are you sure about this?" he asked as they approached the sacred grove. "We could go back to the cabin. More comfortable, more private." "This is perfect." Katniss squeezed his hand, her voice soft with wonder. "This is where it all started, where we first chose each other. It feels right to come back here as husband and wife." The clearing welcomed them like an old friend, the ancient trees standing sentinel around the space where the veil grew thin. Fireflies danced between the branches, their light weaving patterns that seemed almost purposeful. The air itself felt alive with magic, humming with the same energy that had blessed their ceremony hours before. "The whole place is singing," Katniss whispered, her seer abilities picking up harmonies invisible to ordinary perception. "Can you feel it?" Emmett nodded, his shifter senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the forest mood. "It's blessing us," he said, understanding flooding through him. "The veil, the forest, all of it. They're giving us their benediction." Katniss turned in his arms, her face upturned to catch the moonlight. The wildflower crown was gone now, but her dark curls still held traces of the ceremony's magic, tiny sparkles of light that caught and held his gaze. She was beautiful, had always been beautiful, but tonight she seemed to glow from within. Fireflies drifted in slow spirals overhead, their golden glow brighter than usual, like the woods themselves knew what this night meant. The breeze carried the scent of pine and blooming thistle, the air full of warmth even though the moon hung high and silver above them. Emmett stood still for a long moment, just watching her. Katniss in white. The dress hugged her curves in such a way that made his chest ache. The fabric shimmered like starlight, falling off one shoulder, soft and wild like her. Her thick black waves tumbled down her back, pinned with tiny silver leaves. Her hazel eyes, sharp as ever, were shining like she was still a little surprised the world hadn't torn this moment away. "I love you," she said simply. "Not because the mate bond tells me to, not because magic demands it, but because you're you. Because you see me, all of me, and love me anyway. There's no anyway about it. I love you because of who you are. You make me better than I ever thought I could be." "My wife," he said, barely more than breath. She turned, the soft skirt of her dress whispering against grass and flower petals that hadn't been there minutes ago. Her smile curled slow and sure as she crossed to him, her bare feet leaving no imprint in the moss. "My husband," she whispered. He kissed her like it was the first time all over again. No desperation, no looming danger. Just need and reverence and love he couldn't carry quiet anymore. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. The sigils dim but didn't vanish. They settled into their skin like tattoos made of light. Permanent, sacred. His. Well, Katniss said eventually, her voice dreamy with satisfaction. That was unexpected. Which part? The magical light show or the fact that we're apparently glowing? She laughed, the sound bright as silver bells in the hushed clearing. All of it. Maybe it's never had a bond like ours to work with. Emmett traced one of the faint light patterns on her shoulder, marveling at the way it seemed to pulse beneath his touch. Built on choice instead of compulsion. Love instead of just instinct. You think that makes a difference? I think everything about us makes a difference. He pulled her closer, feeling the protective magic hum contentedly around them. We're writing our own rules, remember? Creating something new. Emmett held her as she drifted off, his own eyes heavy, but reluctant to close. This moment felt too precious to lose to sleep, too perfect to let slip away into memory. The protective magic continued to pulse gently around them, a living reminder of what they'd created together. Emmett smiled and finally let his eyes drift closed, secure in the knowledge that this was only the beginning. They had a lifetime ahead of them, full of ordinary moments and extraordinary love, small challenges and great adventures. But tonight, beneath the protective canopy of ancient trees and surrounded by magic that had blessed their union, they were exactly where they belonged. Together, bound by choice and sealed by love, ready for whatever the future might bring. And for the first time in his life, Emmett Hollowell was completely, utterly, perfectly at peace.
Chapter 37. Katniss. Katniss woke slowly, consciousness returning like a gentle tide, to find herself exactly where she belonged. Wrapped in Emmett's arms, her head pillowed on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and somehow back in his cabin. She felt completely, utterly at home. Not just in the physical sense, though the cabin had become her sanctuary over the past months, but deeper than that, soul deep, like every wandering piece of herself had finally found its proper place and settled there with a sigh of relief. "Morning," Emmett's voice rumbled beneath her ear, rough with sleep and warm with affection. "Morning." She smiled against his chest, still marveling at how easily the word fit. "Sleep well?" "Best I've slept in years." His fingers found her hair, combing through the tangles with gentle patience. "You?" "Like I was exactly where I was supposed to be." "You are." He kissed her deeply. "We both are." Through the window, she could hear the familiar sounds of hollow oak waking up, birds calling to each other from the ancient oaks, the distant rumble of Varric's old truck heading into town, the soft chime of Twyla's protective bells carried on the morning breeze. Ordinary sounds that felt extraordinary because they meant belonging, continuity, home. "I should probably get up," she said, without making any move to leave the warmth of his arms. "I've got that podcast episode to record." "The final one?" "The final one." She looked at him, seeing her own contentment reflected in his storm-gray eyes. End of an era. Beginning of a new one. Same thing, really. She stretched, cat-like, then reluctantly began the process of extracting herself from their tangle of limbs and quilts. "Want coffee before I disappear into my creative cave?" "Always." "You're glowing," Emmett observed, setting a steaming mug in front of her. "Literally or metaphorically?" "Both." He leaned against the counter, his own coffee cradled between his hands. "The magic's still active. I can see it when the light hits you just right." Katniss examined her arm, noting the delicate tracery of golden lines that seemed to live just beneath her skin. "Think it's permanent?" "Hope so." His voice carried a possessive satisfaction that made her stomach flutter with warmth. "Means you're protected. Means you're mine." "I was already yours." She kissed his lips, tasting coffee and contentment. The magic just made it official. After breakfast, she settled into the corner of the living room that had become her makeshift recording studio, equipment arranged on the old wooden desk Emmett had built for her. Her laptop sat open, cursor blinking in the empty document where she'd write the show notes later. The microphone waited patiently, red light dark for now. This was usually the part where her stomach would tie itself in knots, where the familiar anxiety of creation would settle between her shoulder blades like an unwelcome guest. But today, she felt nothing but calm certainty. She knew exactly what she wanted to say. Testing, testing. Her voice came through the headphones clear and strong. This is Katniss Greaves, and welcome to what might be the strangest episode I've ever recorded. She paused, gathering her thoughts, then continued. For 3 years, I've been telling you stories about the disappeared, the forgotten, the mysteries that keep people awake at night. Cold cases and missing persons, unsolved murders and unexplained vanishings. I've built a career on other people's tragedies, on the spaces where answers should be but aren't. Through the window, she could see Emmett working in the garden, his movements efficient and peaceful as he prepared the beds for winter. The sight of him there, solid and real and hers, made her smile. But sometimes, she continued, the story you're chasing isn't the one you're meant to tell. Sometimes you follow a mystery to its end, only to discover that the real story was the one you were living all along. She told them about Hollow Oak, carefully edited to remove any supernatural elements that might endanger the town's secrecy. A hidden community in the mountains where she'd come looking for answers about a missing girl from the 1990s. How what she'd found instead was belonging, purpose, love in the most unexpected places. I came here thinking I was hunting ghosts, she said, her voice soft with wonder. What I found was that sometimes the best mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be lived. The recording flowed easily, words spilling out like water from a spring. She talked about the power of choosing your own family, about finding home in people rather than places, about the courage it takes to let yourself be known completely by another person. The case that brought me here, it did get solved eventually. But not in the way I expected, and not by me alone. It took a whole community, working together, refusing to let the past poison the present. She paused, thinking of Ashwin, of the ghostly seers finally at peace, of justice served not by law enforcement but by love and truth, and the simple refusal to let fear win. Some stories don't end with arrests or convictions. They end with healing, with closure, with the understanding that moving forward matters more than looking back. She talked about her decision to stay in Hollow Oak, to build a life in a place most people would never find on any map, about the man she'd married, careful to keep his privacy intact, while still conveying the depth of what they'd found together. So, this is goodbye, she said finally, emotion making her voice thick. Not to mysteries or stories or the search for truth, but to this particular way of telling them. I'll still be investigating, still be asking questions, still be fighting for the forgotten, but I'll be doing it from home now, surrounded by people who love me exactly as I am. She signed off the way she always did, with her tagline about truth and justice and the power of refusing to give up. But this time, the words felt like a benediction rather than a promise, a grateful acknowledgement of battles fought and won, rather than a declaration of war against the unknown. When she emerged from her makeshift studio an hour later, show notes written and the episode uploaded to her hosting platform, she found Emmett waiting with fresh coffee and the kind of smile that made her knees weak. How'd it go? Perfect. She accepted the mug gratefully, inhaling the rich aroma. Exactly what it needed to be. Any regrets about closing that chapter? She considered the question seriously, looking around at the cabin that had become home, at the man who'd become her anchor, at the life they were building together, one ordinary moment at a time. None, she said finally. I've spent 3 years telling other people's stories. I think it's time I started living my own. That afternoon, as they worked together to winterize the garden, Katniss felt the rightness of her decision settle into her bones like warmth from a fire. The podcast had been important, had helped people, had given voice to the voiceless, but it had also been a way of staying at arm's length from her own life, of observing rather than participating. Now, with soil under her fingernails and Emmett's laughter in her ears, with the golden sigils humming contentedly beneath her skin and the mate bond singing in her chest, she understood the difference between telling stories and living them. Some mysteries were meant to be solved, others were meant to be embraced, and the very best ones, the ones that changed everything, were meant to be lived fully, completely, with all the joy and messiness and beautiful imperfection that real life could offer. "What are you thinking about?" Emmett asked, following her gaze toward the forest where their story had begun. "How perfect this is," she said simply. "How perfectly ordinary and perfectly extraordinary at the same time." "That's life," he replied, pressing a kiss to her temple. "The magic's in the everyday moments as much as the big dramatic ones." "I love our everyday moments." "Good," he said, pulling her close, "because we're going to have about 50 years worth of them." "Only 50? Well, maybe 60 if you eat your vegetables." She laughed, the sound bright and free in the crisp autumn air, and realized that this was what happiness felt like. Not a destination to be reached, but a choice to be made, over and over, in the small moments that added up to a life. She'd found her story at last, and it was beautiful. Chapter 38. Katniss. Spring had come to Hollow Oak, painting the mountains in shades of green that seemed too vibrant to be real. Katniss sat on the porch swing, laptop balanced on her knees, watching him tend the garden they'd expanded to include a whole section of herbs that Twyla had insisted were essential for proper supernatural broadcasting. "Testing, testing," she said into her new microphone, the one designed specifically for outdoor recording. "This is Katniss Hollowell, and welcome to Hidden Wonders, where we explore the magic hiding in plain sight in small towns across America." The name still gave her a little thrill. Not just the show title, though she was proud of what Hidden Wonders had become in the 6 months since its launch, but her last name, Katniss Hollowell. It felt right in a way she hadn't expected, like claiming a piece of home she'd never known she was missing. Today we're talking to Sarah from Montana, who discovered her ability to communicate with ravens after moving to a town that doesn't appear on any official maps. "Sarah, are you there?" "I'm here," came the nervous voice through her headphones. "And thank you so much for taking my call. I've been listening to your show since the beginning, and it's helped me feel less alone." Katniss smiled, settling deeper into the swing's comfortable embrace. This was the part of her new work that she loved most, the moment when someone realized they weren't broken or crazy, just different in ways the world hadn't taught them to celebrate yet. "Tell me about your ravens," she said gently. For the next hour, she guided Sarah through her story with the skill of someone who'd learned to listen not just to words, but to the emotions beneath them. How the young woman had fled to the wilderness after a painful divorce, how the ravens had started visiting her isolated cabin, how she'd slowly realized their cause carried meaning, intention, sometimes even warnings. "The thing is," Sarah said, her voice growing stronger as the conversation progressed, "I used to think I was losing my mind. But your show, hearing about other people with gifts like this, it made me understand that maybe I wasn't broken. Maybe I was just waking up." "That's exactly right," Katniss replied, watching a cardinal land on the porch railing as if it wanted to eavesdrop. "Magic doesn't make us broken. It makes us aware of connections that were always there." After the interview ended and she'd wrapped the episode, Katniss set aside her equipment and stretched, working out the kinks that came from sitting still too long. The familiar weight of contentment settled in her chest, the satisfaction of work that mattered combined with the simple joy of being exactly where she belonged. "How'd it go?" Emmett asked, appearing at the bottom of the porch steps with dirt on his hands and that soft smile that still made her stomach flutter. Beautiful. Sarah's going to be fine. She just needed to know she wasn't alone. Katniss patted the space beside her on the swing. Come sit with me. Tell me about your morning. He settled beside her with a contented sigh, automatically pulling her close so she could curl against his side. The protective sigils beneath her skin hummed with pleasure at the contact, still as active as they'd been on their wedding night 6 months ago. Fixed the fence around Miriam's vegetable garden, he said, pressing a kiss to her temple. Helped Callum move some furniture for the new guest who's arriving tomorrow. And I may have gotten roped into building a chicken coop for the Tansley brothers. A chicken coop? Apparently Edgar's convinced that chickens will improve the shop's feng shui. Or maybe it was Rufus. I can never tell which brother is pursuing which bizarre hobby at any given time. Katniss laughed, the sound bright in the spring air. I love this place. Even when it's completely insane? Especially then. They swayed gently on the swing, watching the afternoon light shift through the trees. This had become their ritual, this quiet time between the end of her recording sessions and whatever evening plans the town had in store for them. Sometimes they talked about their work, sometimes they planned improvements to the cabin or the garden, sometimes they just sat in comfortable silence and watched the world turn green around them. Oh, I almost forgot, Katniss said, reaching for the notebook she kept beside her laptop. Jenny from Oregon emailed. She wants to set up a call for next week's show. The one with the water spirits? That's her. Turns out there's a whole network of them along the coast, and she's become something like an informal ambassador. She flipped through pages covered with her careful handwriting, interviews scheduled, story ideas noted, connections mapped between the growing community of people who'd found her show. It's amazing how many of them there are, Emmett. People with gifts. People in towns like ours, all thinking they were alone. Not anymore, thanks to you. Thanks to us, she corrected. I couldn't do this without Hollow Oak as my base. Without the community's support, without their stories to draw from, without you keeping me grounded. The show had grown beyond anything she'd imagined when she'd first started. What began as a way to use her platform for positive stories had evolved into something more like a supernatural support network. People called in not just to share their experiences, but to ask for advice, to find others like them, to learn how to live with gifts they'd never asked for. Her seer abilities, now stable and controllable thanks to the protective magic she shared with Emmett, had become invaluable for reading between the lines of these conversations. She could sense when someone was holding back out of fear, when they needed encouragement versus practical advice, when they were ready to embrace their gifts versus when they just needed to know they weren't losing their minds. I've been thinking, she said, watching a butterfly land on the porch railing, about expanding. Maybe hosting some kind of gathering, bringing people together in person. Here? Not necessarily here specifically, but somewhere safe. Somewhere people could meet others like them, share experiences, learn from each other. She turned to look at him, gauging his reaction. What do you think? Emmett considered it. I think Varric would probably love it. The council's always been interested in connecting isolated communities, sharing knowledge and resources. And God knows we've got the space and the security for it. It wouldn't have to be huge. Maybe 20, 30 people to start. Just a long weekend, some workshops, some socializing. The idea was gaining momentum in her mind, possibilities unfolding like flowers in the spring air. We could call it the Hidden Wonders Gathering, make it an annual thing. I love it. He squeezed her closer. And I love watching you build something that matters. We're building it, she corrected again. Everything good in my life, we're building together. Is this your way of asking me to build a guest house for these gatherings? She smiled and laid her head on his shoulder. No, not yet. But since you had the idea... He chuckled and pulled her in closer. Well, let's see how the inn may hold up first. But I wouldn't mind expanding on some land for retreats like that. Would be good for all the businesses around here. Katniss nuzzled his neck and gave him a kiss. I love you. They leaned into a deep kiss with promises to lead to something more, until Emmett pulled away reluctantly. I just remembered. Miriam said something about dinner tonight for an anniversary. For what? The show, I think. Or maybe our marriage. Or possibly just the fact that it's Tuesday and she felt like cooking for a crowd. He shrugged. You know how she is about finding excuses to feed people. Katniss smiled, warmth blooming in her chest at the thought of another evening surrounded by the people who'd become her family. I should probably shower and change then. Can't show up to my own celebration looking like I've been wrestling with audio equipment all day. You look perfect, Emmett said, but he was already standing, offering her his hand. But if you want to get fancy, I won't complain about the excuse to put on a clean shirt. As they headed inside, Katniss caught sight of her reflection in the hallway mirror. 6 months of marriage, of stability, of work that fulfilled her soul had left their mark in the best possible way. Her face had lost the sharp edges of constant stress. Her eyes held the kind of peace that came from being exactly where you belonged, and the protective sigils beneath her skin gave her a subtle glow that seemed to come from within. She looked happy, genuinely, completely, radiantly happy. What are you smiling about? Emmett asked, following her gaze to the mirror. Just thinking about how far we've come. How different my life is now from what I thought it would be. She turned to face him, reaching up to straighten the collar of his shirt. 6 months ago, I thought I knew what I wanted. Now I can't imagine wanting anything other than this. This? All of it. The show, the town, the people we help, the life we're building. She kissed him again, deeper this time. You. Always you. Always, he agreed against her lips. This was what happiness looked like, she realized. Not fireworks or dramatic declarations, but quiet moments and shared dreams, and the simple certainty that tomorrow would be even better than today. She'd found her calling, her home, her person. Everything else was just the beautiful details of a life well lived.
Chapter 39. Emmett. The council glade looked different in the late afternoon light, softer somehow, as if the ancient trees had learned to bend toward joy instead of just duty. Emmett stood near the sacred circle, watching 3 young shifters practice the meditation techniques he'd been teaching them, their faces serious with concentration as they worked to find the balance between human reason and animal instinct. Remember, he said quietly, it's not about suppressing your animal. It's about partnership. You're 2 parts of the same whole, and both parts deserve respect. Marcus, the youngest at 17, cracked one eye open. What if my wolf wants to chase that squirrel over there? Then you acknowledge the want without acting on it. Feel the impulse, understand it, then choose what serves your higher purpose. Emmett smiled at the boy's frustrated expression. It takes practice. Took me years to get it right. Years. Elena, 19 and fierce as her mountain cat, looked appalled. I don't have years. I shift every time I get annoyed, and my little brother annoys me constantly. Then we'll work on anger management too, Emmett said with patience born of hard-won wisdom. Control isn't about never feeling emotion. It's about choosing how to express it. As the session wound down and the young shifters headed back toward town, Emmett felt the familiar satisfaction that came with useful work. Varric had approached him about joining the training program for newly manifested shifters, and it had turned out to be exactly what he'd needed without knowing it. His past, instead of being a burden to hide, had become a tool for helping others. The mistakes he'd made, the consequences he'd faced, the long road back to redemption, all of it gave weight to his words when he counseled young shifters struggling with their dual nature. How'd they do today? Varric asked, emerging from the forest path with his characteristic silent grace. Better. Marcus is starting to understand that his wolf isn't his enemy, and Elena made it through a full hour without a single involuntary shift. Emmett gathered the meditation cushions they'd been using. They'll get there. And their instructor? How's he doing? Emmett paused, considering the question seriously. Good. Really good. I never thought I'd say this, but I think I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. The council's lucky to have you back, Varric said, officially this time. The words still carried weight, even months after the ceremony that had formally reinstated Emmett as a council guard, not just as Hollow Oak's muscle or a convenient pair of hands, but as a full member of the community's leadership, trusted with the town's most precious resource, its children. Speaking of being where you're supposed to be, Varric continued with the hint of a smile, shouldn't you be getting home to your wife? She's recording until 5, Emmett replied, but he was already shouldering his pack. But yeah, I should head back. We're having dinner on the porch tonight. The walk home took him through the heart of Hollow Oak, past the griddle and grind where Twyla was closing up for the day, past the Silver Fang where Maeve was probably already polishing glasses for the evening crowd, past the hearth and hollow where Miriam would be starting dinner preparations for whoever showed up hungry at her door. His town, his community, his family in every way that mattered. The cabin came into view through the trees, smoke rising from the chimney and warm light spilling from the windows. But it was the figure on the porch swing that made his heart lift with the kind of joy he'd never expected to feel on such a regular basis. Katniss sat curled in one corner of the swing they'd built together, laptop balanced carefully on the small curve of her belly, late afternoon sunlight turning her dark curls to bronze. She was well over 8 months along now, and the pregnancy suited her in ways that made him feel reverent every time he looked at her. "How were the young wolves today?" she asked as he climbed the porch steps, not looking up from her screen, but smiling in the way that meant she was genuinely interested in his answer. "Improving. Marcus is finally starting to trust his instincts instead of fighting them, and Elena's gaining better control." He settled beside her on the swing, automatically pulling her close so she could lean against his shoulder. "How was the show?" "Amazing. I talked to this woman in Vermont who's been helping lost hikers for 20 years, using some kind of forest magic she can't quite explain. Turns out she's been unconsciously weaving protection spells into the trail markers." Katniss saved her work and closed the laptop, setting it aside so she could curl more fully against him. "I love my job. I love watching you do your job." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of oranges and bergamot that had become as essential to him as air. "You're changing lives out there." "We're changing lives. I couldn't do any of this without Hollow Oak as my foundation, without you keeping me grounded." Her hand found his, lacing their fingers together over the gentle swell where their child grew. "I love the life we've built, the work we do, the family we're creating." She tilted her head, hazel eyes bright with contentment. "I love how far we've both come." He could feel the truth of her words, the deep satisfaction that came from finding not just love, but purpose, not just happiness, but peace. And underneath it all, growing stronger every day, was the gentle presence of their child, already humming in harmony with the magic that flowed through Hollow Oak like a river of starlight. "Can you feel her?" Katniss asked softly, following his thoughts through their connection. "Her? I don't know for sure, but yes, I think it's a girl, and she's going to be powerful, Emmett. The Veil recognizes her already. Sometimes when I'm recording, I can feel her responding to the stories, like she's listening and learning." He flattened his palm over her belly, marveling at the life growing beneath his touch. "She'll be perfect, beautiful and brilliant and stubborn, just like her mother, and protective and honorable and gentle, just like her father." As the sun lowered, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, they swayed gently on the swing and watched the evening mist begin to rise from the forest floor. The Veil shimmered at the edges of perception, approving and benevolent, wrapping their small family in its ancient blessing. "Do you ever miss it?" Katniss asked. "Your old life? Before all this?" Emmett considered the question, thinking about the man he'd been when he first arrived in Hollow Oak. Broken, guilty, convinced he was beyond redemption. Living in the shadows of his mistakes, afraid to hope for anything better. "No," he said finally. "That life was just survival. This is living. Even the complicated parts, the supernatural drama, the responsibility to the community, the fact that our daughter's probably going to start manifesting magical abilities before she can walk, especially those parts. He squeezed her hand gently. Complicated means we're connected to something bigger than ourselves. It means we matter. What we do has weight and meaning. And the responsibility is an honor. These people trusted us with their safety, their secrets, their children's futures. They made us part of something precious. He gestured toward the town barely visible through the trees. I spent years believing I didn't deserve a second chance. Now I get to help other people find theirs. A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the gentle creak of the swing and evening birdsong. In a few hours, the town would come alive with the dinner rush, friends gathering at the tavern, families settling in for the night. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new students to train, new stories for Katniss to share, new small miracles in the ordinary magic of daily life. But for now, there was just this, the two of them on their porch swing, watching the world turn beautiful around them, feeling their daughter's presence like a promise of future joy. "I have a confession," Katniss said suddenly. "Oh?" "When I first got here, when I was still trying to solve Mabel's case and figure out what was happening to me, I used to sit by Moonmirror Lake and imagine what it would be like to belong somewhere, to have roots, purpose, people who'd miss me if I disappeared." She turned in his arms to face him fully. "I never imagined anything as perfect as this." "Perfect's a strong word," Emmett said with a smile. "We've had our share of supernatural crises, small-town drama, and the occasional argument about whose turn it is to do the dishes. Perfect because it's real, because it's ours, because we chose it and fought for it and built it together, one day at a time." She leaned up to kiss him, soft and sweet and full of the kind of love that had weathered storms and come out stronger. Because even the difficult parts are beautiful when you're living them with the right person. As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Emmett held his wife and unborn daughter close, surrounded by the protective magic of a town that had become home, filled with the kind of contentment he thought was reserved for other people. He'd found his pack at last, not bound by blood or tradition or the harsh laws of survival, but by choice and love, and the simple decision to be better tomorrow than they were today. And in the gentle harmony of 3 heartbeats, in the glow of protective sigils and the promise of new life, in the quiet magic of an ordinary evening shared with extraordinary people, Emmett Hollowell finally understood what happily ever after looked like.